Greetings, 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 greetings. Hello, folks. It's a pleasure to see you all. My name is Dustin Cormier, and welcome to another episode of How to Rock Astrology. It's been a hot minute, y'all. I've been less active on things because it's been a hot minute. Hello. My internet is a little bit crunchy these days because I'm living at a place with suddenly having lots of people in it who are using the internet. So I've got to work all that out. But I think today it's going to work out. Hopefully we don't get too much internet-y distraction, technology distraction, but we're going to find out how it goes. Hello, Melissa Madrid. Nice to see you. Thanks for saying hi. And everybody here, I'm very glad to be seeing you. Hello there, Cool Tone Sound. Namaste to you as well. Hi, Earth Angel. Nice to see you. And for everybody joining us, welcome, 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 welcome. This is a live stream. Feel free to add your thoughts, your comments, your opinions, your questions, and I will do my best to answer them as we go along. Hi, Irene. Nice to see ya. So, folks, today we are going to be discussing the big inquiry into Saturn and Neptune coming conjunct. And, of course, Saturn is channeling Pluto in Aquarius, and this is something we're going to be kind of discussing as well. So strap yourselves in, get cozy. It's been a little while since I've done like a live situation like this, and it's nice to see y'all. Now, check out my last video if you want to see. I'm going to be putting out an intro to this series, to these videos. And in my last video, we did the signs Libra through Pisces. Now we're doing Aries through Virgo. We're going to start at Virgo and go backwards, just to keep it fresh. It's my Sagittarius moon. Likes to do things backwards sometimes. So if you are interested, we do have an introduction to the Saturn and Neptune conjunction that I'm gonna have out at some point, probably while you are watching this. So I hope you guys enjoy that. It gives a little extra context of what we're doing here in this video today. Essentially, I'm going to give us a little bit of a gumdrop picture of what can be expected from this video. And then we're going to just get right into it. Because I've already done that intro, there's only so much that I want to reiterate in here and regurgitate. The big deal is that Saturn is coming to conjunct Neptune. This is a phenomenon that happens every 36 years, I think it was. Something like that. I've got it in here somewhere. Gosh, where would I find that? So it definitely doesn't happen all that often. Yeah, I'm not going to find it. That's okay. So when Saturn comes to conjunct Neptune, what is it that we can expect? You know, let's get a general theme rolling for what we're going to be talking about in this video. Saturn is the last planet in the zodiacal schema that is correlated with the chakras. I often show this little picture here to kind of show what the Vedic idea of the chakras look like. We have Aquarius and Saturn on the bottom, right? And then you guys can see how this works. It's like a circle where the sun is constantly going through the chakras in this way. It goes from Aquarius to Pisces, the second chakra. Aries is the third chakra, ruled by Mars. Taurus is the fourth chakra, ruled by the heart, ruled by Venus. Gemini is the fifth chakra. And Cancer and Leo are seated at the throne of the crown of the head at the sixth chakra. And then once you go from Leo down, we can see it goes Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio. And this is, of course, ruled by the Sun, ruled by Mercury, ruled by Venus, Mars in Scorpio, Jupiter again in Sagittarius is the second chakra, and then Capricorn is once again the first chakra. So these planets and all the planets ruling these signs, this typical 6 zodiac signs, are what make up the energy field that we are all experiencing. Now, when an outer planet moves into any of these spaces, they are moving into the chakra related and correlated with that space. Of course, right now, Saturn and Neptune are transversing Pisces, which is the upward part of the second chakra. So Saturn is the bottom of all this. It relates to, in our greater world, it relates to government. It relates to the physical bones of security and survival. These are the big themes of really Aquarius and Capricorn. Pluto was transiting Capricorn for a long time, and Capricorn represented, while Pluto was going through Capricorn, we went through a lot of very primal survival consciousness. There's a lot. I've had another video that I have where we talk about every time Pluto goes through Capricorn, big things happen because Capricorn is the bottom. It's the bottom of our survival. Aquarius represents, in a way, now that Pluto is in Aquarius, we've noticed that the Pluto is now moving up the chakras. Starting at Aquarius, it's coming from the bottom and moving up the chakras. So where Capricorn is about survival at all costs, that's why Mars is exalted in Capricorn, in a female sign. Aquarius is actually the more important sign, because Aquarius is the improvements that make it so that we don't have to survive in such a hard way. Capricorn just gives us hard, like you're surviving, you're going through some hard, urgent, primal shit. Aquarius is more about improving our world so that it's not so hard to survive. And we use the help of others, the water of Aquarius, the collective transhuman agenda, to make our lives easier. And Aquarius is considered the mula tricona of Saturn, meaning it's the more important place. So Pluto moving into Aquarius has a lot to do with the world coming into, again, a shift moving towards spirituality in a certain way. And we're going to talk about in these videos how since Pluto's in Aquarius, just like while Saturn was in Capricorn, while Pluto was in Capricorn, Pluto is in Aquarius, Saturn is the dispositor. Saturn is the dispositor channeling what is happening in with Pluto and Aquarius. Saturn is therefore taking on the energy of Pluto wherever it's going. And that's it's a big part of what we're describing here today with this whole series. Saturn is channeling Pluto. So, how we can understand this is that Neptune is this very wishy-washy mystical planet that really has to do with us tapping into our unconscious as a collective as well as individually. And Saturn meeting Pisces is going to have great physically manifested ramifications for what can be expected to manifest when Saturn and Neptune come conjunct. Saturn being the last planet on the bottom, it's the root chakra. Any interaction it has with anything is going to basically what's going to emerge is a physical manifestation of the urgent nature of whatever Saturn is interacting with. And it will be urgent in this way, because it's almost like, what does urgency mean? it sort of means primary. It means present. It means very much there. So Neptune is there all the time. And it's not one of the physically manifested energy field planets. From the Sun, Moon, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, Venus, Saturn. These are all physically manifested planets that all have to do with our physical energy field, our energetic energy field. Neptune goes through there and weaves its narrative into whatever sign it's in, into whatever planets it's ruling, whatever it's conjunct, etc., whatever it's in the same sign with natally. So Neptune doesn't typically manifest in a way that is very palpable. But with Saturn coming to conjunct Neptune, there tends to be things that make the mystical realm of Neptune more palpable, more tangible. And that is kind of what we're going through here. I hope you guys can still see me. Looks like we skipped. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Mary of Magdalene. And Jessica Corrine, nice to see you. Okay, I've got to quickly fix this. The comparison of the streams failed because one of the streams has an invalid configuration. Recommend a stream rate. Okay, I got to fix a thing quick here, folks. Thank you for holding on with me here, ladies and germs. Frame rate. Workspace resolution. Well, this will at least help. Or not. I guess we can't. Okay, folks. I had a feeling we would have some internet issues. I'm going to stop the stream and then come right back. So I'll see you guys in just one sec. Hello, hello, hello. Let's see if that fixes us. Okay. Looks like we're back. So like I said, folks, we got to deal with my internet. It is what it is. My internet's been sketchy lately because I got lots of people using it at the place I'm at. If it gets too much, like I just might have to just make this into a video instead of the live. Don't want to, but we got to roll with the punches here, folks. Saturn will teach us to roll with the punches or else we will get punched. So let that be what it may. But ultimately, what I'm looking to convey here, folks, Saturn manifests in an urgent way. Neptune is mystical. It's a connection to our unconscious. For anybody interested, I'm presently writing a book right now that I think is going to be connected to astrology, psychedelics, and spirituality. And in this book, I talk about the importance of using our conscious mind to connect with our unconscious mind. This can be a very painful, difficult experience because the conscious mind works with squares and the unconscious mind works with a circle. You ever thought about this? This is something I've been kind of rolling with lately. If you have a circle, you place it on a flat ground, if there's a slight slant to the ground, that circle is just going to roll off into infinity. It's chaotic. It's Neptune. It's a circle. It is spirit. It is the unconscious. And the raw underbelly of the unconscious is something that can be out of control, dangerous even. But with this danger comes the risk of life, of being alive, of being truly fully alive. And my experience and research with psychedelics, as well as transcendental meditation, has shown me that, you know, it's really great if you can take the circle and meet the middle of the square, usually through what I call triangles, which is activities where you have the circular spirit and the square of pattern, rigid form, and conscious mind. Music is an example, singing, mantra, meditation. All these things are using your conscious mind to blend with the unconscious. Now, we all do this the best that we can, especially as spiritual people. If you're a spiritual person, this is something you do naturally. We all try to tune into our unconscious the best way that we can. Neptune, being this circle, is something that we all want to introduce into our lives in a very subtle way, in a controlled way. But you can't really control how Neptune comes about. Sometimes you got to just just release yourself to what Neptune is trying to do. Accept the flow of spirit and the unconscious and invite it in. Invite in that sort of chaos. And when you do, you've got spirit behind you. You've got your unconscious, your wild genetic energy, which you might have been ignoring ever since you were a child. All of us, when we're children, we have to repress some aspects of our unconscious in order to live a harmonious conscious life. Neptune is this constant reminder in certain cycles that Neptune will allow us to tap into our unconscious, to the animal, libidinal, true will instincts. And when it interacts in an astrology chart, usually what's happening is that there is something that we have neglected to bring out. And now there's an opportunity to bring it out, specifically with Saturn and Neptune coming together. You know, when Saturn hits your own natal Neptune, this is going to be a very similar experience. But Saturn right now is hitting the collective Neptune, so we're all experiencing this. What it kind of amounts to, hello Ruby Hind, nice to see you. What this amounts to is that Saturn is going to manifest the need for the collective humanity to interact and engage with the unconscious, with what humans are really here to do in a spiritual way. You know, Neptune is like in Vedic astrology, we say Uranus in Neo-Vedic. Uranus is conceived of as Brahma. Neptune is like Vishnu. And then Pluto is like Shiva. Shiva is more of an external destructive force. Pluto can really smash into our lives and make complete big changes that are very obvious. It's like these mob gangster realities that are rained down on us and force us to change in a very obvious way. Neptune is more like, we've swallowed the key to our own handcuffs and we're trying to wriggle our way out of our own thing. And we can look nutty because it's our own loops that we get caught in with Neptune. It's our own consciousness. It's our own prison that we get caught in when it comes to Neptune. It is our own particular way of ventilating the unconscious that Neptune really represents. All of the outer planets are kind of ventilating the unconscious. Uranus is ventilating a very pushy cardinal aspect of the unconscious. Neptune is ventilating a fixed nature of the spirit of the unconscious. Pluto is ventilating the mutable, constant improvement dimension of the unconscious. So this fixed nature of the Vishnu resonance of Neptune relates with eternal aspects of the spirit that are always, that it's like a tease. It's a pressure to remain in a state of faith and dedication to the spirit inside you while things are pulled out to frayed ends. Pluto is cataclysmic. So is Uranus. Neptune is internally cataclysmic because something has been left for so long something that the unconscious needs to ventilate, has been left for so long, we internally develop an urgency to fix it, to let it go. So this is what we're talking about today. I can see my computer still skipping a little bit, and hopefully that's not going to make my sound and audio go off, but I bet it will. You know, the last thing I want to kind of say and reiterate, because again, I've got an intro that I'm going to be putting out there for Saturn and Neptune and what's happening in the conjunction there. You can check out that video. The main thing I want to say with regards to Saturn in this equation, what does it mean when Saturn is going along in the signs and the houses? When Saturn comes up and meets your natal planet of any sort, what's happening there? This is something I tell my astrology clients all the time. You know, I like to ask the question, you know, why do I go to the bathroom? If I go to the bathroom at noon, at 12 o'clock, am I going to look up and see that Saturn, yes, Saturn is exactly at 12 o'clock noon. This means that I have to go to the bathroom. No. The reason I have to go to the bathroom is because I haven't gone to the bathroom in this long. I haven't excreted. I haven't taken a shit and released what was in me previously, because humans live in these cycles. It's because I haven't gone to the bathroom in this much time that this is happening. This is actually how Saturn works. When Saturn comes up to a natal planet in your chart, and we say as astrologers, oh, Saturn is in this spot, you're going to have to go to the bathroom related to that thing. Saturn comes through your 10th house, even if there's no planets there. You're going to the bathroom related to the 10th house. What does that mean? It means that you haven't dealt with things related to the 10th house for 27 years. Even if you're 15 years old and Saturn comes to your 10th house, Saturn was obviously doing something before you died, before you incarnated, and it was moving its way up. And now you're 15 years old, Saturn comes to your 10th house. It's not 27 years ago in this incarnation, but somewhere in the soul, Saturn has been moving through. Saturn comes through the 10th house or whatever natal planet it's touching by transit. And all of a sudden you have to excrete. You have to defecate out. Excuse me for being very Scorpio with Sagittarius moon. You have to shit it out. Whatever's going on there, you keep the good and you shit out the bad. It's part of the reason why Saturn is exalted in Libra. Libra happens to be around the area of our physical anatomy that relates to excretion. It's not the genitals. Scorpio is the genitals. Libra is like shit and piss. It's right after the digestive processes of Virgo, but just before the genital regeneration of Scorpio. So Saturn is exalted in Libra, partly because we are looking to take our shit and do the best things that we can with it. Ernst Wilhelm's got a great, his new Rashi Sutras thing on his channel, on his website, and he talks about all this stuff. How a good farmer will they'll pee on their mint plants because your pee has things in it that are good for mint plants. There was a time once when humans were using their shit and using it as fertilizer for farmers' fields and stuff like that. These days, it's not as good because human shit is full of just as much bullshit as anything else. Hello, Denise. I'm so glad that you're here and that you're checking these things out with us. Cosmic hugs right back to you tonight, Denise. So, this is what Saturn is all about, is taking a shit, relating to what it's touching, and holding on to, when you defecate like that, you are holding on to, well, you don't want to hold on to much, but you're not going to completely shit out your internal organs. You're going to only release that which is no longer useful, so that now all the things that are still useful to you are still there, still intact, and they're pure. You can see them, you can see whatever Saturn is touching now with complete freshness. It's like doing yoga. It's like doing any kind of exercise. A purge is a great word for Saturn. And of course, Saturn does this purging stuff naturally, regularly. You don't need to do ayahuasca to understand the concept of the purge. If you've ever had diarrhea before, you know what Saturn is all about. And very, the most basic people, everybody has had the experience of having to excrete in this way. So, when Saturn is transiting a collective transit, such as Saturn transiting Neptune, what are we doing? What's happening is that the collective is collectively defecating the unnecessary shit related to Neptune, which is the Vishnu, the fixed sense of our eternal spirit. Again, Pluto is Shiva. Pluto is an evolutionary planet. And Pluto is really what allows us to carve big steps in our evolution. And sometimes it drags us kicking and screaming. Vishnu and Neptune are kind of weirdly different because there's no red light, usually, that signals an urgent alarm when it comes to Neptune. They are there, especially because we're dealing with Saturn conjuncting Neptune here. But this is kind of more like, when it comes to Neptune, your unconscious is going to be transmitting urgent signals related to things that you could ignore. You could just, is this me? Is this am I really feeling these signals? Or is this just, I don't know, I feel like I'm just hallucinating. I'm hallucinating these weird things that Neptune is pulling out of me. Because you could get along not doing the Neptune thing, but it's going to, if you don't deal with the subtle signals that Neptune is giving you during this Neptune-Saturn transit, then you are going to be left spiritually deranged in a way. Because this is what Neptune is. It's the eternal spirit, which is beyond any concept of evolutionary growth. It's the perfect spirit. It's your chart expressed perfectly, without any sense of growth needing to be there. It's the eternal spirit. It's the fixed sense of your spirit, Vishnu. It's perfect. Your Atman is perfect. You are already perfect. And when you meditate, you can peel back the reaction to your karmic stuff that life pulls you through. And you'll realize that even in the darkest depths, even in the brightest highs, even when you're knee deep in the shit, Vishnu is eternally, blissfully experiencing the joy of existence. That is there even in the darkest, shittiest times. And it's our connection to existence itself, to life, to the gift of not being not, that Neptune forces us to reckon with, especially with Saturn involved in this way. When we meditate, we can recognize that this is the nature of our reality and consciousness, that everything is perfect, everything is love, blah, 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 blah. You guys have probably heard me kind of talk about these kinds of spiritual spiels. But just because the person, the spirit who's beyond the avatar is detached from all the emotions, the experiences, the pain, doesn't mean that our human suit, it's like Vishnu is a dreamer and all of this is a dream. But Vishnu still feels the dream. And so the subjective experience of human consciousness permeates in a lot of ways through Neptune. It makes us realize this is all a dream. And it's the fact that it's, Pluto makes us realize this is all a dream, so you might as well live it the best that you can. And, Pluto gets involved with power. Having power over the masses of the world, our deepest sense of self-empowerment. Neptune is really more about joy. Neptune is there to make us remember that if you aren't experiencing the joy and bliss of existing through your particular incarnation, you're missing something. You're missing it. So when Saturn comes to conjunct Neptune, we are forced to reckon with this. We are forced to reckon with the idea of the flow, of that our spirit is moving us and guiding us through things. And in particular, Neptune relates with the Holy Spirit. It relates with like spiritual guides, angels, which between you and I'm very, amongst atheistic people, I come off as very religious. And amongst religious people, I come off as very atheistic. That was my religious sentiment. My atheistic sentiment is that this human incarnation, which has form, is connected to the infinite formless out of which we come. Between those points are rays of light, rays of pure awareness. Just like when you hear the kettle boiling. Oh, right, I've got to go and take off that thing. We heard it, it was a physical sensation, and we reacted to it. Is that an angel? No. But some could argue that if you hadn't have taken that kettle off, it would have lit the whole house on fire. Wow, geez, you must really have angels watching you for you to have heard that kettle. No. Well, kinda, yes. When we hear things in our spirit, it's like that kettle boiling. And no one can ever say or prove or tell whether that was an angel or whether that was just you having a thought to take off that kettle. Now, what about the kettle boiling inside of your heart? What about, you're working at a job, specifically with Neptune and Saturn, the kettle that's boiling is really like, it's Aquarius and Capricorn. It's survival. It's what do you basically really deeply need to survive, even at a spiritual level. Our spirituality, Neptune, is experiencing the kettle boiling, and we need to interact with it because Neptune is part of our survival, our thriving. So whatever we've been missing out on in terms of our connection to our unconscious, Saturn is bringing out in an urgent way in this moment. Hard, tricky thing to talk about because Neptune doesn't actually... There will be kettles boiling, but there's always kettles boiling in our lives. The trick of Neptune is, was that just me hearing the kettle boil, or was that an angel? Was that some divine voice that told me that I had to make this decision in my life? And wherever Pisces is and wherever Aries is in your chart right now, well, forever in your natal chart, at this present moment, Pisces and Aries is going to be going through, it's going to be the arena for kettles going off, kettles boiling. Because the thing is that like Saturn is going through Pisces right now. And that's what we're all experiencing. For the last 3 years, Saturn was in Aquarius. And that's what we were experiencing. The difference is that Neptune wasn't there. So there wasn't as much angels involved, like really in a meticulous way with all the kettles boiling. Now that Saturn's coming closer to Neptune, Pisces and Aries just happen to be the arena for Saturn coming to conjunct Neptune, where we are faced with the thought, the possibility that there are things happening and permeating through our awareness in our existence that have guidance, that are guides. You know, we see so many of these memes these days. It's like, you know, it's like God knowing that I'm about to go through a harsh lesson. And it's God, he's standing there with sunglasses and he's like, good luck, kid, you know, or something like that, you know, just like God is like smoking a cigarette, just like, ooh, you're going to hate this one, buddy. You know, I love those memes. I think they're hilarious. This is the kind of consciousness that we have. And the thing is that there are a lot of people who get really bunged up by feeling like, fuck me. Like, I can't get any luck. I got no luck. The world just keeps shitting on me. The world just keeps shutting me down. Neptune, Saturn coming to conjunct Neptune is going to force us to reckon with where our ideas of this guidance are correct and where our ideas of this guidance are misguided. It's the fuck me thing. Oh, fuck me. Look, I lost this job. I've just recently lost my lover. You know, like, you know, the world must be out to get me. There's this feeling that we're being pulled into shit by some terrible force that we resist. We resist or just we ignore it. You know, I know a lot, like my father is a guy, you know, he talks to his tools. He's like a construction worker and he's drilling and it was when his drill stops, he goes, oh, why do you gotta, oh, I could smash you. Why, God, why now? Meanwhile, he lost his battery on his drill. But he has these flashes of like, fuck me. This must be just me getting completely fucked over by the universe. If you have an antagonism with the things that the universe puts you through, and it's particular with Neptune, it's about your connection, your faith in it, your belief in it. If you have a connection to the universe in this way that causes more bad than good, more anger than anything, then this is a transit. Any Saturn-Neptune transit, any Neptune transit is going to be frustrating for you. Even when it's good, when Jupiter comes through your Neptune, you're going to have all these hopeful things of high goods and possible connections to the divine that are good for you. But ironically, a lot of the times Neptune doesn't actually work by giving you things. It makes you recognize that you can be happy with exactly what you have. And this is one of the key themes of this whole video, is letting go, trusting the universe, trusting the guidance system, trusting the tour guide, as you're going to hear me talk about. We're going to talk about that in each one of these rising signs as we go along. Tip the tour guide, but meaning pray. Come into a conscious relationship with your angelic connection to the magnetism of the divine soul evolution that you are destined to move through. Either it's going to catch you or you're going to catch it. So tip your tour guide, which means listen to your unconscious. You're never going to know if you're sitting and you hear a red kettle boiling and you're like, you know what? My job is this is not serving me getting to where I deeply want to go in my life. Who gave you that thought? Was it you? Or was it the divine? Was it something inside you that's deeper than your conscious mind? Because your conscious mind has been in this job all this time. But your unconscious has been building resentment to it or antagonism towards it. And then the red kettle boils. Is that me or is that an angel? Is that something inside of me that's connected to a deeper wisdom that I don't even realize? Pluto would make you get fired from the job, but Neptune would make you say, you know what, fuck, I've had enough. And this is kind of how this sort of tends to operate. And a lot of the times when it comes to Neptune will actually force you to reckon with the fact that while you were working at that job, working at that shitty cook, you're a cook at a restaurant, you're stressed all to hell, You're doing all this stuff, and you're bitterly feeling the acid of regret, of wasting your life, of pissing it all away. There are some times when Neptune will do this funny, tricky thing where it'll keep you in the shit. Because we have to learn to be happy with very little when it comes to Neptune. We have to learn to accept what life gives us with regard to whatever Neptune is, whatever's happening with Neptune, especially in your natal chart, especially when Saturn comes to conjunct your natal Neptune, especially. Really, when any planet is around that area of your chart. For us as having a collective Neptune-Saturn transit, we are all experiencing as a collective, like an economic dross, a geopolitical feeling like there's just not enough in the world. And much of us are using technology to spill our hopeful heart energy and mind energy into the fantasy of things that we don't actually have in our reality. Neptune and Saturn can really make the whole world so lost as an impulse at fantasy that we don't pay attention to the groundwork that's happening. It's especially difficult in the context of a planet that is ruled and heralded by powerful people who have lots of money, who have power, and who are controlling the chess pieces of the world in some kind of contrived way. If that is the case, Saturn and Neptune coming to conjunct would be a perfect opportunity for such global forces of mass autonomy and agency to proliferate a distraction that would allow people to continue working for things that are not really their worth. Oftentimes, Adam Ellen, I like the way that he kind of speaks to things, and he kind of talked about how oftentimes there's like economic trouble, and the world is in this sort of recession kind of thing that often happens when Neptune and Saturn come to conjunct. Usually what happens is that there's a fantasy that's not the real thing that we all get wrapped up in. And we're holding onto this fantasy for dear life until Neptune has the red kettle boiling, where it's like, okay, you know what? I can't do this anymore. And all of us have a collective. Once Saturn and Neptune come to conjunct in Aries, it's probably going to happen that a lot of us are going to be wanting to connect to these angels, to this spirit, and to the feeling that everything we do in life, even if you're a cook working a shitty job, you've been working it for all this time, we all want to get out of that reality. I can see that we've lost our screen again. That's okay. Okay, so I'm going to connect and reconnect here, ladies and gentlemen, because we've lost our screen, because my internet is screwy right now. So I'm just going to be repping once in a while as we go along. That's the story of my life. Could very well be a Neptune-Saturn thing. Who knows? But it looks like we should be okay. My screen is still taking just a moment for it to reset itself. But you guys are all still hanging out with me here, and I'm appreciative of that. So, my plan at present is to keep moving forward. I'm really hoping that my screen does kind of come back. And you guys are all still hanging with me, and I deeply appreciate that. Now, can you guys see me? Can you guys hear me? You see me. Thank you, Jessica. Okay. Thank you, Jessica. I appreciate you. Okay, very good. It's not showing on my YouTube thing, so gosh, I just don't know what the heck to make of it all. But I think you guys get where I'm at with all of this. Awesome. Thank you, folks. So, you know, when it comes to Saturn and Neptune coming conjunct like it is, this is a time for us as a collective to be in a little bit of a state of economic drought. And it's this economic drought that's going to, I think, force humanity as a whole to reckon with having more subjective meaning and purpose in our experience of life. I think it's no coincidence that the AI phenomenon is happening around the time that Saturn and Neptune are coming to conjunct. Because when you think about it, the AI is going to kill a lot of jobs for humans, but it's also going to make a lot of human jobs obsolete. So now the humans need to find some way of, you know, it's interesting that Pluto also is in Aquarius. I could really go off about this in my own, you know, maybe I should just make a video about how Pluto's in Aquarius, which is causing big, deep governmental changes that are leaning now towards spirit. Because as I said, Pluto being in Aquarius represents Pluto moving up towards the chakra system, up towards the spiritual chakras. And at the same time, there's this economic drought experience happening where the human totality is dealing with AI and dealing with the fact that robots are going to make a lot of jobs obsolete, which means humans are going to need to find some kind of functional, practical, Saturnian thing to do to keep them alive that is more than just turning a screw on a conveyor belt, which is kind of painful because that's really what a lot of people want to do. With these days, with AI, with robots, you can't just turn a screw on a conveyor belt. You know, unions are made to protect the human need for consistency, stability in a job. And lots of people debate the idea of unions because it's like, you know, why are we paying this person this much money just to turn a screw on a conveyor belt when a robot could do it? It's a very weird ethical thing because from the human perspective, just give Jimmy something to do. Let him turn his screw, let him have enough money and take that money and go feed his kids, put them through college and let them go and do something else that's even presumably, possibly better than what Jimmy's doing. The thing is that Jimmy, anybody who's just turning one screw for their whole existence, and that's what they do to stay alive, they aren't actually getting the experience of Saturn at some level. It's a tricky thing to think about. You know, this is a time when we're being forced to reckon with this spiritual internal meaning of the work that we do. Where even that cook who's not on the union, who's working their butts off, you know, those are like two extremes. Let's say you've got a cook who's working their butt off, getting not paid enough, and their spiritual meaning of their life is fleeting away. But they are doing the Saturn thing in a pretty hard, true fashion and developing the ability to just push through difficulty. On the other hand, you have the person on a union who turns one little screw and he gets enough money and a pension to put his kids through college and to do all these things. But he himself is not developing his daily occupation in a way that fits his spirit either. Somewhere in between the two of these is a metaphor that kind of relates to what's happening in today's time. So these, this is just examples of what's going on in a general way. Now, I intended not to have such a long video here. I might just leave these two intros and just call that a day, because this was good. I'm pretty happy with it. Now, we have to start thinking of what does this mean astrologically. We've been having fun just rapping about this in a general way. How is this going to be conveyed for each individual rising sign? is the next question. I've got my chocolate. I've got my water. I think we're ready to roll here, folks. And I appreciate you all for being here with me while we work through the technology. Now, if anybody notices that I can see your guys' comments, and apparently you guys can see me at the moment. Unfortunately, my computer is just super screwy right now. It's not showing me my screen on the live. So if I go off of the screen or anything like that, if you guys could just let me know, we can go from there. Worst case scene, this is turning into a nice little podcast. Welcome to Dustin's ASMR. Saturn and Neptune conjunct. I could do ASMR. I think I could have fun with it. I have been told such things. In any case, folks, it's been a nice, deliciously long intro. Let's start moving through the actual rising signs. This is the reason that my last video took 6 hours. It's very well possible that that could also happen now. Let's see how it goes. Now, I'm going to be looking at my notes. I've got a little notebook here. It was one day where I think I was just off work. I'd smoked a joint, and I had carved into a lot of what I thought would be useful information regarding the Saturn-Neptune conjunction for each individual rising sign. You know, I don't smoke when I'm doing videos because it can fog me out, but a lot of times creatively, you know, that's really what sparked this, is just being high at the end of at the end of my day and just being like, I could make a cool video out of that. And the first one we're going to begin with. Thanks, folks. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this. Let's start now, ladies and gentlemen. Action. I do this because then I can put the timeline later. We are going to start with Virgo Rising. As I said, I'm going to be kind of going backwards instead of forwards. We're going to start with Virgo, and we're going to work our way down to Aries today, just to mix it up, because I am ever so Sagittarius moon about everything that I do. Welcome, 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 folks. Welcome to Pluto in Aquarius and Saturn conjuncting Neptune. And of course, I'd like to remind everybody that Saturn is channeling Pluto, Pluto being in Aquarius. So whatever goes on with Saturn is going to be channeling a very deep agenda related to Pluto. This relates a lot collectively in terms of AI and all these things, and it is going to make a difference in each person's experience of what is happening here, generally. So for Virgo Rising, let's start getting into this, ladies and gentlemen. Saturn will be conjunct Neptune in Pisces in the 7th house. I should give a little bit of an explainer here. I'd like everybody to keep in mind that the actual touchdown for Saturn and Neptune conjuncting is going to be the very beginning of Aries. It's really a remarkable restart phenomenon going on there. It's like 0 degrees, 53 seconds of Aries, 53 minutes of Aries. But as a Vedic astrologer, as I am, we consider that a conjunction occurs anytime a planet is in the same sign as another planet. So when Saturn was at 1 degree of Pisces, Neptune has been hanging around the late 20s, right? So Neptune was like 25 degrees away from Saturn. It's still a conjunction in the world of Vedic because they are working through the same dispositor. In this case, Jupiter is the primary dispositor of Pisces. Neptune is considered in the Western world to be a secondary dispositor. The dispositor is the planet that rules the sign. So Jupiter is holding whatever is in Pisces for all of us natally, as well as in collective transit. So even while Saturn at the present time is not exactly, it's like far away from the orb of being conjunct Neptune, they're in the same sign, there is going to be an effect. And this is how astrology really works, folks, is that there's this, it's not that cut and dry in the sense that, the exact conjunction is happening in Aries, but we're going to be feeling a certain thing. We're going to be feeling what's happening with Saturn and Neptune right now from 2023 up to 2026 and then out into 2028. From 2023 to 2026, these two are going to be in Pisces, Saturn and Neptune. And then it's eventually from 2026 to 2028 that they're going to enter into Aries and things will change. But the main essence of the narrative is going to blend. It's going to be the same in terms of Saturn and Neptune, but the arenas are going to change. But the narrative, it's like two people playing baseball on national borderlines. One person is here, the ball gets pushed over to the person. Let's say one person's in Michigan in America. The ball goes over to this person in Canada. They're in two different nations. The laws are different. Everything is different, but it's the same kinetic force. The same ball is being launched between the borderline. So the narrative is going to stick. So the narrative of Saturn and Neptune coming together in Pisces is going to blend into what we can experience from when they reach Aries. And for you Virgos out there, this whole narrative is going to begin relating with Pisces. Now, I am just realizing there's a whole part of this intro that I didn't give. Didn't exactly plan this. I just sort of jumped into it. But that's okay. One of the key themes, I'm just going to re-explain it in every little video because it'll give us good extra information for each sign. One of the key things that we learn in Vedic astrology is whenever Saturn is transiting a sign, what is Saturn the 11th from is the main question. When Saturn is in the 11th from a certain sign, the 11th house, we have to understand, it's considered one of the difficult evil houses. And it's also, ironically, it's a strong axis of what's called the Dharma. When we look at our own 11th house, what do we hear about? Gains, attainments, an idea for this final attainment that we want in life. So the 11th house is very important in this way. But it can cause a sweet tooth. It's an evil house. And the 11th house lord especially can be an evil planet. What do we mean by evil? It could be argued that there's nothing in humanity that is actually evil because everything is just a continuation of difficulties, of sadness, of repression, of, the old nature versus nurture debate. In my opinion, nothing is really evil by nature. They just get nurtured to be so. Take that however you will. The 11th house is something that gives you this sweet tooth craving for that thing that you want. And you'll never get it perfect. We can never perfectly get the 11th house. But if you have good planets there, if there's good things happening with your 11th house and the dispositor of the 11th house and the 11th house cusp, you will get enough of what your 11th house expects you to get for you to be satisfied. And in fact, if you have a good 11th house, you'll be satisfied no matter what you get because you are open to the reception of the energy of that thing. You could be a janitor who just gets just enough money to survive and, again, to just keep your kids well. You won't have an extravagant job and you won't have an extravagant paycheck. But if you have a good 11th house, you are going to make the most out of it. And you're going to enjoy it. You're going to say, oh, look at what God has given me, and you're going to appreciate it. Now, in Vedic astrology, The 11th house from any point is the attainments expected from that point. Now, Neptune is very much a similar thing because when it comes to spirituality, we know, as the Bhagavad Gita says, we are not entitled to the fruits of our actions. We are only entitled to the actions themselves. When you really get into the depths of spirituality, you'll find that all life is suffering, and it's the trick of the yogi to detach from life as a whole in order that they can experience bliss in what little that they do get and whatever they get and whatever they have. Now, it's not evil to attain things, to have property, to have things, but it can be conveyed as not being a good thing to be attached to any of this, or to attach to ideas, to attach to things that you want. Neptune is the arbiter of this. Neptune makes you happy with whatever you've got. How? By making you suffer with whatever you've got until you fucking let it go. When Saturn and Neptune are coming to conjunct in the sign of Pisces, what is Pisces the 11th house from? Pisces is the 11th house from Taurus. So whatever's going on in Taurus, Neptune and Saturn, through the 7th house, through Pisces, for you being a Virgo, it is through the 7th house and through Pisces that you're going to detach from what could be expected to be the gains that you receive from Taurus in the 9th house. You have to let go of things happening in the 7th house in Pisces. And you have to let go of things related to the 9th house in order that you will experience yourself falling into an appreciation for the 9th house things. That is a quick, swift way to explain it. So let's take a peek and see what exactly we could get from that. Glad you guys are enjoying my storybook voice. Okay, for Virgo, what we see happening here is the Neptune and Saturn are residing presently in your 7th house, which means really you're going to have to let go, especially when Saturn is in your 7th house. This is ultimately true, but this is particularly amplified because Neptune is there. That's how we should understand this, folks. With Saturn and Neptune in the 7th house, we're letting go of fruits of gains related to intimacy, related to businesses, intimate connections with business partners, as well as travel, relationships of all sorts, even ego at a deep level. The 7th house relates with communication, enjoyment. You have to let go of things related to loneliness, sharing, and all of this leads to Dharma. The 9th house is the third from the 7th house. The 9th house is the expression, the experience of the 7th house. And so when it comes to relationships, business partners, intimacy, really being able to relate with people, this is a key to the gains that can be expected from the 9th house. You know, you got to dig. The 9th house, you know, in the Vedic astrology especially, we talk about Jupiter being the true marriage planet. We meet people through the 7th house. And the 9th house is the slot, the values that are really being sought. Because the 9th is the third from the 7th. The 3rd house is the doing, the improving on what's in the 1st house. In this case, we're talking about the 7th as if it was the 1st. The 9th is the extension and final manifestation of what's in the 7th house. So if we don't let go of expectations related to a certain type of intimacy, a certain type of bliss, because the 7th house is a karma house, it's an air house, it's an enjoyment house. being a cardinal one especially, this is a tricky place. This is a tricky thing to be happening for Virgos. It's also tricky that when the conjunction actually happens, it's going to be happening in your unstable 8th house. Virgos have a tricky situation going on with this Saturn-Neptune conjunction. You're starting off with Neptunian sweet tooth related to the 7th house, which is a cardinal air house. Now, the thing is that this isn't to say that you need to let go of all things 7th house. In fact, if you are somebody who has trouble in the 7th house, you might have been doing things for a long time with your 7th house. Thankfully for Virgo, there are no planets that hate Jupiter. Difficulty happens in a sign when there are planets in there that are doing ill, that are with an enemy, or that are in an enemy sign. Thankfully, nobody really is damaged in Pisces except for one planet, and that, of course, is Mercury. Mercury is debilitated in Pisces. Mercury also doesn't like being in the 7th house. So Mercury being here, those Virgos with Mercury in Pisces could expect to be having a little bit of a hard time from 2023, especially to 2026. And that is going to continue into the narrative of 2028 and really beyond. Neptune is putting these people through a certain ringer for sure. Now, your Mercury is not hopeless by being in Pisces. It could have aspects from friends. It could have strong other things that make it strong. You could be born at a certain time of the year or a certain time of the day that help to increase what's going on with Pisces. If you're born at night, everyone's going to have an easier time with any problems in any feminine signs. Also, if you identify as a woman, you're going to have a slightly easier time with things happening in the feminine signs. That's earth and water signs. But then it's going to be tricky when you get to when this conjunction lands in Aries. So, I digress. Those with Mercury and Pisces right now are probably, especially for Virgo, that's your 1st and 10th lord, right? Because Mercury rules the 1st house and the 10th house. So you would be having difficulties with career and personal identity, getting wrapped up with a person that you don't necessarily jive with. And this can be seen as the general theme for anybody having any difficulties in the 7th house. And if you don't have any difficulties there, no matter what, all Virgos are experiencing a sweet tooth. And it's related to the perfect ideal lover, the perfect ideal comma of interacting with people in a way that brings joy, satisfaction, and energy, regeneration in that 7th house Venus-y sort of way. So watch out, Virgos, for, how should I say this? Watch out. Is that even the right way to say this? We're dealing with Neptune here, folks, and Saturn, which means that fear, the language of fear, is something that we have to be mindful of. Because if you are, this is the thing when it comes to Saturn and Neptune conjunct, I'm going to say this for every rising sign. I can't really give you a formula for getting through this as an astrologer. That's how Neptune works. Fortunately and unfortunately, our rational minds just aren't exactly going to cut it. What all of us need to do with whatever this period brings you, you need to just tap into your unconscious and pay the tour guide. And this is something I've been mentioning in my previous video as well. Is like when you go to another country, you want to pay the tour guide so that you don't get taken advantage of by the locals who can tell you're a tourist. Pay the tour guide, tip your tour guide so that you are going through the country with someone who is paying attention and guiding you and knows the terrain and knows the territory. Our unconscious, the weird genetic replicating thing that humans are, have been here long before this planet. Existence has been going on much longer than this planet. That's the tour guide. The tour guide has been here before. That's your unconscious. Tip your tour guide by praying, meditating, listening to what's in your unconscious, and developing a relationship with it, developing rapport with it, developing faith with it. Because me as an astrologer, I can't just tell you, yeah, be wary of relationships. Because what could happen? You could have somebody who has a delicious Neptunian, Saturn could bring to you in a manifested way a lover. Because Saturn's in your 7th house right now, Virgo. You haven't taken a shit related to relationships in 27 years. So if you have a relationship, if you have a marriage, of course, this is going to test it. It's going to wring your head around and see if you're in the right space and in the right position. But if you don't, if you're single, something could happen where you could have a lover come to you who could just seem so delicious, too tantric. It's too enticing. I must be getting teased. It must be a terrible thing. I must be getting tempted by the devil of Neptune, who's making me be more attached to life, and I should be detaching from life. I should detach from all these good sensual things and go to God. Well, unfortunately, it's really not that black and white. There will be Virgos who go through this whole period running away from love because it's so enticing and delicious. And they'll look back and they'll realize years later, like that could have been a good person for you. That could have been a lover it was just enticing in the moment that Neptune and Saturn were going through. But as time went on, you realize that was actually a lover that would have been perfect for you, that you shouldn't have listened to the astrologer on YouTube who said, don't fall in love with anybody. So I'm not saying to ignore the 7th house. I'm saying sit in your experience and pay and tip the tour guide. Meditate and pray. Develop a relationship with your unconscious and ask it, is this lover going to be someone who will stand the test of time with me and open me into my spirituality? So what we have to understand about this period is that spirit has red kettles boiling over for us really all the time. So while you're paying attention to whatever lovers are coming along, you have to really listen to your inner heart and your spirit, have faith with it, and learn to discern what's going on in your unconscious, because it could be very good, it could be very bad. If you've been developing a relationship with Neptune in your unconscious, this is going to be spilly no matter what, especially for you Virgos. Thankfully, this isn't landing in a cardinal sign, but from 2023 to 2026, the pressure is going to be on in a cardinal sign to experience love and loneliness and everything in between. And the best advice is just to sit with it, have faith in the divine, and keep your eyes open, and don't get too into anything that's like an escapism. That's really the only devil that you could really point at specifically. Meaning, instead of digesting what this lover presently means to me, I'm going to drink it all away until Neptune and Saturn come into Aries. And then the narrative is going to continue, my friends. So there's no getting away from the present moment. If you're a single person and lonely, you're going to have lots of things come up to you that are going to be super enticing. Sit with it, have faith in the divine, digest your experience. If you're married, the same thing's going to happen, except that you're going to be married to the person you're with. This is going to test people who are married and who have long-standing good relationships to listen to your spirit about what you want, the best that you could possibly. So this is going to be teaching you something about your deepest true dharma and your role in life, your role in this reality, your role in this universe. No data. 11:13. Okay. I wish whatever. It's okay. My screen isn't telling me. I don't know if you guys can see me here or not. The screen is gray again. Thank you, Timothy. Okay. Whatever. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to undo the stream again here, folks. and then we're going to come right back and we're going to continue talking about Virgo, and hopefully I will be once again visible in your screens. I'll see you guys in just one moment. Hello, hello. Thanks for your patience, folks. Looks like we're back on now. Technology, know what I'm saying? So, Virgos, let your 7th house be the playground upon which you learn what the 9th house really means to you. Why do you get married? Is it just for the enjoyment, or is it just for the thing that you're doing? You know, 9th house is like, you know, we want to have kids together. We want to live a life together that is in a shared ethical value. We want to help progenerate and sustain our mutual ancestral lineages of genetic information. All these things are 9th house-ish, sort of like, what's the deeper reason to your relationship? And the 7th house would bring the enjoyment factor. How much do you get to enjoy within that? Because the enjoyment is a part of the 9th house. So if you're married, make sure at this present moment, you have an opportunity to be honest and speak with your lover about joys inside of your soul that you have not been able to experience with them. All the way through 2023 especially, this will be the theme. And this is for single people and for married people. Again, this is going to get wrapped up and entangled in the themes that we're going to experience with regard to Saturn and Neptune conjunct in Aries. And that's the next thing to talk about. So hopefully you guys can see me now. Let me know if you guys can see me. And Sheena has asked, am I a Vedic astrologer? And does that mean that Virgo means tropical Leo? Good question. I have fielded this on my channel many times. I am what's called a tropical Vedic astrologer. Sheena is. You guys can see me. Very good. I'm a tropical Vedic astrologer, which means I use Western measurements, but I apply Vedic philosophy and interpretation to them. So for all of us watching it, really, it's, you know, if you're a sidereal user, you could just, well, I guess that Neptune and Saturn wouldn't be in Pisces for sidereal people. So yeah, I'm tropical. I use Western measurements, and that is what you're reading here today. Now, let's get a little bit more on the 7th house themes. There is a interaction of expectations in relationships. Expectations of your partner and your place in life. Right. So we have to let go at some level of the expectations of what we seek in a partner. It's a weird thing because you want to get what you really want in a partner. The Libra in us has to move towards that which the Venus in us is devoted to intrinsically in our souls. If the Venus in you is dedicated intrinsically to what you found in your partner, you center yourself on it, and all the other things are going to manifest and work themselves out, and you got to support your partner. You got to help them get through these things. It's probably the case that over expectations or, you know, too much expectation of things in the 7th house is going to bring you some failed consciousness of the 9th house, some lack of 9th house satisfaction. And it could mean very possibly that you might actually have a good partner, but you're expecting too much enjoyment through the 7th house way. And this is like you working as a line cook, expecting, I wish I wasn't working this shitty job, but Neptune keeps you there. I wish this partner would satisfy me, but Neptune keeps you there. It's because you've got to recognize the bigger picture of what's going on with the partner that you do have. This is going to be the lesson for a lot of Virgos. It's either going to be that, or it's going to be, I really shouldn't be a line cook. I really shouldn't have this partner that I have. But always check. Use your tantra, communicate, because this is your narrative that's unfolding here. It's your 7th house that's being affected, not your partner's. So recognize that there's some sweet-toothy thing that's coming through here that is the unconscious trying to tap into you. Remember, Saturn and Neptune are conjuncting, which means the unconscious is trying to get in touch with your conscious mind through hot, urgent experiences. Especially fantasy with like the Piscean escapism technology theme. So be aware of how your expectations in love could possibly be overriding the reality, and how you might be with a partner who isn't serving you. And now would be the time to check these kinds of things out. Generally, though, for most people, this is going to be, again, if you are with a partner who you're not in love with anymore, you got to listen to your soul, experience that, and tap into it, meditate, and truly deeply look into it, and even do tantra. Do experiences that are going to open you up in an open-hearted way to the experiences that you do want to have. Explore it that way, honestly, within yourself. And as you do, you will come along to sit with what your unconscious wants to tell you about your enjoyment, about your love life, about your marriage. I have some craziness going on in my house right now. That's okay, though. A little distracting, but that's okay. So on this point, if you're with a lover that you are happy with, Neptune is going to excrete the spiritual things that you might be kept from with regards to what it means to your role in life. And if you don't have a partner, this is a period that's going to bring you awareness of what type of partner you would want and teach you a bit about that. It's possible if you have a partner that isn't right for you, Neptune is going to be playing with you on that, and you are going to want to observe it. I've recently broken with a lover. I'm going to talk about it probably when I get into the Leo Rising thing. And having broken with them at this point, while Saturn and Neptune are in conjunct, it's given me this drift of awareness of what exactly went down there. I feel good about what has happened. For my partner that I've left, she is in this experience of is this the right thing? Did this have to happen this way? And even I have that too. I have faith in what my unconscious has brought us to in this time, in this point, but the reverberations of the wonder are always going to be there. This is the kind of stuff that is happening to people around this time, especially those with Neptune and Pisces in this area. For Virgos, Leos, Libras, these planets are in the area of love and romance. So again, there's no right or wrong answer to how it's going to turn out. Just tap into your unconscious. That's the only answers that you can get. So this narrative is going to pour into into Neptune and Saturn and Aries. Now, I should say before we get there, we have one more little reading here. Here's a trigger check for Virgo Rising from 2023 to 2026, while Saturn and Neptune are in the 7th house. If you find yourself saying, no one could possibly love all of me, I am not interesting, I'm not talented, I'm not blessed or lucky or well-raised enough, I didn't have the right parents for people to intimately connect with me. My current partner has no reason to love or support me. And again, this is because, the seventh house is ingraining and dropping things related to the ninth house. That's like lucky. That's like well-raised is the ninth house, having good parents. Because you really don't need all of that to get the right lover for you. But it's going to feel like I have too much expectations in love that are really connected to the ninth house. It's like your trigger check warning here is nobody will love me, seventh house, because I don't have this connection. I didn't have good parents. I wasn't raised well. I'm not in the right culture. No one vibes with my culture. And I'll never feel deeply connected to my own culture if I don't have a lover. These are all trigger checks. If you're experiencing these things, recognize that it might be Saturn and Neptune messing with you, messing with your head, causing you to overthink or underthink aspects of all of that. So if you feel yourself moving through that from 2023 to 2026, consider it a trigger check. Consider it as something to make you realize that you might be going through, that might be the red kettle of Saturn and Neptune. You should sit with it and think about how you can reframe your experience in the context of Saturn and Neptune coming together in your seventh house. What could this be bringing you? And is it possible that you're a line cook right now and you're actually doing what you're supposed to be doing and you just have to release your expectations of it and just accept the reality that you have, but internalize your faith in the divine. Internalize and find what bliss you can get from within the unconscious that has led you to this point. Because whatever you're doing as a line cook could be important stuff to get you to the way to some bigger dream. And really, this could be manifesting as we go along into the next phase, which is Saturn and Neptune conjunct in Aries in the 10th house. So if things didn't go well in the previous cycle, and even this is like, Saturn and Neptune coming together almost represents everything that's been happening in the past decade. This whole decade, you've just been starved for love because Neptune's been in Pisces, right? Neptune has been in Pisces for however long, 15 years or something like that, I think. Probably less. But for about a decade, Neptune has been in Pisces, just strictly there in that one spot. And we have been moving through lessons related to Neptune and Pisces. Saturn is manifesting through Pisces what's been happening for the last 10 years. Now it's going to touch down in the 8th house of Aries, and a new cycle is beginning for Pisces, not just in terms of a new sign, but a whole new, this is the new part of the zodiac now for Neptune. So a lot of newness is emerging with regards to Neptune going through Aries. Saturn is manifesting this right at the same time. And the themes of the previous period are going to continue on. If Neptune and Pisces, if you have bad planets in Pisces, or if you just got a rough Pisces sign in general, if you've got things going on there that are ugly, and this doesn't necessarily have to mean like a bad planet for Pisces, because again, there's not a lot of planets that do bad in Pisces. But if you have the Sun and Saturn conjunct in Pisces, that's difficult. Neptune going through there is going to cause these love things. You're going to Sun and Saturn would try to connect their experience of each other, which are two very opposite parts of the chart that hate each other. Saturn and the Sun hate each other, but they need to grow together in the natal chart of someone who has the Sun and Saturn together in Pisces. Neptune going through there is going to show you how your expectations are messing with the ability for the Sun and Saturn to grow together through Pisces in the 7th house. So this is an example. Any bad crap having it in Pisces, Neptune moving through it has been causing you to be stretched out, and especially related to love. My partner or my lack of a partner has not allowed me to grow as much as I could. Neptune's been going through this. Now Saturn is bringing it to a hilt. And it's very possible that if you have a relationship and you get through this whole period, you might be much stronger and spiritually bonded because of it. Because ultimately, our lovers are really just vessels for our spiritual bonding with the forces of the divine. This period could give you great bonding with people, with other people, that you might not even, a relationship doesn't need to last forever in order for it to be a success. Keep that in mind. You can have a successful relationship with anybody, with your business partners. This could be a time that's teaching you to love interacting with people. But ultimately, whether it goes bad or good, those themes are going to be merged into the next phase with Saturn and Neptune in Aries in the 8th house. And so the 8th house is a very different vibe from the 7th house. Now, let's just digest a little bit of my notes that we have going on here. The next Saturn-Neptune conjunction cycle for you will involve faith and letting go of 10th house things, because Aries is the 11th from the 10th, which is Gemini. Through Aries, we're letting go of Gemini things. You've been releasing your desires for a perfect finished product with your role in life. That's the 9th house. You've been releasing desires for a perfect role in life, as well as connections with soulmates that resonate with that role in life. This has been the whole period previous. A perfectionism of sorts, especially for Virgo, has probably given way to acceptance and yet discernment with the people that you have attracted around you. Discernment, but ultimately acceptance of the flaws. Like letting go of the excrement, but holding on to what's good so you don't shit out your inner organs with regard to this love that you have with the people around you. This next cycle brings expectations of constructive, stable career work. It's climbing ladders and getting ahead, perhaps in ways that could be unrealistic. You'll find a new perfectionism in seeking powerful, promising groups of people who can aid your talent, skill, and purpose. While Neptune and Saturn are in the unstable 8th house, really, again, you're bringing with you whatever has happened in the previous period of your ability to relate with people, your ability to just be a fun, harmonious, bonding person. If you have a strong 7th house, this brings you skills that naturally allow you that you can naturally apply to the 8th house. Now, Virgo, it's interesting that Virgo is the natural 6th house. And this Virgo is a meticulous person. Virgo is checking that all the dials are turned and tuned in the right ways. It's interesting that Aries, which begins the consciousness, it's the superconscious, it's the place where all awareness and karma start. Saturn is debilitated in Aries, which means that Saturn is going to be going through an urgency when it's in Aries for everybody. This is one of the things, is that Pluto through Aquarius is channeling itself through Saturn, and Saturn's going to be debilitated in Aries at the exact same time that Neptune is bursting through the gate of Aries as well. This, in my opinion, is going to bring some global strife, some economic strife, and some difficulty in general in all these ways that we're talking about. So Saturn being debilitated in your 8th house is natural. This is what Saturn always does when it comes through Aries. It's interesting that Saturn is debilitated in the unstable 8th house. Of course, that would make sense for Virgo, because Saturn going through Aries. Okay, how am I going to put this? What is this? Everybody knows that the 8th house in Vedic astrology, it represents instability. It is permeating between the under the earth and above the horizon. Vedic Astrology does a lot of great work where he talks about why the 8th house and the 12th house is like the atmosphere. It's not quite the sky yet. The 11th and 10th and the 9th is like real soul stuff that happens in the spirit in the sky. The 12th and the 8th are like the bridging point between the spirit and the material reality we experience. And so there's always loss and instability when it comes to the 12th and the 8th house. It's interesting that they're water houses, the transmitters between sky and earth. So the 8th house for Virgo is ruled by Aries. Saturn is debilitated in this unstable 8th house. Sounds like a lot of crazy instability for Virgo. But if you understand how Virgo works, you'll understand that they can actually thrive in chaos because they can fix it. The world, there's such a great poem. Let me see if I can dig it up in my brain just quick. There's a poem that was put to music. It's called Zodiac Sounds in the 60s. It's one of the coolest things I've found. It's just something I would like to do. And they're playing this music that goes with the poetry of the signs and what they mean. And Virgo's poem says, a circle is round. What is it? It's like, a circle is perfect, but the world is not round. And Virgo can prove it. Virgo sees perfection in the imperfect and moves towards it. They got a tough job. They're straightening everything up. So it's natural that Aries would be on the 8th house. Two things are natural there. The sun is exalted in Virgo's 8th house. Shows that their identity does its best in the strength of the 8th house of that chaos. Because the 8th house is this sort of power-hungry, chaotic house, where whatever's going on in the 8th house, it's a place where instability occurs, power occurs, because with great power comes great opportunity. The Chinese word for crisis, when you look at the little symbol in Chinese, there's a word called, the symbol for crisis is the same symbol that they use when they try to convey opportunity. We see it as a crisis. The Chinese say, oh my gosh, an opportunity is happening there. This is especially true of Virgo in general, because their consciousness emerges in the 8th house. And when Saturn transits Aries, it's debilitated, Virgos find opportunities because the world is kind of on unstable, wiggly legs. They can see the imperfection of the world all over, and they can rise in these times if their own Saturn is well placed, and if they've got a strong sun, if they've got positive support in the chart, and if they've got positive support to the 8th house. Saturn coming through here is going to force them to reckon with the talents and skills that they have in order to bring chaos to its knees and redeem chaos into a greatness which is greater than the parts of the chaos. So for Virgos in this period, the world's going to be, I think, going through some hectic reverberations and possibly recession type things. And Virgos are going to be there with their sleeves rolled up from 2026 till 2028 especially. And they are going to be basically dealing with emergencies. And it's through these emergencies that, the detachment that Virgo has to have here is basically letting go of their resistance to emergencies. Now, the thing is that whatever was going on in the previous period, if you didn't deal with it properly, if you didn't flow with your unconscious, if you didn't accept the love that came to you, if you didn't move your spirit to what love represents to you. And this could mean you've been in a relationship for a long time, and all of a sudden Neptune is in the 7th house, and you realize that it's not truly the love that you seek. You were too addicted to that love, and you let it go. That could be a good thing or a bad thing. It could mean that you're in a relationship and you need to reckon with how insatiably attached you are to the juiciness of that relationship, to the sex, to the enjoyment, to the pleasure. All of that attachment could actually be overdriven. all of these are going to now be worse if you didn't take care of the 7th house, because now you can't focus on it. Now you're in the 8th house, and your sexual and spiritual and emotional dissatisfaction are going to pour into the 8th house, where you've got a hunger to deal with the instability. The 7th house is the 12th from the 8th. It's the 7th house that allows Virgo to subsist while they are in the chaos, because Virgo is a creature of constant present moment, present moment, present moment. And if their emotional reality is not stable, they are going to fall apart in the critical time when this chaos and opportunity comes, because they will be emotionally insatiable and they won't know what to do with themselves because they're not grounded. And it's the emergency things that happen if you're not grounded in love from the previous phase. If you didn't work out what you're supposed to get through the previous phase, the emergencies are going to come, and you're going to take on things in your career with powerful people who could basically just take advantage of you, piss away a lot of your time, waste your time, see how ungrounded you are, and say, oh, well, I've got something that maybe could fix you up and ground you a little bit. And they'll give you some kind of job that is farther away from your spirit. So watch for red flags of powerful people who use your naive desire to get ahead, at least until 2028. When after 2028, around April 2028, Saturn is going to enter Taurus, and much of this is going to be resolved. But Neptune is still going to be in Aries for another decade, for another whole bunch of years. So the themes that are set out now, while Neptune and Saturn are conjunct in Aries, once Saturn goes into Taurus, it's going to be less hot, but you will have left the firmament. You will have left the steel girders of your relationship with your unconscious related to the 8th house. And the 8th house, the emergencies, things are still going to remain unstable in a funny way that could bring opportunities again for Virgo. So really, the red flags is powerful people who use your desire to get ahead in a way that actually gets them ahead and doesn't help you with your career. Really, you've got to let go at some level of your ideas of what you want in your career and just subsist with the opportunities that are right in front of you. Because you could get opportunities right in front of you that are good, but then some powerful person comes along and says, hey, I can give you the promise of the career that you've always wanted, you've always dreamed of. You've just got to come over here with me and let me take advantage of you. Meanwhile, you have opportunities in front of you to advance in career that are actually more realistic and stable for you and better for your spirit. Use your spouse, use your 7th house, use your partner, and talk with them about which of these opportunities that are unfolding before me would be really best for me. Especially in the previous period, if you've got a good wife or a good husband, they will ground you in some 9th house ethic. They will make you realize 9th house things that are going to ultimately, again, the 8th is the 12th from the 9th. The opportunities of the 8th are supposed to be in service to your deeper role in life. And if you have a good partner, they're going to help you recognize that, even though the red lights are flashing and there's urgency and opportunity and ways to make money through the 8th house that don't actually serve your 10th house. You could have an overabundant expectation of a certain career in the 10th house, and you'll get dragged through it during the 8th house if you are not conscious enough to objectify and detach yourself from the career you thought you wanted. The 8th is the 11th from the 10th, which means when Saturn and Neptune are going through the 8th, you are going to have to let go of your desires of what you thought you wanted your career to be, and be open and ask your unconscious and talk with your wife or husband or people or loved ones and everyone around you about where do you want to go with your career, because you don't realize that it's unfolding for you. From 2026 to 2028, very key aspects of your career are going to be unfolding there. And it's going to seem like, oh, I had to do this thing because it was urgent. But if you look back on it, it wrapped you up in things that you are now permanently entangled with years after. It's going to be 2030, and you're still going to be involved with the things that happened in 2026 to 2028. Guaranteed. So it may seem like in the moment, oh, during 2026 to 2028, I just had to deal with some things. It's just, incidental karma. Things just happened to me that were beyond my control, and I had to deal with them. We throw our hands up. That's very 8th house. That's Neptune in the 8th house. That's Saturn and Neptune transiting the 8th house. The thing is that you have the choice of what you want to do with all the urgency that is emerging in that period. And if you listen to your unconscious and be humble enough to listen to the help from those who you've connected with through your 7th house, who are also arbiters of your 9th house thereby. If you connect with your 9th house through your 7th house friends, partners, close loved ones, you won't get too egotistical about what you can expect to get from 2026 to 2028. It'll give you a long haul perspective, because that's what you really need in the 8th house. So that you have a long view, so that when some red hot signal is in front of you in the 8th house from 2026 to 2028, you can soberly see it for how it actually reacts in your body. If in 2026, I'm in Canada, the oil fields might need lots of oil drilling and stuff. It's hard life. You work 12 hours a day, like 6 days a week, 7 days a week for some of the guys. They go down there and they just pour their souls into the dirt and tar, and they get paid good money from it. But, if that's something that calls a person in 2026, then they should listen to their heart, get the money that they can from it, and then get out, because that could end up being what you're in. Lots of people go there and just get lost in drugs because it's such a hard life. And then all of a sudden, that opportunity for lots of money and all these things becomes what you're doing for the next 10 years, because you can't even catch up on your drug habit. This is an example of the kind of things that can happen for Virgos, especially if you had some kind of sour love experience in the previous decade. Leads up to 2026. I'm a new man. Fuck that bitch. Fuck that asshole. He sucked me dry. Now I'm going to go into this life. There's probably going to be lots of OnlyFans-ish type women who are acting out of spite from an ex that happened in the previous decade. Now it's 2026. I got an opportunity to make some money. And they can get wrapped up. Not that OnlyFans is all terrible, but if you enter anything with that kind of venom from the previous decade, that's what you're basing the next Neptune period on. Right? This is how we got to think about this, folks. It's not black and white. It's not easy to figure out how this is going to go. Astrology often works in this way, where it's not fatalistic. It's not going to end in exactly this way, in an expected way. But we're talking about it. We're talking about ways that it could unfold. We have to speak in coulds, not wills, when we're dealing with astrology, with transits. And that's the attitude that you should have. So you don't look at someone's video on Saturn and Neptune conjunct in this house and expect that it's all going to unfold that way. The arcs will be similar, but you need to sit with it and digest it in your own experience. Nobody can help you with that but the angels. Your own connection to your unconscious. Take that, atheists, for whatever it might mean to you. With Saturn debilitated in Aries, necessary responsibilities at that time, the urgency, the things that you got to deal with, will block your attainment of truly powerful connections and deeper connections. You will want some kind of deep connection through the 8th house, and you might be working for it, but a lot of things will be just, this is you being the line cook. You just got to be in the line of fire, dealing the best you can with 8th house energy. Hopefully you've got a good Mars. Hopefully you've got positive things going towards Aries and any planets there, because these are going to help you be in this state of emergency to let go of your expectations of most things. You know, for Virgos especially, this happening in the 8th house is a very unstable time, for better and or for worse. You know, people who are into the real estate market could do very well here if they're paying attention, if they're not too nutty. Because, you know, the stock market is what I meant to say. But any investments can be squirrely and make a lot of money. I don't know if you should be conservative or playful with it, because I'm not an investment-minded consciousness person. But keep in mind, for my sake, spirituality-wise, it's good to be a little bit conservative about the erratic chaos that you take on, especially combining resources with your lover and investing into something. But again, this is just all about your attachment to your attunement to your unconscious. If you love your lover enough, you know the two of you have worked through all the 7th house gunk from the previous period, and now you're actually deeply satisfied that you've listened to your unconscious, you've worked out a bunch of shit with your lover. Now this 8th house thing is happening. It's like, you know what, maybe we should just live together. Maybe we should buy a house together. Maybe we should finally get that house and get our family going together. I would recommend that you be very cautious, use your best financial awareness that you can, use it financial advisors, whatever you got to use. But this could be a period where that kind of investment, you know, maybe you and your lover want to invest in a commercial property to teach yoga together or something like that. This could do very well. But if it comes from a place of venom, if it comes from a place of reacting with resistance to what your unconscious is giving you, that's when investments with other people can bring you to your knees and make you waste and piss away a lot of resources and money and energy for years to come. Or it could do the opposite. How it's going to end up depends on your individual chart. Feel free to contact me as an astrologer and we could talk about it. Contact your astrologer, but I can't give you the details. All I can give you is the wide ways that this could go. Yeah, cool. Damn, that was about an hour. If I keep going that way, it's going to be like 7 hours for this video. So, I find every time I move through the first sign, I remember my flow. So hopefully we can remain concise as we go into the next signs. Looks like you guys can see me here okay. So good. Let us celebrate a small piece of chocolate. I hope you enjoyed that, Virgos. Stay tuned. I always got more videos coming out. I'm writing a book soon. It's going to be more psychedelic poetry than astrology. Stay tuned because that will be coming out eventually. Next up, action. Maybe I should use these things. Where'd they go? Welcome to Dustin's ASMR. Now we're going to be doing Leo Rising. And it's going to be louder than that because I myself am a Leo. I'm glad you enjoyed that, Mary. And I hope you guys all enjoyed Virgo. Now, here comes the next one, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between. Next, we have Leo Rising. And of course, for all the signs, just as a reminder, we have to recognize that Pluto is channeling itself through Saturn, and Saturn is going to be coming to be conjunct Neptune in Aries, where Saturn is debilitated while Pluto is channeling Aquarius. So some craziness can be expected from 2026 to 2028, in my honest opinion. This one should be easy because it's my own sign. I guess we're going to find out. Now, for all of you who have been watching, you might have noticed that I have some notes. And it's these notes that have been kind of floating me through this. My fellow Leos, welcome. I am your host, Pluto's Corona. I'm a Leo myself. I've got the Sun and Mars conjunct Pluto in Scorpio at the bottom of my chart. I've been experiencing some of the 8th house energy that we have been dealing with for about the past decade. Neptune has been moving through Pisces for about 10 years now. So we've been kind of dealing with this sort of relationship that we have with the 8th house as well as our career. When Neptune is transiting anything, there's kind of this general vibe of like having to subsist and deal with the energy related to Neptune's sign that it's transiting without immediate reward or gratification, possibly none at all. But usually Neptune gives us an internal appreciation and an internal gratification for whatever sign it's been transiting. For Leos in particular, it's very likely that you've been flowing through hopefulness related to your career. Why your career? What does the 8th house have to do with career? If you've been watching all these videos, you will recognize this phrase that I've been making. It comes from Vedic astrology. The Vedic astrologers are very aware. They don't talk much about Neptune, but there's a principle related to Neptune that's shared very closely with Saturn. When Saturn is transiting a sign, the Vedic people insist that you look at what that is the 11th house from. For example, the 8th house, which is Pisces for Leo. The 8th house is the 11th from Taurus. Pisces is the 11th sign from Taurus. If you count from Taurus, Taurus is the first. For a Taurus rising, Pisces is the 11th sign. So Pisces is the 11th from Taurus. All of us have been dealing with a tantric thing going on while Neptune has been in a watery feminine planet, a watery feminine sign rather of Pisces. We have been dealing with romance, with love, with emotions, with what we seek, with what we want to receive, with what we want to have, with the people that we want to consider our spiritualists want and have. Now, it looks like my computer might have just skipped a beat here. Do me a favor, folks. Let me know if the screen just went gray and garbled up, because I think that might have just happened. For now, until someone gives me a note, I'm just going to keep going. Neptune has been in our 8th house. And so this has been teaching us, well, I should say for everybody, Neptune has been in Pisces, which is the 11th from Taurus. Pisces is where we let go of attachments so that we can be happy with whatever we have through Taurus. This is going to relate to everybody in a lot of ways with tantric realities of learning what is it that you want out of a lover. How do you want to be supported by your lover? Thank you, guys. Tropical Galactica. Okay, let's continue on this note. I'm just going to refresh my stream so that my screen becomes clear again. If you're watching, keep hanging out. This is only just going to take one moment. Thanks for your patience. Hello. We are back. Welcome. Thank you, Tropical Galactica, for letting me know that the screen got garbled there. It's going to keep happening because I'm having some technology issues. Basically, I have a bunch of people at my house who's using my internet. It's annoying. But we're dealing, folks. So everybody's been dealing with Neptune in Pisces, which is the 11th from Taurus. There's tantric things here. There's relationship things here that everybody's dealing with at some level. But each rising sign is dealing with what that means in different ways. For Leo rising, Pisces is the 8th house. So it's through the 8th house that we are learning the instability of the 8th house, that we're learning to let go of things related to the 10th. Now, really, Saturn transiting Pisces is always going to be this for Leo, because Leo has Pisces for its 8th house, naturally. So anytime Saturn goes through Pisces, there's going to be an 8th house instability that leads to a sober understanding of what we want in a stable career. Because the 8th is the 11th from the 10th. We let go of expectations because, you know, if you've been watching my videos, you learned that the 11th house can be an evil house. What do we know about the 11th house? It's gains, it's our attainments. It's what we attain from the work we've done, from all the things we've been experiencing. What we attain through the 11th house can have a sweet tooth to it. We can become easily too attached to what goes on there. And the 11th, therefore, is actually an axis of Dharma, because it's through letting go of things related to the 8th house and the dispositor of the 11th house. The 11th Lord is a tricky thing that causes trouble wherever it is in your chart. For Leo, that's Mercury. Wherever your Mercury is, you're going to see a desire to gain, to manage some kind of successful venture that you've got going on. Usually it's something that you've built through Taurus in the 10th house. Gemini rules the 11th house that manages whatever Leo builds and creates. Leo is the fixed fire sign. They create something through Taurus that they then manage, whether it's a company, an organization, some kind of creative item, a band, a song. Managing and monetizing it is very much Gemini in the 11th. And that's part of the success that Leo experiences. That's part of their understanding of success. Leos can be big on the bottom line. Honey, where's the money? As well as general success management. It's not just money, it's energy that a Leo gains from whatever it is that they're doing. Many Leos are people who are, politically minded people, or leaders whose success is involved in the reverberations of their work in an ethical way. Aries is the start of the line in the 9th. Aries has an ethic. Taurus creates something out of that ethic. Mercury and Gemini manages the monetary and energetic reality of whatever is created. But Aries is the beginning of it all. That's why what's coming up in 2026 is going to be important for Leos. It's important for everybody. It's interesting that Aries is the 9th house. But I digress. The 8th house is really leading into what's going on in the 9th house and the 10th house. But let's stay where we are. Focus on the moment. Saturn, or anything going through Pisces in the 8th house, is going to bring possible powerful opportunities and a pressure. It's probably been a pressure that's probably related to tantric realities inside of the Leo. If you are somebody who doesn't have your marriage reality or your romantic reality figured out, you might find yourself even pushing to involve yourself with people who represent big business opportunities that could be like a romantic, it's like we sublimate our emotions and put them into our business life. There's a lot of Leos who've had Neptune in Pisces in the 8th who are becoming romantically involved with a business, with the powerful people that they're dealing with. This is people who can put on festivals, for example. You're a Leo and you've been wanting to develop a 10th house thing, which is you've just been enjoying building festivals, connecting with hands and people, and the romance of power is part of Leo's thing. Leo's funny this way. Pisces is a romantic water sign on our 8th house. So there is a romantic connection that happens with Leos. It's partly that, but it's also partly because Capricorn rules the 6th and Aquarius rules the 7th. So the same planet that rules the 6th house of employment and employees and fellow workers also rules the planet of, it also rules the 7th house. That's Saturn. Saturn rules Capricorn and Aquarius, the 6th of employment and the 7th of marriage and love. Not only that, but we have the soft, watery, tantric Pisces ruling our 8th house. So Leos can really live for what they're doing, what they're getting themselves involved with. A lot of times for Leos, the partner is just something that they solidify themselves with. The partner for Leo is a tantric anchor of emotional, romantic, sexual anchoring so that they can actually take the anchoring that they have with their partner, sublimate it into a romance that they experience with regards to the powerful people they deal with, the power players inside whatever they're working through. Because there's a romance with Leo. Because, of course, Sagittarius rules the 5th of romance, as well as the 8th house of Pisces, of power management, of dealing and getting involved with people who got big shit going on. And Leo will take them out on a date. You want to just go out and have some fun and just we'll just go and talk. And they go out and Leo will just spend lavishly on them, just because it's a genuine thing for Leo. As long as there's good things happening in your 5th house, hopefully positive things happening in your 8th house so that you're not lost in an illusion, this is what I'm leading to here. Like the Neptune and Pisces, lots of Leos are going to get caught in this type of illusion where you have a romantic connection to your business and the people involved in it. This is not necessarily a bad thing for Leo. It's kind of natural for them. So long as Neptune doesn't get involved and Leo stops listening to their unconscious. Leo needs to recognize that their unconscious connection to the angels and to the divinity within them. Ultimately, the romance should be moving towards the 9th house, towards their dharma. And all the little romances that happen in between along the way, the connections, it doesn't even need to be romance. It just needs to be a connection, a friendship, a business partnership that you enjoy, that could also bring you big power and big money and all these things. Swimming through these kinds of things should all ultimately lead to Aries. Aries is the central why, because Leo, the rising sign lord of Leo, is the sun, and the sun is exalted in Aries. What it all really leads to is, what's the purpose of this career? What's the purpose of building anything? It's all really for crafting into the sense that I'm of your dharma, of being Aries, the 9th house, what one lives for, what one's dharma, what one's purpose is. And the dharma is connected to Neptune. And so it's important for Leos at this time to connect with their unconscious, just like it is for everybody else. I've been saying in all these videos, you got to pay the tour guide, tip the tour guide. Go out to some country, you're traveling, and the locals could easily take advantage of you because they know you're a tourist. So what do? You tip the tour guide. The tour guide will make sure the tour guide's been here many times in this country. The tour guide lives in this country. The tour guide lives all. And the tour guide is going to make sure that you don't get taken advantage of by the locals, that you find all the things that you wanted to get on your vacation here on planet Earth. Whatever it is that you came here for. Because the tour guide is the holy guardian angel. It's our connection to our unconscious, and we have to listen to it. And the only way to listen to it is to pay it homage, to tip it, which means to just put energy into it. Pray, meditate. Stop the compulsions of your mind, of your programming, of your subconscious, and come into the unconscious. Because the unconscious has good things and bad things for you, and it's going to push you through both. It's our duty to sit and ask see, that's the thing, is that when I say bad, the unconscious is spiritually neutral. When we experience difficulty, it's our unconscious putting us through that. But sometimes we need to experience difficulty in order to appreciate what's good in life. If we don't have a proper relationship with our unconscious, we won't recognize the neutrality. We won't recognize a bad thing that we need to go through. We won't recognize a good thing that we need to go through. We won't recognize a bad thing that we shouldn't go through, and we won't recognize a good thing that we shouldn't go through. Because sometimes even what appears to be good is actually just another attachment. This is true for all of us. I've been saying it for all these signs. So for Leo's sake, tapping into this unconscious really means experiencing this romance of dealing with powerful people in your company, in your career, in whatever it is that you've got going on. You need to, it might not be a bad thing. You might actually be very dry because you're not including this romantic, adventurous, fun play through Jupiter, man. Jupiter rules your fifth house. And the fifth house is very important for Leo because Leo's the natural fifth sign. So Jupiter is very important. Having a lust and a play of life is very important for Leo. So play, have fun with it. But what happens is that this could go one or two ways. You're either too playful, you're either too attached to the enjoyment of the play that you're not watching the bottom line of what's happening with your career, what's happening with your life. You're going to wake up 40 years old. You've been playing childishly, but not actually centering yourself on what all the play is for, which is sacrifice, which is dharma, which is fueling you for something that you can joyously sacrifice to make the world a better place and to make your life better thereby. It could go that you're too playful or that you're too serious. You've drawn all the playful, childlike life out of your career because you want to play it seriously. You want to take care of your family, or you just want to take care of yourself. You want to survive. The world's fucked and it's got all this bad shit going on, so I got to survive in hard ways and play the game, but be hard about it and not care about anybody along the way. That's somebody who's also not tuned into their unconscious, because the unconscious is connected to everybody. The self in one is the self in all. So you could either be too sober or too playful. Life with Neptune and Pisces is going to make you experience both of these things. And this is a key to tapping into some of your strengths with regard to your career, because Leo is ultimately playful, 8th house, in their career, 10th house. And your expectation of it being either playful or not playful is the arena that you have been working with this whole decade that Neptune has been in Pisces. And it's this playfulness with the powerful people in your life that is now coming to a head with Saturn catching up to Neptune in Pisces right now from 2023 to 2026. That's the big picture for what's been happening to Leo thus far. Darn. Okay, thanks guys. So my fans, hello Bay, nice to see you. So yeah, we're in 80s synthwave mode right now. It's just the way my computer is at this present moment, folks. So I'm glad at least you guys can hear me. I'm gonna, for the moment, I need to redo my stream. If you guys just hang out with me here for just a moment, stay on the live. I'm gonna be ready. Then this is how it must be. It's quite the headache dealing with technology sometimes. I might just start doing only videos. I might have to stop live streaming until I get a better internet situation figured out. But for the moment, this is where we are, and this is what we've got going on here, folks. Now, thank you everybody for your patience. I appreciate everybody being here with me, and I love doing this with you guys, so we're going to make it happen. Leo, now occupied by Neptune and Saturn. Neptune's been going through Pisces. We've been doing this whole romance with our work. How much spirit, how much connection can we have with our work? Because that's what Pisces is really about, is connection. How much connection do we have with our work, with the people around us? You know, I was mentioning in our previous sign that the 8th house and the 12th house are the intermediaries between the earth and the sky. The 9th, the 10th, and the 11th are all good, clear things that don't bring much confusion. Even when planets are in the 11th house, we've talked about how the 11th can be evil per se. When bad planets are there, they're very clear things that an astrologer could point at and say, look, you're going to have suffering here, and it's going to be very clear. Things in the 8th and the 12th house are more mucky and murky and confusing. It's because that's the atmosphere. It's where the clouds are when on the time that the Earth, of the time that you were born. So things in the 8th house can have this murky, unstable, confounded sort of consciousness. Now, as Saturn is coming up to meet Neptune, everything that's been happening with Neptune and Pisces in the 8th is manifesting to a head. And this could mean, really, it's energy, it's movement, and we're letting go of the desire for movement while Neptune is in Pisces, in the 8th house. Letting go of the desire to have the strength and power and dynamic movement to make big moves that we want to make. We're letting go of that. And we're learning to be aware of other people, powerful people, who can recognize and spot our talents and put them to use. Really, letting go of expectations, again, means that we might actually find people who appreciate our talents. You know, I'm gonna put this way. I'm a Leo, and y'all have been watching me for the past, since about 2017, 2018, 2019, I'd say, on this channel, burrowing constantly, slowly, meticulously, doing videos like this, putting videos up on my YouTube. I haven't really, it is what it is, you know, I haven't really broken through much on YouTube here. I've gotten lots of views, I've gotten lots of followers, and that's kind of what it's about for me, because I've been letting go of the dynamic power dynamism of the 8th house and really just crafting into accepting what I have in front of me, which is an opportunity for me to perfect my 10th house. I'm an astrologer. I'm on here talking about astrology. I'm doing the 10th house. And I have not really thought much about the 8th house dimension of things. I've just kind of let it go. This is partly because I've had the sense that Neptune is in my 8th house. Now, at the same time that I've let it go, I haven't let it go so completely that I haven't been thinking about marketing. And, you know, like, I've been connecting with other astrologers. I've been connecting with Ernst Wilhelm. I got on his channel. I thought I was going to get way more out of that, but it's not like Ernst has people who are like, oh, Dustin Corm is a super talented guy. Let's get him on our team so that he can do this for his career for the rest of his life, blah, 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 blah. Like, nothing like that has happened because that doesn't exist. But I've been working with all these other astrologers. I got Vic Dakara on my channel. What an honor. Lots of people. And I've been helping them by getting them to come on my channel, showing them to my audience, not really asking for much back. But I've laid out these way lines of videos that people are recognizing that I'm on these other channels and that I've got important people on my channel. And I don't know what's going to happen from that. I don't care, because I'm just trying to manifest that divine letting things flow in terms of the 8th house. But take it as you will. I think it's possible that a lot of the things I'm laying out now are going to bring 8th house energy at somewhere down the line. Maybe in 2026, maybe when Neptune gets out of Pisces, all us Leos who have been just slowly, meticulously shaking hands, helping and supporting those who could support our career. And it hasn't happened yet. There's been no break. There's been no manifestation point. Now Saturn is coming through Neptune, and even myself, like, I'm rearranging my relationship with YouTube, with like everything. Like, what's the bottom line? What's all my stuff really for here? I'm developing a plan, a marketing plan, where essentially I'm writing a psychedelic book and I'm going to use my channel to promote it and talk about it, you know? So these are things that I'm building on. There's no promise that I'm ever going to get anything out of it, but there's no promise that I won't. The reason I'm so about this, because I'm a Leo and I'm sharing with you fellow Leos and everybody else watching what my experience of Leo having Neptune going through Pisces and now Saturn manifesting there. You know, it's kind of like this feeling that I have to kind of buckle in and use what I've set up, and kind of for myself in my own way, because I don't think it's going to necessarily be given to me. I have to use the 8th house energy, all the people who I've shaken hands with online, and develop into something through my own effort, 10th house, that is going to be perpetuated through the work that I've done in the 8th house with powerful people, etc. Same thing with me being a musician in a band, music in general, all my stuff that I've been doing, I've been perpetuating 8th house things. And from my perspective, I haven't thought about the results, the fruits of it. All I've been doing is crafting my 10th house. And my 10th house, my skill sets have changed based on what the 8th house and the people I've been connecting with have been pushing me through. By connecting with Ernst Wilhelm, my astrology has utterly and completely changed. And as my astrology changes, so does my approach to YouTube and everything else. By getting entangled with these 8th house powerful people, my 10th house is changing. If I had held on to my expectations for what I want to be doing with my 10th house all this time, I wouldn't be able to move and flow, because the 8th is the 11th from the 10th. My engagement with the 8th house has been forcing me to let go of what I thought my expectations on the 10th house would be like. My astrology practice has completely changed. What being a musician means to me has completely changed. What being a poet, that's what my book is going to be all about. What being a writer and an author means to me is changing as I move through this experience. So you'll find that there are practical slots or needs or emergencies in the world which can make the skill or commodity that you produce valuable as a Leo. For me, this has been the 8th house. There's not exactly an urgency for me to convey these astrology things to everybody, but there is. The 8th house is kind of, there's something there that the people who watch my channel are getting something out of. And especially with transit videos like these, it's an urgency. So this is what Leos are finding, is that there are slots in the world that they can make use of in this period. Neptune has taught you to do so despite there being no sign of a functional need for it. Excuse me. You know, like I've been doing this YouTube stuff and astrology and doing astrology for people. There's a need there. But it's really, the need is going to be more manifested once Saturn gets into Aries. When Saturn is in Pisces, it's this nebulous sort of feeling of like, this feels kind of good. This could lead me somewhere. That's very nebulous Pisces waters. So the trigger check for Leo, because essentially what could be happening here is that if you have been working very hard for powerful people, expecting to get something out of it in your career, you could get slapped around. I could get slapped around. Imagine when Saturn comes into Aries and something happens with YouTube and all of a sudden YouTube goes kaput. All this work I've been putting into YouTube, fucking wasted. Let the divine do what the divine must do. Because at that point, thankfully, I've got all my shit saved, and I could make my own website and do something with that from there. So, that would be an urgency that would suck in that moment, but I'll be ready because I got all my videos locked and loaded on a hard drive. So the point is that whatever happens in 2026, there's going to be some urgency that creates a need for whatever it is that you're doing as a Leo. And it's going to be opportunity. Crisis and opportunity are the same thing in the Chinese language, the same symbol. So it's possible that you've been working your guts off on some kind of job, some kind of work that you're doing that, if it hasn't been serving you, and if you haven't been enjoying it, if you haven't been having that lust for this being connected to something that you are deeply, truly connected with, if it doesn't feel like the work you're doing is ultimately serving you, but you're serving somebody else in the hopes that that other person, that company, that organization is going to protect you, they're going to protect you by making you continue to do whatever it is that's causing you to suffer. You ever hear on a construction site? I love working with laborers because they're so real and they're so funny. And one of the great phrases working with laborers, people who are in, blue collar construction, lifting stuff around. I was a stagehand for a long time. One of the great phrases that will allow you to survive in blue collar work. Don't get good at something that you don't like, because people will recognize that you're good at it. And when people know that you're good at something, but you don't like it, you're going to vote to say, you know what, I don't want to do this thing. And the boss is going to look at you and say, well, nobody wants to do it, but you're the only one that's good at it. You'll at least be quick. So go do it. Like I told you. Well, I wonder if we just lost our screen there. I bet we did. Maybe not. Let me know, folks, if my screen gets blurry at all, because it's going to happen once in a while. So, don't get good at something that you don't like, and don't start proliferating things just as an in-between thing. It's pink. Thank you, Creepy. Jessica, we are on Leo. Thank you, you guys. You guys are letting me know that my screen just went pink. Ugh, so frustrating, but whatever. I accept Neptune. Okay, we're going to stop our stream for a moment. We're going to remember where we were, talking about Leo, talking about not getting good at things that you don't like. We're going to get that as soon as we come back, folks. So if you're watching the live stream, I'm going to halt the live stream for a moment, and then we're going to come back. Hello. We are back, folks. Thanks to everybody for your patience. Thanks to everybody who's letting me know that my screen, when it goes pink. And yes, Jessica, you are correct. We can handle pink. In fact, I think I'd have a harder time not being with pink. I don't know. I'm not like the Barbie fascination with pink, but there are things in my life that are pink that are very good. So, we're talking about Leo. We're talking about don't get good at things that you don't like, because then people are going to keep wanting to use you for it. So this is a thing for Leo. While Neptune's been in the 8th, you've been learning to your connection, your relationship to powerful things related to your career, because the 8th is the 11th from the 10th. Now, there is a trigger check for Leos if you have been having a hard, bad time. If you've been having a hard time in this period, ask yourself, do you find yourself saying these statements, okay? I'm not valuable. The work I do is not appreciated. I do not produce useful things for anyone. I was raised in a way by my parents, by my father, where I had too much or too little discipline. And now it seems that the work I do is lazy, and it obstructs my ability to be truly useful. You either have a relationship with your 10th house that is too much or too little. Remember, this isn't necessarily the case. You might be right where you need to be. But Neptune will bring out these thoughts and inquiries. And so, is it messed up again? Really? Damn, fucker. You know what, Jessica? I am just going to go with it for this moment. And at least you guys can hear me. At least until we get to the next part of this. Okay, everybody, this is a podcast for the moment. But for Leo, you might feel that you aren't appreciated for the things you've been doing, for the work you've been doing, but for what you've been creating. And especially, you don't like it. That's the main key thing for Leo right now. If you don't have a connection to your career, then you might very well be experiencing a Neptunian lack of connection to your unconscious. So keep the most important thing here is to pray, to meditate. Tip the tour guide and ask the universe what kind of connection you want to have with your job. Because you might be attached to things related to your job that are Taurus. Remember, Pisces is the 11th house from Taurus. In a lot of ways, Leos really need some basic survival things. They need Taurus things in order to operate in their career functionally and effectively. So it's possible the Pisces is causing attachments like your work. You know, what's probably happening for a lot of Leos is they're working a job that pays well, but is a dead-end job with no future in it and is not giving you enough money to really save so you can go to school or so that you can do some kind of skill enhancement that allows you to truly manifest what you want in your career. This is the 8th house troubling the 10th house. If you have trouble in Pisces, if you've got Mercury debilitated in Pisces or any bad planets together, if you've got the Sun and Saturn conjunct in Pisces or in Taurus, if you've got ugly things happening in Taurus, then you might need more than is realistic. You might feel like you need something in order to operate properly in your career, and it's an expectation that you got to let go of. These are the many ways that it can manifest. However it manifests, it's going to manifest for Leos in a way that's going to continue as we get into Neptune and Saturn conjunct in Aries. Because these themes are going to go along. Now, at this moment, I'm going to try now that we're going to talk about the 9th house, I am going to do a switcheroo on our stream here. We're going to try it again because I really like having the visuals. We're going to try this again. Try to stay in the flow here, folks. I'm going to exit the stream, and I'm going to come right back. Thank you very much, Pisces. You know, I made all these slides, and I want to show you guys these slides. See? I've got cool stuff happening, and I spent a lot of time on them. But if we got to turn this into an audio podcast, I think I got to let go of what I expected my sculpting of my career to be in this moment. We are in the lesson during Leo Rising right now, folks. I think it's kind of cool and synchronistic. Frustrating, though, mostly. So if my screen goes blank again, guys, we're just going to rock it. You guys are encouraging me, and that is giving me that 8th house Pisces connection that is just making me just want to say, fuck the pictures. We're going to vibe. Whatever. Maybe at the start of each sign, each rising sign, if the screen's been pink all this time, you know, I'll start it new at each rising sign, and I'll say, here's the pictures that you're not going to see, and then we'll just roll. Thank you, everybody. You guys are very encouraging, and I appreciate it. That's what counts. I feel connected here. So this is part of the theme of Leo, as we've been talking. So what's going to happen now that Saturn and Neptune are coming into Aries, and that's when they're actually going to conjunct. This is really the big lessons are going to be setting off what we can expect from Neptune and Aries for the next 10 years or more. Thank you, Melissa Madrid. Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, everybody. So, the next Neptune and Saturn cycle is going to involve faith in letting go of gains, connections, acclaim, accolades, and glory from whatever career objectives you've recently been cultivating, which is interesting. Essentially, Aries is the 9th house for Leo, and it is the 11th from the 11th. So what's going on is that we're letting go of our gains related to our gains. We have to let go of what we expected our career is going to look like once this period comes in, because there will be gains to be had, and we are going to have to let go of our expectations of what we want out of those gains. Now, this could work out in several different ways. We've recently been cultivating and releasing desires. We've been cultivating healthy desires related to our career itself, the 10th house, Taurus. We've been letting go of our career itself. Now, if this was a means to an end, the coming period is going to humble you. If you've been working in ways that you don't actually like, that you don't have a connection with, because, you know, or even being too connected romantically in a way that disturbs your actual connection with love in a way that's meaningful. This is another thing that can happen with Leos. They get wrapped up in the romance of whatever business things they've got going on. And if that happens to you as a Leo, or if you've got no romantic connection at all, that means that your career has been a means to an ends for you. And the thing is that does not have the elastic snap of true spiritual creative intelligence. So when Neptune and Saturn drop into Aries, or Saturn is debilitated, the thing is that there's going to be necessary things that you have to deal with in terms of responsibilities that are connected to your 9th house. It's lucky because this is happening in your 9th house. This is where your rising sign is exalted. Now, Saturn is going to be debilitated here. Leo is one of the lucky ones with this touchdown of Neptune and Saturn happening in Aries. Leo is one of the lucky ones, I'm happy to say, because I'm a Leo. Take that with however much bias you wish. But the reason I'm saying it is because the 9th house is a lucky house. It's of our own nature. So Leo is going to experience from 2026 to 2028 especially difficulty still. But what it is that you're going to be forced to deal with necessary responsibilities related to your basic identity, related to yourself, finances, and your connection to your culture, to your career, to family, to your purpose in life. Because this is really what all this career stuff is for. You're going to be facing it, and in 2026 to 2028, and Neptune is going to continue to remain in Aries for the next 10 years from 2026 onwards, which means this is going to be a very important theme. And Neptune being in the ninth, being in Aries, where Leo's sun is exalted, this is important no matter what. Any outer planet going through Aries is very important for Leo. It's going to change your identity, and it's going to help you tap into your unconscious. Really, whether you're that type of person or not. Even if you're a non-religious, atheistic, military, zealous atheist, you'll find a connection to the mystery of the universe, whose chemistries smash and collide together into beautiful forms that we see on Earth today. You're going to remark at it and say, wow, look at how beautiful nature is. Look at how beautiful the world can be, even though it's all chaos and has no order or divine law, which is true from the bottom if you're looking up. That's why I'm an atheist as well as a spiritualist. So regardless, you're going to develop some connection to the forces that are happening in the universe, and this is going to be good for you no matter what. But if you have garbage happening in Aries, it's going to be tough, and it's going to be through struggle, through working at some job that is not aligned with you, that you're probably going to move into alignment with your job and to have some connection to your purpose in this period. Now, the truth is that if you had junk in Pisces, then especially if you've also got Pluto in the 7th here. And Pluto's been in your 6th house, which is the 12th from the 7th. So romance is involved with what's happening with Leo here. Essentially, it's a workaholism that is sublimating romantic tendencies. This is something Leo has to be aware of. If you are sublimating your deeper desires for romance, for connection, you're sublimating it into your work, then when Neptune and Saturn come together in Aries, it's going to be continued. And what's probably going to happen is that the things that you've been doing are now going to come to a hilt where you are recognized for the talents that you've built and produced the whole time Neptune was in Pisces. Now they're coming into Aries, where Saturn is debilitated, especially for the 2026 to 2028, you will be forced to use the skills that you've developed. Even if you don't have a connection with them, even if they're taking you away from your love life and you're spilling your soul into something that feels like a crevasse coffin of dead, pointless dirt and meaninglessness, you are going to be forced to continue doing that from 2020. That could be debilitating for you, and it could very well possibly be that as Neptune stays in Aries for the next 10 years, you're going to puke up all the time you've spent being in disconnection with your creative spirit and your creative purpose. You're going to fucking throw it up and change in a very drastic way, likely. Probably as soon as the smoke clears and Saturn gets out of Aries in 2028. That would be the time when the people on this path find that they gain a little bit more stability once Saturn comes into Taurus. Then Saturn will be in your 10th house. Then you can really deal with what you want to do in your 10th house. It's positive for Leo. It's set up well, but anybody can have difficulty no matter how the planets are set up when it comes to the outer planets. If you've got difficulty in Taurus, if you've got difficulty in Pisces, Aries, Taurus, or Gemini, this period is going to give you a rigmarole. The reason for Gemini is because Aries is the 11th from Gemini. So if you have weird expectations in terms of what you want out of a career, this period is going to humble you. So this is what can be expected for Leo around this time. And so you have to let go of the desire for fruits, especially. Once Saturn and Neptune come into Aries in your 9th house, which is the 11th from the 11th, you've really just got to stick to the bones of your dharma, because you will be forced to have responsibilities, again, related to the skills you've been building with Neptune in the 8th. Now it comes to the ninth. Hopefully, if this has all gone well for you, and if you've been working on developing a connection to your unconscious, what you'll find is that the shit that you get thrown into once Saturn comes into Aries is going to be forcing you to finally reckon in a true way with what the creativity you've been hoping for, slowly, meticulously building on, is going to force you. You're going to be forced to reckon with it and deal with it in a way that's practical and constructive and Saturnian. And it's going to force you to finally let the sun come out. So you haven't taken a shit related to Aries for 27 years, and the sun is your rising chart ruler, and the sun is exalted in Aries. So this is going to force you to deal with what you're here for. And really, in my opinion, it's mostly going to be good realization to be had here. The real bucket, the real pain that you're going to experience is related to relationships, because Pluto is hanging out here in Aquarius. What's probably going to happen is that you are going to have to sacrifice some of your love in order to deal with your purpose as an individual. If you have a lover, Pluto is going to be putting pressure on them, because it's very well could possibly happen that whatever is your creative purpose as a Leo needs to be used when Saturn, which is channeling Pluto in Aquarius, is debilitated, conjunct Neptune in Aries. It's the worst place for Saturn to be, which means the world is going to be going through difficulty, economic things. Could even be things, that's a whole conversation in itself. We can imagine crazy things, especially AI. Lots of things that could happen, could change everyone's jobs. And Leo is going to need to be on the front lines in a lot of ways, connecting their dharma, connecting their whole purpose in life to the emergencies that are happening around this time. And it's going to take you away from love. It's going to take you away from your enjoyment of love, which is going to force you to reckon with what you're building with your lovers. It's a tough, I will say that's one aspect of things going on for Leo that's tough. And love is always tough for Leos, because Venus rules the unsatisfiable third house and the 10th house, which is a cardinal house. Venus, as a benefic, doesn't like ruling cardinal angles. It's not good when a benefic rules a cardinal angle, because they're lackadaisy about it. So Leos have a hard time with Venus. Venus is an enemy to the sun. Leos always have a hard time with love. And we've got Pluto in the 7th, with all this stuff happening in the 9th house. Many Leos are just going to be workaholics who are sublimating their lower chakras into their career, trying to develop a connection with their career at the expense of all else. And they could really enjoy that ride. But once Saturn comes into Taurus in 2028, they're going to be left holding the bag, thinking, how can I possibly fall in love with anybody? I don't have enough time. There's so much going on that I can't. And if you have a lover, this is a time to very reckon in a Plutonian way with the 9th house, because Pluto in Aquarius is channeling Saturn through Aries in the 9th. What does this relationship really mean for us? What does marriage mean for us? Why do we get together? Why did I put the ring on your finger? Why did I want to? Or if you don't get married, if you've just been with a partner for a long time, what's it for? And is it really deeply connected to what I'm here for creatively? Because what's probably going to happen is that if your lover is a good lover for you as a Leo, they'll probably leave you alone a bit while you go and do those important creative career things. They'll give you the space to jerk off into that creative world that you have going on. And they will still remind you when you come home, hey, don't forget, we still have love. You need to live for more than just your creative purpose, or else you're going to exhaust yourself. We all need lovers who are going to remind us of these things. And Stardust makes a point that you feel like this is kind of happening right now, actually. This is what I've been saying, is that astrology works this way. It's not like, like Saturn and Neptune being in Pisces. In the future, they've already touched down in Aries, which means that we are rippling in behind what's already happened. which means the themes are already coming through. I bet you we're in the pink now. I bet you my screen just popped and that we're in the pink. It's okay, whatever. Like I said, I'm giving up on the visuals for this podcast now. So this is how astrology actually works. It's this melding, you know. It's like the ash of a plant is ash that was once fire, that was once wood. And it's no longer wood, but it's still wood if you look at it in the fourth dimensional perspective. We are becoming these things, and as well, it's already here at the same time. So if you let go of the desire of the 11th house, let go of the fruits that you expected to get out of all the work that you've been putting in for the last 10 years, really, and just be happy that you're in a place where you can do your creative work. That's the real lesson for Leo right now. Be in a place where the work is what's important, not the results from it. Serve happily and serve people with it. Be recognized for someone who has skills in the department that you have been building. And you will be supplied technically with all the glory that you need, even though it might not feel like the amount of glory that your ego wants. This is what Leos need to get in check. And once they have that check, whatever it means for Leo, it's going to give you a realistic assessment of your skills and of your talents and of how you can share them with the people that you love. And that's not just the people that you love in your private life, but also the people you love in your business life. Leos in particular love the people in their business life. They're comrades. Saturn debilitated in Aries will push you to work without reward using skills that you've gained for emergency reasons for the past little while. It almost feels like you've been working at whatever you've been working just as an in-between thing. And hopefully you've been spending a lot of time and energy on something that relates to your deepest spirit. Now, red flags to watch for in the period of Saturn and Neptune in Aries is look out for too good to be true roles or positions that don't lead to authentic spiritual satisfaction. This is what Leo's got to watch out for. The 11th house can give you big, fat profits on some board where you're an executive of something where somebody just wanted to give you that role, and you've got you can even be making money, and you could have a lot going on, but it might be against your ethics. You know, this is like somebody who's like a vegan who gets offered a position of an executive at McDonald's. And if you take it, you're really going against your 9th house there. This is the discernment that has to happen in the 11th house. This is, that's a good little metaphorical picture of what could be happening for Leos. Is someone could come along and say, hey, I need somebody to play Mr. Ambassador at this top tier of something. And you'll go there and you'll realize you hate it. You hate the people. You have no connection to what you've got going on. There we go. Hello, everybody. Yeah. Getting all the skips and pops in my internet right now. No big. The point here, this is a podcast now, even if you guys can't see me. Watch out for red flags of too good to be true roles or positions that do not lead to authentic spiritual satisfaction. That's what Leo's red flags that they need to watch out for. Necessary responsibilities will block your dreams in this period until 2028. It's possible throughout 2026 to 2028, you could be forced into things that will either make or break your spiritual creativity. Meaning, you could be forced to work on things that do build your spiritual creativity. That's what you want in 2026. Whatever life gives you, you want to use your skills and talents in an urgent moment that you can develop on, because whatever you develop in 2026 is going to be relevant and stick until Neptune leaves into Taurus 10 years later. This is going to be the way that you sculpt your relationship with your creative truth. And what could happen for a lot of Leos is that the way that they develop their relationship with their creative truth and their purpose in life is by not doing it. 2026 will force you into something, again, like you could work on a pipeline in Alberta, shoveling sand into a hole, getting paid good money for it because you need it in an emergency, because your mom is sick, your dad is sick, your wife is sick, you got something going on. So you got to go work the pipelines and do something just to get that money that you have no connection to it, but it's dealing with emergency things in your family. That a lot of people get stuck in those jobs, in those emergency moments that lay it out. And then you could spend 10 years filling holes with tar and sand, having no connection to it, hating the people, and you realize at the very end of it all, when Neptune finally gets to Taurus, you realize, that wasn't what I wanted to do. Now I know. You could do it that way, or you could try to organize your life so that you're listening to your unconscious, so that you are doing something in 2026 that is actually connected to your spirit. Then that emergency moment, you're fixing it with things that are going to build on your creative spirit. That's what Leo should be watching out for in this period. Humble work leads to authentic roles is something that I've written down that I think is worth considering. So that's a lot there. Hi there, Zuleika. Nice to see you. Yeah, so let me guess, folks. Am I a pink and purple and gray and green and blue and black all over? If I am, I feel like maybe I should do a switcheroo now that we're starting with our next sign, which is going to be Cancer. So for those watching, I'm sure that must have happened. Neon pink. Thank you, Zuleika. Yeah, I say we switch it up. I'm going to get some chocolate. We're in the neon pink. Here's my plan, guys. It is what it is. Yeah, what we're going to do here, folks, is I'm going to restart my stream, but if you keep watching, just hang out with me. I'm going to come right back. I'm going to show the pictures related to Cancer, and then we're just going to ignore the visuals throughout the whole time that we're doing Cancer Rising. Seems to be the only way the universe is going to let us make this work. That way we don't have any interruptions, and I can just keep my train of thought, because I'm noticing now that each rising sign is going for longer because I keep having to break it up, and this is going to exhaust me by the end, and I don't want to do that. So we've got to be practical here, folks. Let's use our Saturn and deal in the most realistic way that we can. So I'm going to get out of the stream for a moment, but stay tuned. If you stay on the video, I'm going to be right back in just a few moments, okay? Thanks, folks, and thank you so much for your patience. Hello, hello, hello. We're back, folks. Nice to see you guys are still hanging out with me here. And welcome. We are continuing our movement through the rising signs and how they are being affected by Saturn and Neptune conjunct in Aries in 2026. It's been a long go so far, and it's going to continue being long. But we have a plan now. Our next sign that we're going to be sharing today, check. What's the word I've been using? Action. We are now moving into Cancer Rising. Saturn and Neptune falling in the 9th and 10th house. So, for all you Cancer Risings, it is your turn to get roasted. Well, not really. So, for everybody watching, those Cancer folks who are part of my show here today. You're up next, so get ready. To start, I'm going to show all these pictures first because my internet connection is weird. It's going to keep clicking in and out, and it's going to ruin the visuals at some point. So what I've decided to do is just show these pictures right at the beginning. Now for Cancer, for everybody, Saturn is in Aquarius. Saturn rules Aquarius, which means Pluto being in Aquarius is being channeled by Aquarius's dispositor, which is Saturn. So Saturn has a Plutonian energy behind it as it moves through what we're dealing with here in every sign. So for Cancer rising, Neptune has been in Pisces for about a decade. Saturn of Pisces, while Neptune is at the end of Pisces. This is going to manifest what's been happening in this previous decade, and once 2026 comes, there's going to be a drag from the previous decade, from the previous period of Neptune in Pisces, in the 9th house for you, Cancer. It's going to drag into the themes related to Neptune and Saturn coming together in Aries. And you're going to see how this blend works. Visual is down already? Darn. Oh well. Thank you, Zuleika. It's just not making it easy on me today. That's okay, though. So, for you Cancer risings who are watching, Saturn and Neptune right now are coming together in Pisces, and that's your 9th house. And as I said, Neptune has been in your 9th house for really about pretty much a decade now, right? So that is the main line that you've been dealing with for all this time. So what exactly does this mean, and what could be expected from such a period? Well, if you've been listening to the podcast so far, this is now a podcast and not a video, no big deal. If you've been listening to what we've been going through so far in these videos, what you'll recognize is that there's a Vedic aspect of these videos that I've been bringing into my explanation of what's happening here. What it is in the Vedic understanding of things, wherever Saturn is, you want to pay attention to what Saturn is the 11th house from. Saturn, when it's in the 11th house from something, it's teaching us to let go of attachments with house. And Neptune are in Pisces in particular. What we can expect is that there will be a letting go of Taurus-related things. Saturn in general in any sign has this sort of 11th house thing. Why the 11th house? I'm going to explain. Basically, the 11th house has to do with gains and with attainments. And in Vedic astrology, we consider that the 11th house can be kind of what we call evil. It's not really evil. The 11th house lord can bring difficulty in the chart. That's the dispositor of the natural 11th sign. For you, Cancer, that would be Taurus. So you're dealing with the 11th house in any case. So the 11th sign from anything, it represents gains and attainments and our expectation of gains. So when Saturn is in the 11th sign from something, then we have to let go of attainments and gains related to that thing. In this case, Saturn and Neptune being in Pisces means we have to let go of things related to Taurus. Because as the Bhagavad Gita tells us, we are not entitled to the fruits of our actions. We're only entitled to the actions themselves. So, since that's the case, spiritually speaking, we can't really expect anything to come from anything. All we can do is tune into our unconscious and observe what reality gives us. Whatever reality gives us is going to be exactly what it's supposed to be from our unconscious, but we can over-anticipate things. This is where Saturn really brings trouble. When it's transiting a sign, like right now for you, Cancer, it's in Pisces. It's transiting over your 9th house. The 9th house is the 11th from the 11th, which means you are letting go of 11th house things through the 9th house. Now, what exactly can we expect from that? You're letting go of fruits related to expectations of where you would be by this time in life, even if you're young. The 11th house is like a gains. So it's like kind of like, I want to have this many gains at this point in life. Now that Saturn and Neptune are moving through Pisces, which is your 9th house, you are letting go of where you would have expected to be in this life. And it might be painful for you that you're not farther ahead. Luxury, purpose, dharma, you're letting go of luxury. You're letting go of the idea that you should be aligned with your purpose right now, but you're not. You have to kind of give in to the faith that what you're doing right now is exactly the purpose that you're supposed to be doing. You might expect to have a role in life. Or it's possible that you are over-expecting that your alignment that you actually have, that's perfectly aligned with you, you expected it to be more. You got the husband, you got the kids, you got the house, and for some reason, all of this, you thought it would be enough, and now, lo and behold, you've got a ball and chain, you've got responsibilities, and as you find it, you are stuck in this reality. You're stuck with this lover, stuck with these kids, stuck with this job, and it feels like you kind of might have been able to do something better. This is, in this case, it's your expectations. It's the 11th house that's fucking with you. You might actually have exactly what you need. And you have to tap into your unconscious and recognize, what is it inside me that feels unsettled? Is it a compulsion in the mind that's just your ego hoping that it would have more? Or is it that there are things that you still want, that you desire to gain? Got to get some traveling out. Got to get some kind of creative experiences out. There's something that you haven't done, but you've got this ball and chain of the life that you've been living comfortably, and it's stopping you from getting some gains that you would actually like. For most Cancers, though, it'll usually be that the 11th house is messing with you, making you feel like you got the FOMO, like you're not getting enough out of life. Hello, Jules. Thank you for chiming in. For everybody watching, this has become a audio podcast because the internet is having trouble at my house. And whenever the internet messes up, we get this cool gray pink synthwave foreground. I'm just kind of rolling with it. I think at the half an hour marks, I'm going to just reset the stream so you guys can see me again. But I don't want to break our train of thought here. Cancers right now are letting go of their idea of ethics, and they're learning new ideas of ethics. Because the 9th house is the arena for letting go of expectations in the 11th house. Saturn and Neptune are transiting Pisces, which is your 9th house. Now, this means that you might be feeling like you've spilled the cup, like you've got this potential in life. God gave you the great gift of your energy, and you pissed it away in things that don't line truly deeply up with your ethics, with your purpose in life. Like, why am I actually here? Because Neptune's been in Pisces, in your 9th house, which can feel painful, but ultimately it's lucky. It's a lucky place. Neptune has been transiting you, Cancer, in your 9th house. That's been lucky for you. And as well, Cancer actually doesn't get it too bad with this transit going on, because Aries is also Aries is a very good planet, a good sign for Cancer. Aries is one of the most important signs for Cancer. Really, Mars. The reason that Mars is so important is because Mars rules the 5th house, which is a luck house. It's a trine house. And Scorpio relates to the watery energy of Cancer that gives Cancer's talent. As well, Aries rules the 10th house of career. That's why Cancers can be very talented and they can do a lot in their career. Hello, Avanti Saram. Nice to see you, my dear. So Cancers are very talented in this way. And they can be, unless they have a really bad Mars. Cancer has a funny relationship with Mars because Mars is debilitated in the rising sign. So Cancer has a tough, Cancer learns through tough ways to deal with what Mars is all about, which is to straighten out and do something constructive, practical, and creatively intelligent with your career. 5th house, 10th house. Scorpio and Aries, Mars. So Cancer has Saturn and Neptune going through Pisces in the 9th, which is kind of lucky. And then it's got it going through Aries in the 10th, which is kind of lucky for Cancer too. So Cancer doesn't have it too bad with this whole debacle here. But these things can be painful for anybody. Neptune going through the 9th, especially if you have any difficult planets, that's really the arbiter of how this is going to go for you. If you have difficult planets in Pisces, Aries, Taurus, or Gemini, then the conjunction of Saturn and Neptune in Aries is going to cause trouble for you somewhere along the line. If you have trouble in Pisces, if you've got Mercury there in Pisces, or if you've got the Sun and Saturn conjunct in Pisces, then they will be trying to develop stability in a way that they kind of can't. That's a tough thing to have Saturn and the Sun in the same sign in your chart, because by Vedic reckoning, they'll always be conjunct. And those two planets will have to make peace with an enemy in their midst, related to the 9th house. It's like the dharma of the Sun has to deal with the slavish realities of Saturn. And the slavish realities of Saturn are burned by the Sun, and the Sun is burned by Saturn mutually. So that's like an example of two planets that don't get along together. If they are in Pisces, Aries, Taurus, or Gemini, somewhere along the lines, you'll have difficulty with this experience. So if there are any difficulties, let's say in Pisces, for now, that's what we're talking about, it will relate to your 9th house, and Neptune going through there will cause whatever you've been doing with those planets, they have been distracting you from what Neptune is trying to pull out in terms of self-realization. What's the purpose of it all? You're growing through whatever ugly things are happening in Pisces while Neptune's been there. Now Saturn has come along to say, what was the fucking point of it all? Because this is what's happening in your 9th house. Your 9th house is it's the most important house in the chart. It is your role. It is the thing that allows you to feel joyously connected to your action, because again, our action is all that we have. We don't have our attainments in the 11th house. They're not actually there. They don't exist. Even if you have, because you have some attainments. You've got some things that you have right now, and that's all you're entitled to. You're hardly even entitled to those, because the universe could just rip those away from you. All that you're entitled to is your action. Remember that. So with what's going on in Pisces for you, Cancer, you've been learning to drop a certain idea of the prestige that you want, of the attainments that you want, and even the ethics that you live by in order to attain these attainments. It's very possible that there could be underhanded ways of getting gains for Cancer, which Neptune will cause you to constantly question and struggle with. Because the means, with Neptune, the means and the ends are in the same place. So if you're doing dirty means, if you're trying to get gains and structure and stability in your life by doing underhanded things, by stealing, by serving a company that you don't believe in, that's really the big picture of it. If you know that the guts of your company that you've been working for years, for 10 years, is actually evil and hurting people, You could have moral conflicts that are just going to continually come through for you and make you feel like life is terrible, like life is shit, like there's no organization or order or purpose in life. It's all bad, ugly stuff, and so I need to gain what I can gain from the 11th house in order to help get me on top and protect me. If your desire for gains in life is coming from a place of protection, then protection and fear are two sides of the same coin. And you will be running to protect yourself from fears that might not even need to be there or exist. Because Neptune is teaching you to tap into your unconscious, to pay the tour guide, as I always keep saying, to pray and listen to your unconscious when it tells you that you are in an uncomfortable place and that you need to listen to when the red hot kettle on the stove of your soul says that I'm going to look back on this experience with regret. And it's very possible that the true gains that you seek, because this is happening in Pisces and Taurus, so it's very possible that material gains could be happening for you at the expense of deeper inner tantric energetic wellness. If you're getting a lot of money from something right now for the past 10 years and you don't like it, you feel it's not true to you, it's not authentic to you, but you're only holding on to it because, what could be happening for a lot of Cancers is that you could be working some shitty job, but you've got, let's say, a wife or a husband, and you've got kids, and you're working this shitty job and hating it, but you are sacrificing it for your children. If your heart knows that it's going towards something that's based on love, even if you hate it, you'll probably get rewarded for that down the line because it's your dharma, and that's the luck of the 9th house. You could be doing something for the sake of a role and love that you have, especially if you got a good Jupiter, and especially if there's no junk happening in the sign of Pisces. Then anything you're doing right now will probably be serving some deeper image of the love that you want to share with a lover or children or whatever down the line. So that's why I'm saying that Cancer has luck here. It's probably based on a good thing. But if you've got junk in your 9th house, and especially if you've got lots of junk in Taurus, but really, it's if you got junk in Pisces is the big one. If you got bad things happening in Pisces, which thankfully no planets have Jupiter for an enemy. So again, it's more like if you have the Sun and Saturn conjunct, or if you have Jupiter conjunct Mercury or Venus in Pisces. That wouldn't be too bad because Jupiter's in its own sign. If you have Mars and Saturn conjunct, or if you have Mars and Mercury, that would be a tough one. Because of your intention is skewed, and you are doing what you're doing for underhanded intentions at the bottom line. Now, if you have a good 9th house, good Pisces, but you got crap going on in Taurus, then you are using ill means for ultimately beneficent ends. You're still going to get slapped around at some point by that. Basically, I'm not somebody who necessarily thinks the universe is just going to say, oh, you've been stealing from people and now karma's coming to get you. That's not what karma means. What karma would mean in that instance is that the means that you create now is the means that you're creating later, which means if you continue to be underhanded, it means that you have to be dodgy and you're not as solid through your 11th house things as you could be. And you might even feel like you don't really have those things in the 11th house. You don't have things really solid. And the world does smell evil in this way when bad things are being done, when ill means are being used to get your personal ends met. So that's a paranoia for you that leaks energy and reduces your full spiritual vitality. So this is how the 11th house can mess with Cancers at this time. You might be telling yourself, I spilled the divine cup of life. I got given a gift and I fucked it up. I'm not where I want to be in life. I'm not satisfied. I'm not happy. If this is what you're experiencing, then, and more importantly, this is leading nowhere. if you feel like what you're doing right now is leading you nowhere because you're not doing it for anyone or anything, that's the danger that you need to be looking out for, which Saturn's going to be manifesting as a crippling spiritual loneliness for Cancer risings. As Saturn comes through Pisces, many Cancers are probably going to be depressed. You have to understand that this is a divine depression. How can a planet cause bad in the 9th house? Saturn in the 9th, and that causes depression? That doesn't make sense. Well, consider that depression is probably the divine trying to express to you, it's your unconscious expressing to you that you're just not doing something right. You're not in alignment. That's what depression is. You're not in a full alignment. Duh. It's so obvious when we talk about it in this way, So if you're experiencing depression, it probably means that you need to check what you're living for through your 9th house. And it will cause a sweet tooth for attainments. If you're not living for anything in your 9th house, then your 11th house is probably what you're living for, which is luxury. It's protection based on fear, disguised as luxury and attainment and accumulation. Accumulating. It's the Cancer who, stuffs a million things into their shell in order to protect, and they become very grabby about their possessions because they're not living for something. If you got a crappy 9th house and you're a Cancer rising, it's Taurus in the 11th house that you're probably unconsciously living for, and you're afraid to lose all of it. Bad place to be, I can tell you what. Venus is a tricky planet for Cancer rising. Venus doesn't do well in Cancer because it's starved by the moon. Venus has the moon for an enemy. The moon doesn't have Venus for an enemy. Venus is neutral to the moon. But the moon is an enemy to Venus, which means Cancers have a fragile relationship with Venus and with lovers because of the things that we're talking about. Cancer has a babyish connection to their lover where it's like, your lover, the lover of a Cancer will mature Cancer because Cancer has Capricorn and Aquarius on the 7th and 8th house. So the lover will say, do you love me for me, or do you love me because you need a mother? Do you love me because you have a need for anybody and I'm just filling that slot? If I'm just filling a slot for you, any old slut will fill that slot. I want you to love me for who I am, and that's Venus. The moon in us loves others because we want to be loved. The Venus in us loves others for what that person is. And Cancers can often get messed up with this. They look for what their needs are first, and then they see what the lover is, which is actually natural. That's the moon. That's a healthy thing. That's Cancer rising is expressing the naturally healthy moon in that way, so long as it doesn't come at the complete expense of Venus. And it's the same thing with any reality going on for Cancer rising. What is the purpose of your job? Do you really love it? Do you have a connection to it? A Piscean true soul connection to it? Or is it the Taurus that's just fueling you, causing you to desire the Taurus things, the luxury, the goods for its own sake? If you have good things in the 11th, though, this will help this. If you got Venus in the 11th, Taurus, it's a sign that it naturally loves. Venus will get enough out of Taurus and go, okay, I got what I need. Now I can go and do other things. But if you got an ill planet like the Sun in Taurus, the Sun has Venus for an enemy. The Sun doesn't do well in Taurus, so it's got a sweet tooth. It's like, I need more. I identify with gaining these things, and that can even eclipse the 9th house. So the 9th house is the deeper purpose for all of us, and it's the deeper purpose for Cancer, for sure. So victimizations can happen related to the father, to lacking guidance from culture and society and parents and teachers, from feeling cosmically cheated. If you are depressed while Neptune is going through, depression is really the trigger check for Cancer. If you've been depressed, feeling and victimized, feeling like my father didn't give me enough to know how to deal with women. My mother didn't love me enough to know how to be loved. My culture does not align with the freedom that I want to have. It's my culture's fault. It's my country's fault. It's the world's fault. Blah, blah, blah. It's everyone's fault but my own. If you're experiencing this, it probably means that you're just not living for some deeper, meaningful spiritual purpose. And Neptune is pushing you to realize that you can blame everything until you realize that you just need to be in alignment. How do you be in alignment? You have something to live for. The 9th house, a role that's going to maintain the structural integrity of your energy field when your jobs come and go, when your wives and everybody comes and goes. What was the center of it all? That's what Neptune is bringing out of you through the experience of depression. It's a divine depression. It's what's going to be happening for most Cancers. And if you feel cheated, and that's what something having cheated you in life that's causing this depression, that's a trigger check. You might just be getting fucked around by Neptune and Saturn. This is why I'm making these videos, folks. Check your trigger checks. If you're depressed, you might not actually, your life might not be that messed up. You might just have the divine, your unconscious, is trying to explain to you that what you're doing is not working. And you need to get in alignment. You need to find something to live for that's more than just Taurus luxury, addiction to luxury disguised as protection from meaninglessness. Now, that was a long go. Fuck, I keep telling myself I'm going to try to make these shorter, but whatever. That's how it goes. Now, what happens when Cancer moves into, what happens when Saturn and Neptune move into Aries? You know, at this moment, gosh, I'm so inclined. I just want to, whatever. I'm going to let it go for now. But for those watching, you can go back to the beginning of this segment of the video so you can see the picture of Saturn and Neptune being in Aries. But we don't need visuals here. This is an audio podcast now. So what is happening? What's going to be happening with Saturn and Neptune coming out of Pisces and going into Aries? Well, if you've been depressed all this time and you haven't been listening to your unconscious, remember your unconscious is the tour guide who has been here before, who knows the territory. It's your holy guardian angel. That's what Neptune really is. If you understand Crowley and Western occultism and all these things, Neptune is like the holy guardian angel. It's your connection to the angels of the divine who are speaking to you whether you realize it or not. Again, if I'm an atheistic person amongst religious people and a religious person amongst atheistic people, and if you're atheistic minded, just consider this the closest connection you have to your libidinal genetic ancestral memory of survival, because the unconscious is there to help us survive at our best at all of the levels of human consciousness. So if you're getting depressed, even an atheist can say that you're just not doing something right. You don't need to be a spiritualist to recognize that. But I digress. I like to, that's part of my consciousness. So now that Neptune and Saturn have been going through Pisces, Saturn is going to manifest the materialization of the depression or the lack of alignment that you've had. And this theme is going to continue, if it's been happening, as you move towards the next phase of 2026, when Saturn and Neptune are in the sign of Aries. When Saturn and Neptune get to Aries, now they're in the sign of Aries, which is the 10th. The 10th is the 11th from the 12th, which means when it comes to planets that are falling into the 10th, you just got to work without expectation of reward and allow loss to happen. When Saturn is transiting your 10th house, you actually have to recognize that you are going to be forced to reckon with your career, and you're going to be pushed to do a lot of work, and a lot of that work will amount to nothing, because that kind of pushes you to work even harder and to think, look how much I wasted with all the effort I put into my 10th house. You're gaining a lot. You're learning a lot about your 10th house by doing that. This is what Saturn does. Remember, Saturn, when it reaches a house, we have to take a shit in regard to that house. And we haven't taken a shit in regard to that house for 27 years. It's time to reduce and let go of the excrement related to that house in your energy field so that you can see the good purely without it being gunked up by crap, by actual shit that you don't need. So that's the case for Saturn transiting your 10th house. By the way, Saturn transiting your 10th house is a very important thing that only happens once every 27 years. Reckon with that, because Saturn is a real material manifestation. Even when Saturn goes in 2028, it's going to go to Taurus. It's going to be in your 11th house. And then you're dealing with 11th house things. And that's just a whole different reading. Neptune is going to stay in your 10th house. And yes, that is important. You're going to be dealing with your 10th house, which again is a very important house for Cancer. Because Cancer has, Mars is the yoga karaka of Cancer. Only Leo and Cancer rising have this specific thing going on with Mars. What it is that Mars rules the 5th house and the 10th house. The 5th house is a trine. The 10th house is a cardinal angle. So it's opportunity of the cardinal angle mixed with the luck of the 5th house. And it's especially wonderful for Cancer and Leo because Mars is a malefic, and malefics do better when they rule angles. Because angles bring in opportunity. They bring things in. And benefics like Venus, when Venus rules an angle, it doesn't deal with it as well. That's why Cancer's 4th house, ruled by Libra, Cancer has difficulty with Venus, as we've talked about. But Mars is a tough planet ruling a cardinal angle, which means it brings in opportunities and then fights for the good to get what it needs and what it actually wants and what's in alignment with it, what's good for Cancer. So Mars is really Cancer's most powerful planet. It's the lucky planet. So having Neptune in Aries is going to be very relevant to your experience of life on a general tone and note for 10 years, for about a decade after 2026. But during 2026, Saturn's going to be there. Saturn going across anybody's 10th house is a very important time. You're reckoning with the karma of what your life has amounted to. It's the 2nd house from the 9th. So it's very important that the things that happened for you in the 9th house in the previous period went well. Now, when Neptune and Saturn are in Aries, this next cycle is going to manifest, and you're going to have to, the next theme of faith and letting go is you're letting go of 12th house things. You're letting go of inner turmoil. You're letting go of the feeling that, oh, I thought things were going to be easy. This is everyone's 10th house is the 11th from their 12th. And when Saturn gets to the 10th house, what ends up happening for everybody, what does the 12th house mean? Bliss, relaxation, letting go. Everything's easy. The universe is caring for you. The universe is providing for you. Mom and dad are watching. The tour guide is making sure that you're not going to get into anything ugly. So you can just blissfully be a child and rest and let go into the nebulousness of the 12th house. The 10th house is the 11th from the 12th house, which means when things happen in the 10th house, it's kind of like the opposite of the 12th house. Especially, depending, like if it's a good planet like Jupiter or Venus in your 10th house, you can get a lot of gains through your career that relate to ease and bliss in this 12th house energy. And it's a good thing. But when Saturn gets to the 10th house, it's also a good thing, by the way. But the goodness comes from character. And that character is built by suffering and by loss. By letting go, by force, because the universe is going to grab you by the fucking hair and drag you and smack your head against your expectations of how easy life is supposed to be. You're going to be letting go of it. You expected it would be easier. You expected that you wouldn't have to deal with emergencies. You would expect that your developing a skill would be easier. and that you would enjoy it, but you're not going to ever fully enjoy it. The enjoyment for Cancer in particular comes from knowing that this thing is building on my purpose in life, if you have that, if you have a good Jupiter. Jupiter is all important for Cancer. Jupiter is exalted in Cancer. Jupiter is really the other important planet for Cancer rising. And all the stuff happening in the 10th is supposed to be your way of serving through something hopefully that you enjoy, but also something that you can push through, that you can endure through. This period is going to be teaching you to let go of inner turmoil, angst, pain, and soul healing planets in Aries, bad planets in Aries, good planets in Gemini, bad planets in Gemini, whatever happened in the period leading up to this moment, you are going to develop emotional soul healing. When Saturn transits the 10th in general, but especially when Saturn and Neptune conjunct in the 10th house. And this soul healing is going to happen. You are either going to learn this soul healing by catching it, by watching this astrology video, and learning that the most important thing is to develop a relationship with your unconscious, to pay the tour guide, the cosmic tour guide of your holy guardian angel within by praying, by meditating, by dropping the compulsions of your early childhood programming. You can objectify them so you can see that there's something that's been wanting to come through you the whole time, but your parents programmed you through childhood to neglect your authentic emotional, spiritual needs. Recognize that. Tip the tour guide by learning to pray, learning to meditate, learning to give heartfelt energy to the universe and accepting whatever it gives you. That is the only key for this to go well. Because astrologically, practically speaking, there's no telling what exactly could happen for anybody when this transit comes through. So you are going to gain emotional soul healing, but it's going to happen one of two ways. One is that you watch this video, you catch on to what you should be doing, you listen to your unconscious, and then you align yourself with acceptance with how painful it is to work hard. Because that's the main thing for Cancer, for these planets falling in Aries. It's just that you got to work hard, and you got to find a way to love working hard. Or really, you've got to detach from the expectation that working hard is going to be easy. Working hard can't be easy. That completely throws out the point of it. This is a period where Cancer is going to need to work hard. And they can be dragged kicking and screaming into the realm of what working hard means for you. Or you can catch it ahead and trust the universe and say, when you give me something hard to do, and I recognize that it's hard, I will sit with it. And I will do it for, why? The 9th house. It's for the people I love, for my culture, for my ancestry, for my, not pride, but my spirit, for purpose. And if things did not go well in the previous decade for you, and you've been depressed, then what's going to happen when Saturn gets into the 10th house is that you are going to be forced, now the door is closed for you to explore and meditate and ask the universe, what's my purpose? Now, from 2026 to 2028, you're in the pinch. And really, if you don't have a good 9th house, a good 10th house and a good 12th house isn't really going to save you. You're going to be a little bit saved and isolated. If you got good planets in Gemini, then you've got a good 12th house. You've got Venus or Mercury, especially in Gemini, in the 12th house. Those are very good planets for Cancer to have in Gemini. They will help the 12th house, which means there will be less, you'll accept that my expectations can go. But the depression of not having a purpose, if you have difficulty in the 9th house, again, the depression of not having a deeper purpose will fuck you over deeply. And this is what this period is teaching you, ultimately. Even though it's landing in Aries, Aries is the arena for the 12th house, and that relates deeply to, in a way, to Pisces as the 9th house. There's a connection there if you understand it. So the big picture for Cancer rising is to develop a relationship to their Dharma, because when things are sitting in Aries in that 10th house, you will be forced to engage with what's your deeper purpose in life. Like we all kind of will a little bit in this period, but for Cancer in particular, it's just you're going to have to work hard. You're going to be forced to work hard in 2026. We all are, but Cancer in particular has this landing in their 10th house. And the need to work hard, because remember, Pluto is in Aquarius. It's channeling Saturn, and Saturn's going to be debilitated in Aries, which means the whole world is going to have some shaking, like economic downpour. There's going to be tough things happening for the world. And when Saturn is in Aries, it's channeling Pluto and it's debilitated in Aries, being amplified by Neptune. So the world is going to have some emergency things going on that you as a Cancer rising are going to need to deal with. It's going to relate to your career. You're going to be using what you've built in your career, the role that you've found for yourself, the skills that you've developed, and you're going to be using whatever you have going on as a skill, as a practical, functional thing that you can use to serve. You're going to be forced to use that in 2026. And it's going to cause you to not be able to be introspective. That's why for Cancers, I really recommend right now, before the shit hits the fan, get into some kind of meditation. Get into some kind of practice where you can explore the consciousness of your subconscious programs, so you can objectify the witness, the one who is watching the programs, and then pick your programs through praying to your unconscious and asking which programs are worth me attaching myself to. Because we all humans, we got to survive through being a part of some kind of program. Pick the ones that align with your deepest spiritual purpose. And how do you do that? By paying the tour guide, by praying, by meditating, etc. So you may have unconsciously chased gains in the 11th house for the past decade. Remember, it's the protective fear of Taurus that's really narcissistically taking you away from the deeper 9th house purpose of your life. You may have been prompted by mental compulsion to attain high heights of accumulation for a long time. Ideally, you wouldn't be so wrapped up in the end goal that you neglected authentic emotional self-discovery along the way. Now, if you've been covering up traumas and emotional wounds with this desire to attain status and glory, etc., in the previous period, you'll be disappointed to discover that these do not assuage or remove your inner soul turmoil. Now you've accumulated a whole bunch through Taurus while Neptune was in Pisces. Now Neptune and Saturn get to Aries, and you realize that no matter how much money you have, there is still going to be a need at this period to work really hard. And you'll get depressed if you're not working hard. You'll feel like there's things happening all around you, and you'll feel the need to do some kind of work. And at this point, you can't, there's urgent things happening in your life, opportunities for gains. Because Aries is the 12th house from Taurus, which is your 11th house. So Aries is the foundation upon which you will have ultimately gains. So for Cancers, when these emergencies are happening, you've probably secured yourself already, because Cancer is like this. They always secure themselves, especially through the people around them, through some kind of wife or husband, in a way that makes you secure enough that you'll get through the Saturn in Aries debilitation place. Unless you've got junk happening in Aries, or unless you have junk happening in Cancer, in Capricorn, and Aquarius. If you got bad planets there, whatever, that would make you have less, or if you got bad things happening with Saturn or Mars in particular, All this could make it so that you're having a hard time making ends meet. And then you're in the same shit as everybody else. But most Cancers are going to probably, once Neptune and Saturn hit Aries, you're going to find that there's opportunities for you to gain extra wealth. And it's this that you don't want to really waste time on. You know, you can't just sit and pray and go to a counselor and meditate while all these opportunities for money and growth and expansion are happening through your 10th house. So you can't focus on growth and healing from 2026 to 2028. You just got to focus on what's right in front of you. And eventually, once Saturn meets Taurus in 2028, your 10th house for the next 27 years. Don't let the urgency of the moment overtake you, especially now. Now's the more, an ounce of prevention. What is it? An ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. Now is the time for Cancers to develop self-realization, 9th house, living for something. If you're depressed, listen to your unconscious and find out what you can be living for in a more authentic way. Because that's the only way to stop what's happening. Once 2026 hits, if you just pissed away your energy while Pisces' sensuous nebulousness was moving through, Saturn in Aries is going to force you to do things that is not going to be in the soul alignment. It's not going to have the healing that you were supposed to be doing. And it's going to fixate a career that you're now going to be stuck on for the next 27 years. Especially, Neptune is going to burn your ass about feeling like you could have done more while it's in Aries for the next 10 years, from 2026 until Neptune moves into Taurus. Let go of the future and be present now with authentic therapy. It's the best advice we could give to Cancers at this time. Necessary responsibilities you've cultivated now, ironically, will further pull you away from needed self-reflection once Saturn hits Aries. And it's until 2028. But then, at that point, you've got to deal with the new trauma of whatever's happened while Saturn was in Aries. That sets your life up in a way. Now, watch for red flags of career, work, responsibilities, etc. that will only cause victimization, self-hate, the feeling that I'm a piece of shit. This is a red flag to watch for Cancer in this next period. I'm a piece of shit. I'm not living for anything truly, and this is too hard. I hate this. I hate myself. I hate what's happening. If you have these red flags going on, you might just have to, if you have that happening in 2026, breathe. Now is your chance to tap into the unconscious and accept that reality is giving you what it's going to give you. There's no escape. You can't get away from it. Breathe and be with what's happening, because it's only going to be at its worst until about 2028. If you have junk happening in Taurus, then hold your breath for a little longer. But ultimately, the worst of this for Cancers, if you missed the boat, if you didn't get to find self-realization, it's never too late. Everything happens for a reason. This is what you need to tap into. If you feel victimized and cheated because you were depressed and couldn't figure out a way to live with alignment, breathe, flow with it, and accept that the 2 years from 2026 to 2028 are going to be the worst of it, and there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Don't get into too many drugs. Don't get into too much escapism. Love the one you're with, and get through it with the best compassion and love with those around you as you can. And even do that little bit of therapy as much as you can, if you feel like you can. But you're probably not going to have the money or the resources or the opportunity to in 2026. Heed my words now, because an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. Ultimately, like I said, Cancers, I think, have this thing worked out better. Because Pisces is going through the 9th, it could be painful for some people. But ultimately, I don't want to leave too dour of a note here, because Cancer has this not so badly set up for this Neptune-Saturn conjunction. Good. All right, folks, that was Cancer. We are moving through. We got 3 signs left, which means we're probably going to be going till about 6 o'clock. Story of my life. For now, though, I got to go to the bathroom. And when we come back, we're going to be going to our next sign, ladies and germs, and that is going to be Gemini Rising. I'm just going to go to the bathroom. And when I come back, for those watching, for those who are just tuning in, we've just finished Cancer. We're now moving on to Gemini Rising. And I'm going to see if I can restart my stream so we can get the screen back. Hopefully. Let's see how it goes. I'll see you folks in just 1 minute. Holla, holla, holla. Chocolate. Okay, folks. I hope you guys have been enjoying this synthwave party. I think the time has come for us to try and reconfigure. The stream's current bit rate is higher than the recommended bit rate. I wish I knew how to change that then. It's just not giving me a darn chance to. So, for those of you watching, I appreciate you being here with me. You know, gosh, I almost feel like there's something... I gotta hang out with somebody who knows internet things. Because there's gotta be a way for me to fix the bit rate. I just don't. It's just not giving me a chance to. So, whatever. Thank you. So, Neus Project... and everybody who's watching, I'm about to jump off the stream for a moment. We're going to come back. I'm going to come back, and you guys can stay where you are. And we are, that way we can get our visuals going again. I want to have visuals at least for the beginning of each of these segments. So hold tight. I'm going to be back in just 1 minute, folks. Thanks for your patience. Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. And everything in between. Neus Project, just so you know, that time was, yes, that the person named that time was talking about my internet issue. Hello again. You guys can see me now. Now, I think it's an internet connection issue. I don't know if maybe could be something I could do to make that not a thing. Like my screen is telling me that like if I reduce the bit rate, like the bit rate from my broadcasting software seems to be more than YouTube's reception software can handle. But like I don't, there doesn't seem to be any way for me to fix that. Add resolution. So I might just be able to figure something like that out. Maybe I'll try and get somebody who can help me out with it. But either way, yeah, that time. Thank you. There's somebody here on my live called That Time that has given me good ideas. And I appreciate you that time. I appreciate you this time, that time. So anyway, folks, we're back for the moment. And I am going to want to start scratching into our next sign. And I want to display some pictures before my internet does what it does and wipe out the screen. So, hello Chantel English. Nice to see you here as well. And for all you watching live, nice to see you. I hope you're enjoying this video/audio podcast. Feel free to ask me any questions along the way. There is always lots to go through in the world of astrology. Now, let's go to our next sign here, folks. Ching, 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 ching. Pew, 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 wow, wow. Welcome to Gemini Rising. Saturn and Neptune conjunct in Pisces in the 10th house. That was louder than I intended. Gooftastic over here. So yeah, this is Gemini Rising, folks. The next on our docket, the next on our to-do list. Gemini Rising has about a tricky time as anybody else. We've gone through the signs, really, that are having an easier time with what's going on here. Gemini is kind of neutral with what's happening with Saturn and Neptune and Pisces. And we're going to kind of move through that as we go along. I keep saying Neptune and Saturn and Pisces, but I'd like to remind myself that really where the big hit that's happening in this period is when Neptune and Saturn actually conjunct in Aries. That's really the big reverberating, like that's where they touch. That's where they touch down. So that's going to be the second part of this reading. So let me give, because our software, because of my internet has been messing with us, I'm going to show some pictures of what's to be expected from this period. Of course, first of all, Saturn rules Aquarius. And Pluto is presently in Aquarius, which means Saturn is the dispositor for Pluto right now. And as Saturn moves around the zodiac, it's bringing a Plutonian purge cleanse with it. And that's going to really light up with extra energy everything happening with Saturn, especially once Saturn and Neptune are together in Aries. Saturn is debilitated in Aries, channeling Plutonian Aquarius energy, and the debilitated Plutonian Aquarius energy of Saturn is going to be amplified by by Neptune, especially from 2026 to 2028. So there's lots to be expected there, lots to talk about there outside of each rising sign. But we've already done quite a bit of that. Let's speak to what this means for Gemini. From March 2023 to February 2026, Saturn and Neptune are conjunct in Pisces. And of course, Saturn here is manifesting, materializing what Neptune's been doing in Pisces for the last 10 years or so. The themes related to Neptune and Pisces are really going to start to crystallize here. And the flow of the themes are going to continue and push into Aries when Neptune and Saturn conjunct each other in Aries. And this is how astrology really goes, folks. You know, the only way to know the full story of Saturn and Neptune in Aries is to recognize that we're dragging what's been happening with Neptune in Pisces for the past decade or so. We're dragging that into a touchdown point, and after which Neptune emerges into Aries, which is a whole new sign, a whole new zodiac. Like Neptune, once it enters Aries, it's a whole new part of the 360-degree circle of the zodiac. Same thing with Saturn too, but Saturn is, that happens for Saturn every 27 years. Neptune's going to go through this, a real chapter change for everybody on the planet. And it's going to be carrying the themes of the previous decade and the previous cycle along with it. And especially from 2026 to 2028, these themes are going to be relevant because this Plutonian-charged and infused Saturn is going to be debilitated in Aries, and Neptune's going to amplify what's happening there. As I've been saying, for all the signs, there's going to be things happening from 2026 to 2028 that you can't, there's going to be urgencies and emergencies that cause you to not be able to get what you were supposed to be building in the previous period. For Gemini, we're going to talk about how you will have been wanting to develop on career and to just you develop on your ability to work hard, really, and to get the most out of the little things that you can pull together with your energy. Then when these two signs come together in Aries, you're probably going to find that there's an 11th house energy for Gemini that has the sweet tooth energy. If you can't work well, if you didn't learn to work while Neptune was in Pisces, if you neglected your ability to work and to just work hard for its own sake, and also to compassionately have some connection to something deeper than just your work itself. Really for Geminis, this is really just about kind of work for its own sake. And if you can't work hard, not only with work, but also with lovers, because Pisces is connected to Sagittarius in a way. When Neptune and Saturn touch down in Aries, there's going to be complications in a way related to being victimized. You might feel like you don't have talents and skills, and you don't, at this period, you have nothing to catch gains with. It's like the whole world is going to have opportunities for you through crisis at this period. And the crisis is not going to manifest with any material gains for you if you don't learn to work hard while these planets are in Pisces. It's going to be a tough period for everybody, and eventually Saturn will break through in 2028 and go into Taurus, which is your 12th house, and that will be its own tricky time, Saturn being in the 12th. But Saturn doesn't hate Taurus. Saturn enjoys Taurus, so this won't be it'll be easier once 2028 hits. So these are the key periods to look out for. So for now, let's talk about the current period where Neptune has been pushing its way through Pisces for the past 10 years or so, and Saturn is just come up to smack it and to say, great job, nice hustle, tap. Saturn is manifesting what Neptune is supposed to have been doing all this time. So let's read a little bit from my notes here. Gemini has Neptune in the 10th house of Pisces. This is the 11th from the 12th. And it's at this point that we got to start talking about what does it mean. Okay, so in the Vedic system, we have a big emphasis on a certain way to understand Saturn transits. This is a gift that I've been sharing with the Western world. Vedic people will understand this, and it's something that Western people can understand too. In the Vedic system, it's very common that they think of the houses from another house. For example, Pisces is the 12th house from Aries. So the 10th house is the 12th from the 11th house. We could even say, the 8th house is the 4th from the 4th house. And that does say something about the 4th house. The 8th house is the cardinal emotional reality and angle of the 4th house. So the Vedic people think about this sort of stuff in a lot of ways. Really, we could say this, like Saturn, by being in Pisces, is by being in the 10th house, it's in the 2nd house from the 9th house. It's building concrete things out of the 9th house. It's the 3rd from the 8th house. It is developing and using skillfully the powerful resources of the 8th house. Saturn is in the 4th from the 7th house. This is the real relationship that you develop with your lover and your spouse and your business partners. Anyway, I'm just, showing you guys how the Vedic people think about these things. Now, there is a key one, a key house transiting system that the Vedic people use. Okay, and you're going to get this when I kind of move through it. They use it with Saturn, and I've especially been using it with Neptune. What it is the 11th. Saturn, wherever it's transiting, is the 11th house from something. Same thing with Neptune. Wherever Neptune is, it's in the 11th house from something. And whatever that something is what Saturn is learning to let go of expectations related to. Same thing with Neptune. So how do we understand this? Thankfully, we have visuals for the present moment. Saturn and Neptune in Pisces are in the 11th house from Taurus. If you count from Taurus is 1, Gemini is 2, Cancer is 3, Leo is 4, whatever. You go all the way around from Taurus, you'll find that Pisces is the 11th from Taurus. What this means for us collectively, Saturn and Neptune are in the 11th from Taurus, which is Pisces. So there's a tantric element, a taste, a spiritual, emotional, and even an addictive reality. Because the feminine signs are what we kind of have, whereas the masculine signs are what we are. The masculine, odd-numbered signs represent something that we do, whereas the feminine signs, the water and earth signs, represent things that we have, that we are. There's so many things to say about this. If you are born at night with the sun below the horizon, you are more of a night person, which means you will do better in earth and water signs generally. If you got bad junk happening in earth and water signs, and if you're a woman, females also relate to this lunar side of things, the night side of things. If your ascendant lord is in a female sign, which is earth or water, then any bad stuff happening in earth or water signs get mitigated. If you're a night person, if you're a woman, if you identify as a woman, and if your ascendant lord is in a feminine sign, which is earth or water. So there is this duality between the femme and masculine signs. This stuff happening in Pisces shows that this is the feminine side of Jupiter. Sagittarius is the masculine side, Pisces is the feminine side. So there's going to be tapping into something related to the unconscious, because of Neptune especially, relating to being okay with what you have. Gemini really has a career. It doesn't do its career, it has its career. This is true of all of the fire and air rising signs. If you have a fire or an air rising sign, your 10th house is going to be ruled by a feminine planet. That's water or earth. Which means that Gemini is learning to accept whatever career they have, to accept what type of work they are situated in. The career is a situation for Gemini. So now Pisces is the 11th from Taurus. This means at some level that it's the enjoyment, it's the enemies. Gemini, being a social sort of butterfly that they are, they like to have personal connections with people at work. They like to actually enjoy their work. Part of the wealth of Gemini is doing work that they love. Ideally, when things are going well in Pisces and with Jupiter. Now, Pisces is the 11th from Taurus. So there might be connections happening. Really, basically, it's your connection to the work that you do and the work that you have, the work that's in front of you. If you don't have a connection to the work that's in front of you and that you are doing, then what's probably going to happen is you're going to develop a connection for when you're done work. What do you do once you're done work? Well, Gemini often will have a little bit too much of a sweet tooth. Why? Because they have Taurus on the 12th house. Taurus is their 12th house. It's kind of an insult. Geminis are kind of insulted in this way because Taurus is such a not 12th house thing. Ultimately, this is a neutral phenomenon. It sounds like it's a frustrating thing. The human mind in me is conveying it as a frustrating thing, but the spiritual mind of me just knows that it's neutral, folks. Taurus on your 12th house, especially if you got the 12th house cusp falling in Taurus, but even if you don't. Taurus rules the 12th house for Gemini, which means that Geminis really love the time that they have alone. And they love to build on skills and things that they can do even with their lovers, with their personal people that they have at home. Their private life of their possessions, of their love, of their luxuries, that's a private life that is their 12th house. It's something that they actively use to diffuse, to get things out. Now, a proper Gemini has everything perfect. Duh. We're talking about an ideal here, which doesn't ever exist. But in the ideal world, Gemini has a good career that is full of people that they love. And they're a social-minded person because really, this shows the connection that Gemini has of their social life with their business life, their career life. Because Sagittarius rules Jupiter and Pisces rules Jupiter. Sagittarius rules the 7th. And Pisces rules the 10th. So the 10th house and the 7th house are intimately related for Gemini. So you've got to find a career that allows you to be social in the way that you want to with the people and the type of people that you want in your career. And you want that to be in alignment. Hello, Adonis. Nice to see you. So if you have good things happening in Pisces, then the things happening in Taurus are not such an escape, such a 12th house escape. They can still be delicious, but like this is how Gemini operates. It's on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off. Duh, Gemini, the twins. I work really hard and then I play really hard. Hopefully, the play is not so addictively eclipsing that the work is not soiled. This is the tricky thing for Gemini. If Gemini has a good Venus, Venus is a very important planet for Gemini because Venus rules the 5th house, which is a trine, as well as the 12th house. So Geminis, if they have a good Venus, they won't have too much emotional past life triggers and traumas and hang-ups from the 12th house of Taurus. And you can have a well-placed Venus, but still have junk in Taurus, by the way. You can have Venus exalted in Pisces, or it's in its own sign in that nice little trine down there in the 5th house. That's probably actually the best place for Venus for a Gemini, because then it's in Libra. If it's in Libra in the 5th house, it's also close to the 4th house cusp where Venus prefers to be. Venus actually doesn't do well in the 10th house. So it's a funny grab bag for Gemini when Venus is exalted. You'd really want to look at the trouble in Libra and Taurus to see if that Venus exalted is producing good things with its exaltation, with its abundance of energy. Because the signs is the back end of the planet. You know, again, I've been saying, if you have like the Sun and Saturn
conjunct in Taurus and you're a Gemini, that's a tough one. Because the sun doesn't like Taurus, but Taurus would help Saturn, because Saturn has Venus for a friend. So Saturn would be helped by the Taurus, but the sun would be very damaged in a sign it hates by its enemy, who's strong now, because the stronger the enemy is, the more it could dice you out. So Gemini would lose a lot of sun energy with the sun and Saturn being together in Taurus. And what I've been trying to explain to people lately is that the signs are the back end of the planets, which means having the sun and Saturn doing their gross shit together in Taurus would also damage Venus, because Taurus is the arena through which Venus happens. So you would have, you'd never be satisfied. If a Gemini has ugly things going on in Taurus of any sort, things would be happening that would be unsatisfying, where you can't be happy with whatever you get. You'll always feel like, I didn't get enough rest. I just fucking didn't get enough out of it. You have a good Pisces. If you have a good Pisces, you got a good career, you hang out with the people, and you love them. But if you got junk happening in Taurus, when you're hanging out with your people in your career, you're hanging out with your work buddies, that's a very Gemini thing, like having buddies at work as their friends that they hang out with after work. This actually helps their career, because their 7th house is tied into their 10th house, their career. They hang out with their friends, they make friends at work, hang out with them after, and develop their career while they're fucking having beers with their buddies. You know? It's a board meeting, except it's at a bar. They're watching sports, and it's like, you know, I think that we ever think about doing a merger with this company here? I think we could do that. You know? And you get renowned as being the Gemini chatty Cathy at the bar with powerful people. And they recognize, I like the way you think, kid. So if you got a good Pisces, it's going to help you enjoy your career. You're having connection to your career. But if you got junk in Taurus, you're never going to enjoy the friends and things that you get out of your career, which means it's not going to have as much snap, because you're going to want to go home and escape to the growth that's trying to happen through Taurus in your 12th house. You could have a lover at home who's a part of your entanglement of the sun and Saturn in Taurus, let's say, for example, or whatever junk is happening in Taurus for you. So, ideally, you've got a good Taurus and a good Pisces. But if you don't have a good Pisces, if there's junk happening in Pisces, if Mercury is there especially, you got to watch that for Gemini, because Mercury is debilitated in Pisces, and if it has other further damage there, this is going to be amplified by Saturn and Neptune coming through Pisces. Either way, the point here is that, remember, the 11th from something is the arena through which you let go. For Gemini, Neptune has been in Pisces for 10 years. You've been learning to enjoy your work and not necessarily feel like you need to escape into your private life, because that's Taurus. Through Pisces, you know, again, Pisces is the 11th from Taurus. So you've been learning to be okay in the nebulous working with the people at your job and finding a connection with the people at your job, not necessarily feeling like your job is an escape from your private life or that your private life is an escape from your job. This is kind of, you know, because especially for Gemini, I keep calling the 12th house your private life, but really it's your Gemini has a recreational private life. Like Venus through Taurus is connecting you to friends who you hang out with, and it's above the horizon still, so it's not exactly your private life. So Taurus is kind of like how people know that you enjoy yourself and that you do enjoy yourself. So what you want to do for Gemini while Saturn and Neptune are moving through Pisces, you want to let go of your attachments to emotional release valves on one hand. Number two, don't be too completely detached from your emotional release valves. That is, I'm glad I felt like I was kind of skitting on the waves there, but really I just centered it for you guys. Gemini, while Neptune and Saturn have been going through Pisces, Gemini needs to not be attached to their emotional release valves, but also to listen to the importance of their emotional release valves. And it's at this point that I got to, sort of bring in this narrative. Like, how do I know what's what? I've got this job. My job is a bit of a release valve for Gemini. Gemini really lives to work in a lot of ways, and they'll often find a partner who accepts their desire to go and work. Gemini's the twins in this way. They live double lives. But this can be a good thing and not out of alignment for you. You can just have this variety of character, which is very Gemini. If it's aligned with your spirit, then it's a good thing. Geminis often, because the same sign that rules the 10th also rules the 7th, they will find a partner who will support their job and their career. If they're Jupiter strong, especially. If Jupiter's not well placed, the life that they live with the enjoyment with their marriage partner is going to reflect negatively on what they can do in their career. If they're not happy at home, they're not enjoying themselves, they don't have a sparkle with their partner, which means they're going to lose the sparkle as the social butterfly that they're supposed to be at work. It's how it's supposed to work for Gemini. Develop a genuine sparkle with your partner, and that will carry into a genuine sparkle, a social juiciness and machismo and all the good things for the people at work. People at work love you, they want to work with you, and this develops opportunities in your career. This is all important shit for Gemini. So this is what Gemini needs to reckon with, is that it can be exhausting living a life of mutual enjoyment in both of these ways. If it's exhausting, if your Jupiter is suffering, if Pisces is suffering for you, if you've got junk in Pisces, if you've got Mercury in Pisces, you'll find especially Mercury in Pisces is going to lose boundaries. They're going to be Mr. Happy at work, and then they're going to say, yes, I can be here for all the things. I'll neglect my wife. That's not a big deal, really. Or if you're a woman, I'll neglect my husband. I'll neglect the kids because I'm doing such awesome work here at work, and it could get me somewhere eventually. And then you go home to your lover, and you try to explain, this is if Mercury is debilitated in Pisces for a Gemini. They identify, because Gemini rules Mercury, they identify both ways. So they're probably leaning more towards work with Mercury in the 10th house in Pisces, but it's debilitated. So this period's going to amplify this, where you'll go home and you'll say, hey, wifey, husband, how's it going? Just letting you know, I got some opportunities to do some more work. And they're like, oh, you promised that you'd be spending more time with me. Oh, I will. I will. Just, we gotta just trust me, because everything will be fine when Mercury is debilitated. And everything is not always fine. Everything is actually neutral. The Gemini with Mercury and Pisces especially puts a little glissando, a varnish of sugar on top of everything, and everything gets bitter because of all the sweetness that you're trying to share with everybody. Nobody ends up trusting you, blah, 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 blah. Any junk, though, in Pisces going on for a Gemini is going to bring these kinds of things where you don't know how to manage the time you spend in career versus your loved ones and your private life. And what will usually end up happening for Gemini, especially, this is something very possible for Gemini, is if there's junk in Pisces, you will probably promise your lover to spend more time with them and your people in your career to spend more time with them. They both pull on you so much that you start telling everybody, okay, I need a break from both of you. I need a break from my career. I need a break from my fucking wife. The tension is rising. I need to fuck off. And what they do is they will just go into the garage with their phone and do a 12th house Taurus. How do you describe it? Just an isolated cloister of meaningless sensations, whatever that means for the Gemini rising. The younger of them will probably can get into masturbation and pornography and drugs and all this kind of stuff because your true partner that you have exhausts you and your career exhausts you because you just give it all to both of them. This is if you don't have a good Mercury, especially. If you got a good Mercury, you're probably okay. It's Mercury and Jupiter that are the big planets for Gemini rising. If you don't have a good Jupiter, there'll be stress there. But if you got a good Mercury, you can probably manage it. Having a Mercury, big Mercury is the big thing. And a good Venus is also another big thing for Gemini. They can work it all out. They can get enough enjoyment from their little scrolling, their personal thing. They'll make it something devotional that's connected to their passion through the 5th house. That will recharge them so that they can go and give energy to their career and to their wife in an equal order. This is ideally how things will go with Gemini. So Neptune, having been in Pisces, has been teaching you, Gemini, for 10 years, how to reckon with the enjoyment that you get at work. Your private life is what it is. But, the point I'm saying here is that you've got Neptune. It's been in the 11th from Taurus, which is your 12th house, which means you've got to let go of expecting things to be easy at some level, expecting your job to be easy. You got to kind of work hard at your job while Neptune's been in Pisces. You've been probably working hard at your job. Sometimes you're working too hard. Sometimes you're not working hard enough. Sometimes you want to escape into your private life, but then sometimes your private life becomes abysmal, so then you want to go and share it at work. And between these two dials, there's no tension because you don't know, am I working too hard or am I not working hard enough? Am I working too much or am I not working often enough? The only way to find the balance is by tapping into, that's a good way to put it. Adonis just gave a great phrase for this. It's 150% where you're exhausting yourself, or it's half-ass. How do you bring it up to 100% in a joyful, blissful way? This leads us to the part of the conversation that I probably should have started with earlier. I've been saying in all these videos that when it comes to Neptune, how to tune into the lessons that we're experiencing with it is to tap into your unconscious. The unconscious is bringing you to the work that's in front of you. It's bringing you the work that you have. It's bringing you the opportunities that you have. And it's like a red hot kettle that's burning and saying, yeah, take the kettle off, meaning either, shit or get off the pot with regards to your career. Fully be in your career if you're not fully in it already. Be willing to work hard in it and align yourself with work that aligns with you in your career. Neptune's been kind of teaching you this. Are you connected to your career? If not, get into one that you are. It's true. Because a lot of Geminis, while Neptune is there, will be depressed related to the work that they do. Depression is kind of one of the triggers. It's a trigger check. Wherever Neptune is, if you've been depressed only for the period that Neptune got into Pisces, and it has something to do with like the fact that your work depresses you, and you want to go and escape into your private life, into your personal enjoyment of Taurus things. You want to go into there in order to get away from how kind of depressingly dry your career could actually be good. I'm sure I must have just lost my screen here, so we just turned into an audio podcast with no visuals. Career that feels dry and meaningless and it's not giving you what you want, then two things need to kind of happen. Number one, that you either need to get a new career, or number two, you need to accept that you need to let go of your expectation that your career would be easy. It's usually somebody who doesn't have a good father figure is this latter, where you're addicted to the 12th house of now I'm done work. Like there's probably a lot of people, this is dog fucker country, if you've ever heard that phrase. I can be so crude. I'm such a spiritual person and I use the crudest metaphors. But I've worked on construction sites and hard labor places where people fuck the dog. meaning they don't actually really have their heart in their work. They play hide and seek for $250 a week or whatever it is, you know. You play hide and seek with the boss. You go and you do something and you're just fucking around, just sweeping dirt from one corner and then sweeping it into the other corner and then sweeping it back into this corner again. And the camera sees, look, I'm working the whole time. If you've been fucking the dog and not actually doing any work, that is like an addictive 12th house. That's something going wrong with Taurus. That's the feeling that I expected this life of work to be easier than it is. And now it's hard, and I didn't expect it to be so hard. So if you're a Gemini rising and you've been dodging a meaningful work existence just by fucking the dog like this, I mean, it is what it is, you know. If you're living for other things, if you've got an easy job like that where you can do that, just keep in mind that you're missing out on true 10th house energy. You're missing out on what you could be doing as a Gemini to reach further in your life. And once things settle into, once Saturn and Neptune come into the 11th house, there's going to be opportunities to do more in your career that you can't take because you never built on those credentials. You didn't love your career enough. You weren't in it enough to, like, you know, if you're in construction, there's a million things that you can learn. You can learn how to drive the backhoe. You can learn how to use this and that tool. You can put this hat on and develop this skill, but you need to learn the safety. You need to go to classes that your company can teach you, or you need to go to college, night school, to learn all these little extra skills so you know the safety of using the zoom boom. So you can go up in high places and do things in high places. So you have a skill now, which means you're more protected, you're more reliable. When you have a skill, you have more work, and you can climb higher, or you can just have a better existence, which is really where Gemini is at. So you're not just breathing in concrete dust, picking up everybody else's shattered debris on the construction site. This is a metaphor for many things. You know, even if you're in an executive type company where you're working and doing shitty paperwork that you really don't give a shit about. It's mindless work, but someone's got to do it, and it sucks, and it's at least easy on your body or something like that. But it's not really what you could be best putting your attention and efforts to. When 2026 comes, you might lose your job. That's like something I should say for Geminis, truly. Is that you might lose your job. You might have to go and work to climb any higher in your personal existence and develop your passions in your career in a way that means something to you. Really, ultimately, the only way to tap into knowing if this is the right job for you, or if you're comfortable, or if this is really what you want to do with your life, you need to be Gemini. You need to learn the rules and laws and really know your area of expertise and whether you'll be fired if you aren't working hard enough. But you know, if you're in a company and you're happy with where you are, or you feel like you're happy, maybe you could be doing more, but it's hard to know exactly if you're working hard enough. The key is to develop a relationship with your unconscious. Your libidinal, true creative spirit that you live for has been secretly manifesting an identity that's closer to what you truly want to do. Because really, what's interesting, when you see, I'm sure my screen is a blur now, which sucks, but if you go back and you look at the picture of Saturn and Neptune being in Aries, you'll notice that Aries for Gemini is the 11th house, and the 11th is the, thank you, mon chéri, Saturn and Neptune are going to be in Aries, which is the 11th from the first house. So Gemini does feel like, the position that they have in society says something almost about their identity in a way. It says something about what they've attained. And in the period where these planets are in Aries, when Saturn and Neptune is in Aries in your 11th house, you're going to feel embarrassed that you are probably not as high in the social strata that you would comfortably want to be in. Because Gemini, really, they want to play their games. They want to hang out at home with the fam, with the kids, with their friends. They want to hang out. But if they go on hanging out and don't have anything to show for themselves in terms of their action, then they aren't going to be as happy when they're enjoying their special, precious moments with their loved ones. You know, especially for a man, it's the social strata that counts. But for women, what they do with their job, with their life, helps them feel secure in their relationship with their man. It's part of a doing, because Gemini is a male sign. So women Gemini risings want to have some kind of job that keeps them happy so that they can better be emotionally safe and attuned when they're hanging out with their family and their loved ones and their friends. Because that's a big part of the psyche of both male and female Geminis is they work in order to work, they get it out of the way so that they can play with their friends, with their social people, because they're such social creatures. And if they don't have a job that's stable, that's reliable, and that can give them a little bit of positive sense of pride. You know, Aries, which is the identity, the basic sense of self, is in the 11th house for Gemini. So pride is something that Gemini has to reckon with in a natural way. And so this is how this works is if you have been all this time throughout the last decade when Neptune was in Pisces, if you've been lollygagging in your true connection to your job and to what you do for a living, and especially if you've been developing a sweet tooth for escapism, for getting away from work, from doing the Taurus 12th house, squandering yourself and your time with your company, just trying not to get caught doing nothing, then you are going to be nervous and to not feel fully stable generally. But especially once Saturn and Neptune fall into Aries in your 11th house, where you won't be able to climb farther because you haven't developed the skills, you haven't put in the work, you haven't put in the effort and the hard work to truly be able to go anywhere more significant with your career, to get you to the place where you can finally just hang yourself at this easy yet fun, stimulating job full of stimulating people. You know, that's what you want. And if you have been listening to your unconscious, then you might even get, when Neptune's going through Pisces for the last 10 years, you might be feeling depressed. And this depression would feel like you're not happy with what you're doing for your job and your career. If you're feeling depressed in this way, it's your unconscious telling you that you are at an identity level cheating yourself. Gemini, again, they identify with the 11th house, with what they ultimately have gained in their lives. It's for better or worse. It's a tricky thing to have Aries on the 11th house. Unless, because you got to dig. Do you understand? If you guys have been listening to me, the 11th house can be considered an evil house. Really, though, I'm going to backtrack and say that it's the 11th dispositor, which is Mars. Mars is a fucking bitch for Gemini. No matter how you dice or slice it, it rules the evil 11th house, as well as, let's see, Scorpio would rule the 6th. The 6th house is the house of enemies, and the 11th house is the house of gains. Scorpio rules the 6th, Aries rules the 11th. You want to hear more about this? I do a series talking about the rising signs. I don't think I've done Gemini yet, but I will eventually, so keep your eye out for that. But Gemini has these funny, tricky things going on. But you got to understand that when we talk about the 11th house being evil, what we're saying is it's like, okay, like is, shit, like actual feces is not evil. It's something we got to get out of us, and you don't want to shit your pants. You want to go and put it somewhere, deal with it in a constructive, sustainable, clean way so that you don't have that shit following you around. Shit is not evil. It's neutral. But if you let it stick to you, that's when it becomes a problem. Aries being on the 11th house shows that Gemini does identify with where they've gone in life. And if you listen to your unconscious, you'll recognize that as being important to you. I'm not going to be one of those spiritual types that says, oh, Geminis are all evil because they identify with the results and the fruits of their actions. It's a tricky thing for Gemini, but Gemini is the person to figure it out, my friend. Because you're living through this soul reality. There's no bad signs. So what you have to understand, what we have to understand as others watching the Gemini experience, is that it's okay to be competitive. It's okay to want to win. It's okay to want to strive. As long as it's coming from an authentic place of emotional and spiritual satisfaction inside of the essence of your spiritual nature. If it's coming from a compulsion, if it's coming from unsatisfied urges in childhood that you never got to experience, then it can be an issue. Okay? So let's say, take two people. They're in a company, and one of them they're both striving to get the higher position, employee of the month. Both of them want to be employee of the month. One of them has crappy planets in Aries. Let's say they got Saturn in Aries with Mars there. Let's use the moon, because Mars does well in Aries. Let's say they've got Saturn and the moon conjunct in Aries. A part of their emotional and survival mechanism has been dealing with Saturn being debilitated in the sign of an enemy, Aries. So you got a Gemini rising, the moon and Saturn in Aries, and they want to be employee of the month. Now let's take another Gemini, let's say who has Mars in Aries. That's all. Mars in its own sign, it's happy. It's competing because that's what its Mars wants to do, and it does it healthily. These two come together in competition in order to be employee of the month. One of them is acting out of trauma. The other one is acting out of their spiritual nature. Is it evil for either of them to compete? No. What would be evil, or what would be, evil's not the word, but what would be a bummer, is if the person who experienced the trauma takes it personally if they win, or worse, if they lose. I fucked that up. What would be a bummer is if the person with Saturn and the moon in Aries has trauma where their basic identity and their emotional stability is predicated on winning. They're going to take it personally if they lose. And it's going to be even a worse thing if they win, because then they've got even more that they got to hold on to in order to be emotionally stable. Not just emotionally stable through the moon, but physically capable of moving one step ahead, because that's Saturn. Saturn in Aries is a tough go for anybody. It's really tough for Gemini rising, for the reason that we're talking about, is that they get a completely messed up with regards to the 11th house. Then the 11th house is really causing them trouble. So this is how it works, folks, is that even that person with the moon and Saturn in Aries having that trauma can still compete for employee of the month if they look within themselves and they understand that astrology is a shell. What you truly are is the witness that's observing these planets that are coming together entangled in karma in this incarnation. If you can meditate, recognize that the planets are moving you through compulsions that are not you. If you can see it, then it's not you. I can see my arm. It's me, but if I cut my arm off, I'm looking at that severed object, which means that severed object wasn't really me. The witness is detached from the astral karmas. And this is why it's so important for all of us to tap into our unconscious and to recognize that the libidinal deepest aspects of our unconscious is connected to the infinite spirit that has been visiting here. That's the tour guide. That's the holy guardian angel of Aleister Crowley. It's the eternal spirit that's been incarnation after incarnation to be here. And if either of these two people, these Geminis, one's full of trauma, one is not, are dealing with Aries, they want to be employee of the month, both of them can have the bliss and the grace of spirit at their side. The difference is that the Gemini Rising, who prays, remember, this is one of the key things that I've been saying here, folks. Tip your tour guide. The tour guide is the holy guardian angel. The tour guide is your connection to your unconscious, which knows what's good for you. You went through a whole bunch of shit in childhood that your parents caused you to have childhood programming that caused you to act in ways that are subconscious programs that have taken you away from your essential nature. We all have that. It's a survival thing in human life. If you pray or meditate, you reduce the compulsions of your mind. You see the essence that is witnessing beyond the sediment of programming that you've been programmed with. You can sit in the true seat of the soul and see the traumas and the difficulties going on with this competition that you are experiencing. You can take it not personally, do the dharma of a Gemini, which is to compete, which is to go for employee of the month, which is to try and do something that makes you feel like, again, Geminis get a happy career with Pisces. And once that's happy, then they can play with it in a way that allows them to be engaged in the Aries way. This is what you're going to be seeking when Saturn and Neptune get to Aries. And however that goes, whatever you got going on in Aries, whether you've got trauma there or whether you've got planets that are going to help support you, either way, I would rather be, I'll tell you this, folks, I'd rather be the person with bad planets in Aries who meditates and prays than to be the person who's got Mars in Aries, who's got good planets there, but who is not humble and doesn't pray. Because it's not, the astrology chart is irrelevant. The astrology chart is just a vessel for you becoming the self. I'm giving you guys some mystical shit here. I wish you guys could see my face and not just this pink swathe of nothing. But anyway, for those Geminis watching, I've given some general spiritual things here, and our time is ticking. So what I will say with Gemini is be aware that the opportunities you need for the exact amount of work and effort for you, your talents and skills may be right under your nose. You are prompted when Saturn and Neptune come into Aries, which is your 11th house. You're going to be prompted to humbly take the skills that you have through calm realization of what's realistic for you. Not due to victimization, not because you're being affected by or being screwed over, or not because you want to show everybody that I am worth something. Because that's what you should have been doing while Neptune was in the 10th house, while you were dog fucking. This is how this is going to work, folks. If you didn't pay attention to what's in your unconscious while Neptune was in Pisces, then you will have been dog fucking. You're not really putting yourself at your best effort and your best foot forward in your career. And now Neptune and Saturn are falling into Aries in your 11th house, and you feel screwed over. You feel like you haven't developed the skills, or the opportunities aren't there for you to truly develop into something that you can be proud of. I use that word carefully, but it is the right word. Having the Aries on the 11th house means that Gemini needs to be proud of the work that it does, not the work that it did, the work that it does. It needs to have something it identifies with, being kind of regarded as someone who did some cool shit, that does something interesting, that does something that they would be proud of. And of course, to make this so-called pride into what we should call true glory and honor is really, pride isn't the right word. It's glory and honor. It's glory and honor if you are listening to your unconscious and tapping into Neptune and praying and tipping the tour guide, the cosmic tour guide, by putting an effort and intention into praying. If you don't do that, then it is pride, and it's an attachment, and it'll burn you when you're not in the seat of glory, which is, you can't have that seat of glory all the time in your life. But you know, Saturn and Neptune in Aries, they're in the 11th, and the 11th is the 11th from the first house. Keep that in mind. This means that you've got to let go of what your identity, of what you thought your identity was, of who, when in 2026, your identity is going to melt. Whether you did good in the previous period, whether you've got good planets in Aries, got good planets in Gemini, when Saturn and Neptune come into Aries, your identity is going to melt, because you're going to realize that what you're going for in life is going to change you. What you get in alignment with through Aries is a deep part of your actual identity, and it's going to change who you, Gemini, your first house, because again, Aries is the 11th from Gemini, right? The 11th is the 11th from the first. And this is a transformation of your deep identity that you're going to be experiencing. Ideally, I have been saying in all these videos, an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. Catch, while Neptune is still in Pisces, there's going to be an opportunity to be a bit lazy. What you should do is tap into your unconscious, find a purpose deep inside you that would show you that you are the type of person who just wants to do the best with your life that you can. And push yourself to work harder, ultimately. That's really where this is at. This Gemini needs to tap into all their libidinal resources that would cause them to work harder for the sake of the idea that you could be moving towards actions that will make you more satisfied. If you're depressed because you don't seem to be on track with living a life that would give you satisfying action, it's probably, you shouldn't feel victimized. It's probably that you just haven't been tipping the tour guide. You're off in Spain, you didn't tip the tour guide, and the tour guide says, okay, I'm off for lunch, and he's off for lunch. Now you're in Spain alone, and someone comes along and says, hey, I've got something cool for you. Oh, you're a tourist? Oh, something fun over here that you could do. Trust me, I'm a local. And then you go off and get yourself into some tangled up things that don't actually satisfy you. Tip the tour guide and make sure the tour guide, the holy guardian angel of your deepest purpose in life, is with you when you choose what you want to do with your life, when you choose how hard you're supposed to be working. Because you can work too hard, but that's probably not the case with Gemini. If you're working really hard, it's just generally a good thing. The balance for you should be working hard at work and then working hard with your loved ones. The big picture, again, is tapping into your unconscious so that you know that you're working towards the identity that you want. And that even if an identity comes to you that you aren't sure about, and even if work comes to you, and I don't know if this is where I want to be, ask your unconscious, listen to your within. Because what could be the case is that you might have to do work that you don't want to do throughout 2026, even if it's all well placed. You might have work coming to you that is painful and it's hard. But if you are listening to your unconscious, you will be being led towards something that is going to be good for you in the end. If it all feels good, if it all feels aligned, if it feels like you're moving towards a track that's going to get you what you want in life, and you're not depressed, then then you're on the right spot. Although there might not be clear answers when it comes to Saturn and Neptune. Am I depressed? Am I working in something that's going to give me the best? There might not be clear answers. The point is feeling that I accept whatever life does give me. So that as time goes on, you've got no psychic baggage. And by the time 2026 passes, Saturn is going to enter Taurus in 2028, and the dust will clear because the whole world's going to be going through junk at that time when Saturn is being pushed by Pluto in Aquarius. Saturn's the dispositor for Aquarius. Saturn's going to be debilitated and amplified by Neptune, debilitated in Aries. So the world's going to be going through some junk, which is going to force you to have responsibilities related to Aries, related to something to do with the job that you're in. And in fact, you're going to be probably have financial things going on, possibly with your family, that's going to force you to just work even harder. If you didn't develop a positive relationship with your work while Neptune was in Pisces, now you're being forced to work just to kind of keep things going for the 2 years of 2026 to 2028 that Saturn is debilitated in Aries. Then in 2028, it's going to get easier, but you will have the opportunity for you to climb will be kind of gone at that point. So you want to do your climbing in a positive work ethic from 2026 to 2028. While the world is in disarray, Gemini can play and manage the urgency and actually come out on top as employee of the month. If you got good planets happening there, and ultimately you could be happy with whatever you get if you tip the tour guide. The red flags to watch for Gemini relates to glory and acclaim and promises of egotistic, self-centered, but ultimately wasteful desires that distract from your long-term attainment and self-work. When someone comes along and says, I can make your life easier for you, I can get you glory on top of everybody else, all you got to do is come and work for me, and if you got to really read people when Saturn and Neptune are in this sector, it's in between the 10th and the 12th house. You're going to have people coming to you who are promising to make your life easier. You have to talk with them, manage the conversation with them, and diligently ask them, ask yourself, what's the intention and purpose of me dealing with this company, with this person who's promising all these good things? Is he in alignment? Is this company in alignment with me? Is this company going to bring me, are the people I'm working with ultimately, is this where I want to be in life? These are the important red flags to be looking for at this time. Because you don't want to be working hard at a job that you don't like, attaining things that mean nothing to you, and then going on meaningless vacations to placate the pain of being out of alignment. That's funny. Yeah. I'd say that's the full story for Gemini, folks. That one was a long one, actually. I keep telling myself I'm going to pull these in a little bit. But today's going to be long. I think that this video is going to go for 7 hours. Oh well. Let me know what you thought, folks. My Gemini friends, all of you who have been listening. That was Gemini Rising. I'm eating some chocolate, excuse me. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And let me know in the comments what you thought. And thank you so much for listening to this very much audio podcast. See you guys the next time I do some kind of video. Now, for those still watching, we still got 2 signs left. We got Taurus and we got Aries. I'm fired up on chocolate. I ain't stopping anytime soon. And I think we should do a restart. I think we should get our video back up so we can portray more pictures in the next section, the next segment of our thing here. Let's do it. So for those watching, I'm going to temporarily suspend the stream. We're going to come right back and we're going to keep on rolling here, folks. I'll see you in just one moment. Greetings, Earthlings. I am Anakshak Khan from the planet nowhere. And I have come here to tell all the Taurus people about all of the good, crazy, wild, spiritual, exciting things that they can expect while Saturn and Neptune go through the sign of Pisces and then the sign of Aries. What did I say there? Anakshakan? It's me goofing around. Awesome. Thanks, Cool Tone Sound. I'm glad you enjoyed it. And I'm glad all of you guys have been digging what we've been laying down thus far. Now, action. The next sign we're going into is Taurus Rising. We're going to find out what that's all about. How Taurus Rising can be expected to be experiencing Saturn and Neptune coming conjunct Pisces and landing in the sign of Aries. You heard it here, folks. Now, since we have our visuals operating for the moment, I'm going to... Okay, so for anyone who's just watching this, my internet sucks. I'm living with a bunch of people who are stealing it all. Not stealing it, they're using it. But that kind of sucks. Oh, damn, did we drop it already? Yeah, we did. So this is going to happen. And yeah, there's no control of it. And the Scorpio in me loves control. So it kind of sucks, but we've been making it work here, folks. So what do you, can you guys see me here right now? I'm assuming that it just clipped out. For those watching, let me know if you could, because yes, okay. Thank you, Zuleika. So, yeah, let's try this again. Gosh, it's so frustrating, but it is what it is. I'm going to redo our stream one more time, and then we're going to jump into it, and we're going to show what can be expected for Taurus Rising with this Saturn-Neptune conjunction. It's going to be one... Okay. Yo. Howdy do da. So we're back here, folks. We've been talking about how it's kind of frustrating that my technology is not serving me well here. But what's going to happen, we're going to show a few pictures of the Taurus chart and what's happening here. And yeah, I want to show these pictures before we lose our visuals again. And then we're just going to go organically like this is an audio podcast. Zuleika's mentioning that my stream quality might be affecting the bit rate. And that's something that I'm interested in myself, but I don't know how to change the bit rate is the problem. So, I've got frame rate and I've got resolution, and I can't change them. So I can't change it on YouTube's end either. So it is what it is. But thank you though, Zuleika. I appreciate you checking there. Hello, RYAN Movasagi. Nice to see you. I'm glad that the information is hidden. Now, let's take a dive into Taurus before we lose our visuals here. We're talking about Taurus Rising. And of course, the same thing for Taurus Rising is for all the signs. It's important for us to first recognize that Pluto is in Aquarius. And Saturn is the dispositor of... Saturn is the dispositor of Aquarius, which means Pluto is channeling itself through transiting Saturn. And Saturn, means crazy things for our world, in my opinion, when the Plutonian-charged Saturn, Aries, where it's debilitated, it touches down in Aries at the same time that Neptune does. Great amplification of energies there. Hard to say exactly what can be expected from that, but what we know is that for all of us, regardless of, predictions are fun and all, but it's not really where I'm at. I'm more interested in talking about what people can do with what they got. So for you Tauruses, we can see that Saturn and Neptune has been in Pisces for the past decade. It has been teaching you to tap into your unconscious related to the 11th house. We're going to talk about how the 11th is the 11th from the first house. That's going to be very interesting and relevant to Taurus, that's for sure. And furthermore, Taurus has these two planets, Saturn and Neptune, touching down in Aries in your 12th house, which is interesting for two reasons. Number one, the 12th house is known to be kind of a wasteful, difficult, rather unstable house. The 12th house is one of the atmosphere houses. Vic Takara tells us all the time that the 8th house and the 12th are the intermediaries between the sky and the earth. That's why the 12th house has such mystical connotations where wasteful things happen. And planets in the 12th can bring difficulty, just like planets in the 8th can bring difficulty. But it's more of an instability. The instability of the 8th house can bring monetary power and gain. The instability of the 12th house can bring spiritual gain. But both of these come at the expense of material comfort and stability. So Saturn and Neptune are touching down in Aries in the mystical, misty, atmospheric, unstable 12th house. And we're going to talk about how Aries is the 11th from Gemini, which means that we will be, in this period, Tauruses will be letting go of things related to Gemini. They'll be letting go of the gains and expectations of gains related to Gemini. And here's a cool little thing for y'all. The house from the numerology of a rising sign is important. So for example, for Gemini is the third sign. So having the energy of 3, the third house for Gemini is very important, and that's Leo. Cancer relates with the numerology of 4. So the 4th house for Cancer is very important, and that's Libra. For Taurus resonates with the numerology of 2. So the 2nd house for Taurus is going to be important because Taurus is the sign of this, the second sign. It's the house of resources, erotic, sustainability, emotional foundations. So Taurus's 2nd house is going to be important, which means that the period of February 2026 is going to have important ramifications for Taurus's resources, expectations of what those resources are supposed to be, how they're supposed to manifest, which can be painful for Tauruses. But all of these pains can manifest spiritual goodness if you have the luck of having good planets associated with these signs, or if B, you meditate and you recognize the importance of prayer. You tap into the libidinal agencies in the unconscious, you learn to trust them, and you accept what they give you. We're going to talk about that as we go along. But essentially, from 2026 to 2028, Saturn and Neptune are conjunct in Aries, and this will bring some difficulty. It's kind of a tough one for Taurus. Taurus has a bit of a tough go. Taurus is one of the signs that has kind of some difficulty with the Saturn-Neptune conjunction. And it's all going to get much easier when Saturn finally comes into Taurus, which is your first house. To be honest with you, at that point, you're still going to be going through other difficulties. So really, at some level, you won't be fully through the gate until Saturn enters Gemini in 2030. But there will be a big relief in 2028 for everybody and for Taurus. So let's start moving through here, folks. Thank you. Now, Taurus, at the beginning of this cycle, they're beginning with Saturn and Neptune conjunct in Pisces. And of course, Neptune has been in Pisces for the past 10 years. So probably one of the trigger checks related to Taurus is I'm depressed with my identity. I'm depressed at feeling like I don't have, Taurus can be one of the people that are feeling like I should be further in life right now. Sort of similar to Cancer. Taurus right now, while Neptune's been in Pisces for the past decade, one of the things Tauruses have been experiencing is that they need to develop a sense of the long game, and that they need to realize that whatever the divine has put them in alignment with at this time is what they're supposed to be learning. It's likely that a lot of Tauruses right now are changing their identity because of a lost expectation. I'm going to explain this 11th from the first house thing in a moment, but just let's recognize for now that what's happening for Taurus is that they're changing their identity. They're letting go of expectations of what their identity is supposed to be by experiencing loss or gains in the 11th house. There will be good things and bad things that happen with the 11th house. The good things will change your identity in terms of these are good things that are good for me, that feel good for me, that are attainments that are worth attaining for my soul. As well, there will be the feeling, since Neptune's been in Pisces, that my identity is going to shift based on expectations that I have now found have failed me. I had too much expectation of where I'd be at this point in life. Things that I thought were once important were only important for me as a young person. Now time has gone on and I realized that a lot of that was shit. Stupid, youthful shit that actually has nothing to do with my eternal soul. Pisces being in the 11th house has been teaching this to Taurus. Now, why is it so wrapped up in the identity? Does the 11th house have to do with identity? Not necessarily. This is what I've been explaining through all of these videos, and I'm redoing it for each sign, just so you can get these are important lessons. In Vedic astrology, there's an important concept. It's specifically related to Saturn, but I've been taking to using it with Neptune as well because they're not really similar, but they're similar in transit. Let's put it that way. Saturn brings spiritual lessons through material drag. And Neptune brings material lessons through spiritual drag. I like that. I like where I'm going with that. What I learned in Vedic astrology, because I'm a tropical Vedic astrologer, which means I use Western measurements and I apply Vedic philosophy to it. One of the big lessons that I learned, this cool, sweet-ass secret lesson in Vedic astrology, is wherever Saturn is transiting, you have to look at the third from that house to see what Saturn is letting go of. It's confusing if I use the third, because the third is the 11th from the 11th from itself. So, Saturn, wherever it's transiting by sign, is the 11th it's in the 11th from something. What do I mean by this? Pisces is the 11th from Taurus. If you count from Taurus, we can see Taurus, you guys know you're Taurus rising, so it's easy for you guys to see that the 11th from Taurus is Pisces. Now, what is the 11th? What is the relevance here? Well, in Vedic astrology, what we describe is that if you want to know what you can expect from a Saturn transit, you say, what is Saturn transiting the 11th from? Because you will be releasing expectations. Because what is the 11th house? In Vedic astrology, we actually convey the 11th can be considered to be an evil thing. Although evil's not the word. I say it all the time, but sometimes astrology works this way. We use words and then we say, by the way, take these words with a grain of salt. Sweet tooth that happens with the 11th. What's the 11th about, folks? The 11th is about attainment, gains. If you have good planets in the 11th, then you'll have a natural relationship with gaining things. In this case, for you, Taurus, it's actually, that's one of the cool things about Taurus is that it has Pisces on the 11th, and Pisces is ruled by Jupiter, who has no enemies. The only planet that's really bad in Pisces is Mercury, that's debilitated there. But Jupiter has no enemies. It's the great benefic. So you can probably mostly just have good planets there, unless there are two planets that don't like each other in there. Like if you have Jupiter, well, Jupiter would do well in Pisces, so it's not a good example. Let's say Mars and Mercury would be a particularly tricky one. Because Mars and Mercury are not friends, and Mercury is debilitated. But generally, the example I've been giving is if you've got the Sun and Saturn in Pisces, for example, then there's going to be difficulty in Pisces in the 11th house because those two planets are using Pisces for the arena of the trauma that can be expected from the Sun and Saturn being together. Now, the 11th house is about gains. If you have difficult planets in the 11th house, you develop an unrealistic sweet tooth. It's like, if the Sun and Saturn are together in the 11th house, the way that they bond, even though it's painful because Saturn and the Sun hate each other. You ever notice that the Sun is exalted in Aries, but it's debilitated in Libra, while Saturn is exalted in Libra, but debilitated in Aries? What's opposite Leo? It's Aquarius, ruled by Saturn. These two planets are always at loggerheads. So if they're together, they cause trouble with each other. As soon as the Sun starts to authoritize itself, Saturn loses its ability to stabilize itself. But if Saturn's on top of things, then the Sun loses its autonomy. Saturn will find survival through other people at the expense of the kingdom of the Sun. They're always fighting each other when they're together. And if they're together in the 11th house, then the only way to redeem them is through gaining things. They expect that I need to attain something. I need to push hard in order to get something that will fix me. That will fix my Sun and that will fix my Saturn. And oftentimes it will end in a mess, typically. Although not always. Just because these two planets are in Pisces in the 11th house doesn't mean it's always going to end up as a terrible trash heap, especially if you can meditate and recognize that the astral spheres are just external aspects of the eternal witness who is detached from it. But even that witness is witnessing difficulty. It's likely that someone with difficult planets in the 11th have had trauma related to attainment, to feeling like they are worthy of attaining what they want in their life. Because the 11th house is actually, it's evil on one hand, but it's actually a very important house of Dharma on the other hand. There's attainments. It's the deep attainments that the soul really wants to go for. But in order to gain what the soul really wants to go for, usually anything happening in the 11th means that you will be compelled to chase attainments that don't actually matter. You'll chase them. You'll spend a whole life. You'll spend 10 years, however many years, trying to grab them. When you finally grab them, you realize, oh my God, I'm not satisfied. This isn't what I actually wanted. And then that's why the 11th house is evil, but it's actually the house of Dharma. It's how do you get in alignment with your Dharma? By not doing your Dharma, or by doing it. If you got good planets in the 11th, you get in alignment with your Dharma by doing your Dharma. If you got bad planets in the 11th, you get in alignment with your Dharma by not doing your Dharma, by wasting years of your life doing something that's not fulfilling. And then you realize, fuck me, I should have been doing something, I should have been listening to my unconscious and figuring out what I actually want to do with my life. So the 11th from anything is going to have this sort of interaction. So when Saturn is in the 11th from something, Saturn forces us to let go of expectations of that thing. Screen here. Saturn and Neptune are in Pisces, and Pisces is the 11th from Taurus, which means that Saturn, as Saturn is transiting Pisces, you are going to be letting go of things related to the first house. By building on the 11th house, the same thing, by Saturn being in the 11th house, not just Neptune. Remember, this is a Vedic technique, is Saturn being in the 11th house from the first house. You are dropping your expectations of your identity. Why? Because opportunities are coming to you. The attainments are happening. There are things you can attain and things you can grab onto that you realize because after your attainments in the 11th house bring things to you. And what you realize by what you're attaining, especially because, Neptune has been in Pisces for you. So you've been absorbing in a deep, sensitized Neptunian way what attainment is for you, the things that you've been attaining, and the level of satisfaction that you get from those things. And how this is ultimately supposed to work is that Neptune being here should teach you to tune into your unconscious, so that when you listen to your unconscious, you realize that it's not the thing that you're trying to get, but it's the getting that is the true Dharma. As the Bhagavad Gita says, we are not entitled to our actions. We're only entitled to the fruits. Oh my God, I fucked it up. I must be tired. We are not entitled to the fruits of our actions. We are only entitled to our actions themselves. We can't expect that we're going to get any type of fruit from anything, or else it's just going to lead to disappointment. Or it's going to lead you to be stuck. You've been going through your life and you think, especially if you got junk in your 11th house, you got bullied when you were 5 and you took it very deeply personally. Now, 30 years later, you're 35 years old. You're in your, the age of around the midlife crisis area. And you find that I've got to prove to the world that I can be something good. Let's say some kids made fun of you because of what you were doing with soccer when you were 5 years old. You got some trash happening in the 11th house of Pisces. When you were 5 years old, somebody pushed you to play soccer and you failed and they made fun of you. They laughed at you. You took it personally and you've been chasing that for years. You've been chasing that trauma. 35 years old, you finally get to be a good soccer player and you make it into some kind of minor league and you're getting there and it's just as stressful. You're feeling all the same shit and you just realize that, I'm not being served by this, even on the games that I win, if it's leading from trauma. If you got good planets in the 11th, you could be playing soccer your whole life and you're a Taurus and the 11th house is part of the gains. That's a Piscean enjoyment that you enjoy. So you just go through, you play soccer for its own sake. You win some, you lose some. And, you could you can win and lose exactly the same amount as the Taurus who had junk in the 11th, who was traumatized when they were 5 years old. The reality will be the same. Let's say we've got a Taurus with good stuff in the 11th. They get to be 35, they won 20 games, and they lost 10. They are satisfied. Now let's take a Taurus Rising who had crap in their 11th house. They get to be 35, throughout their whole life, they won 20 games and they lost 10. The exact same situation is about. But the person who's acting on trauma will never be satisfied, no matter how much they win. The other Taurus, who has good planets in the 11th, actually have the same amount of wins and losses, but they appreciate it. They're not acting on trauma. They have a groove that is allowing them to enjoy the thing that they've been doing. This is how the 11th house works. This is how it all actually works. We need to enjoy the process, as my friend Cool Tone Sound has said. Now, as Neptune and Saturn have been transiting your 11th house of Pisces, especially as Neptune has been transiting Pisces for the past decade, you've been probably dealing with the reality of your satisfaction and your ability to attain things. How satisfied are you with the flow of having ways of attaining things? Really, whether you've got good planets there or bad planets there, Neptune is going to fuck with you. But the thing is that what happens with Neptune is you get a divine depression. The divine depression for Taurus, with Neptune in the 11th, is depression is your unconscious telling you that you're not doing something right. All of these planets, including Neptune, including Saturn especially, is where I got this idea, is that when Neptune and or Saturn is transiting a sign, you have not taken a shit with regard to that sign. For 27 years. Saturn is meeting Pisces now. You haven't taken a shit with regard to Pisces for 27 years. Even if you're 15 years old, the previous incarnation was still moving through Saturn. So with Neptune having been in Pisces all this time, now it's in Pisces and you haven't taken a shit with relation to your 11th house, which means you've had unattended expectations of what you want to do with your life. And it's operating, Neptune in Pisces in your 11th house is the 11th from the first house. Hopefully you guys can see my picture here. Pisces is the 11th from the first house, which means that you have been letting go of basic aspects of your identity. When Neptune transits the 11th, it's the 11th from the first house, which means you have expectations of, I'm this type of person. Since I'm this type of person, it's natural for me to want these kinds of experiences. Let's say for me, I'm Mr. Hippie, hippy dippy, and I identify as a hippie. So Neptune, let's say if I was a Taurus, Neptune has been in Pisces, and since I identify first house, I identify as a hippie. And therefore, I expect to make these attainments. I expect peace and love. I expect to go to lots of music festivals, lots of concerts, do lots of great drugs with lots of great people, and make lots of great love. And I live my whole life up till I'm a certain age that now Neptune is moving through Pisces. And I'm like, yeah, okay, so this is, I'm getting some of that attainment. And as time goes on, if I've been in alignment, then the attainments I've had, the experiences I've had, even these psychedelic, mystical experiences I've had with beautiful, loving people could be a good thing. And maybe I am in alignment. And maybe I need to take the good from what's happened and keep it. Don't break it. Don't fix it if it ain't broke. But it's also possible that I could go through all this time, realize that my identity as a hippie has actually been blocking greater attainments. I go through the whole thing, and then, Saturn manifests in Pisces. It's coming up to Neptune in Pisces. They come right up together, and I realize, you know what? I think I want to put on a business suit and just have a regular 9-to-5 with a wife and kids, and I don't give a shit about any of this music festival shit. Now, if the identity is a hippie, if that's what's in my unconscious, but I identify as a hippie, my identity is blocking this more natural thing that's in my unconscious, which is just to be a 9-to-5 guy in a business suit who goes into work, contributes to a society, comes home, loves his wife and kids, blah, 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 blah. That could be my true dharma, my true thing that I want. But my identity as a hippie is blocking that. Neptune is going to fucking completely transform your identity when it's in the 11th house. Saturn is especially going to, thank you, Dama Nostra. Saturn coming up to Neptune especially is going to cause you from 2023 to 2026 to really change your identity. Now, Dama Nostra has mentioned to me that we've lost our picture. That's okay. Thankfully, we got out all we needed to with the pictures. Now, this is an audio podcast. So, the big idea for what's been happening for Taurus Rising, as Neptune has been in Pisces all this time, is you're letting go of expectations related to your identity. Now, Saturn, let me check here for a moment. Before we go forward, I want to say, you have been letting go of your identity as well as fruits related to what you thought you could be getting out of your identity. Now, Neptune has come through and you have probably completely different ideas for what you really ultimately want out of life. Dignity is coming now as something inborn in you. You're releasing the need for an external claim to fame. You got to take your mind off of controlling your destiny and listen to the greater Dharma path and identity that is within you. Because you could have, instead of wasting your time in that hippie identity that all your friends always were and you just locked into that identity, that was an external thing to you. Assuming that you wanted to be secretly just be a simple businessman on the inside. If you pray and meditate and tap into your unconscious, you will realize that this is the reason why you're a depressed hippie. Or you could switch it around. I feel better about switching it around. If you're a guy in a business suit and you actually want to be a hippie, but you are stuck in the identity of Mr. Business Suit Guy, you can switch it around all you want. Ultimately, for the two of them, the main important thing is to be in alignment with your unconscious, because your unconscious will give you depression. And it's this depression that Neptune gives you. It's your brain saying, you're not paying attention to your spirit, to your soul. Because we all have childhood programming from our parents that have caused us to be blocked in our organic anticipation of what is blooming like a flower within us. You put a lampshade on top of the flower, which we call survival on the human earth plane. And being civil, being a good little boy or girl, following your parents, listening to everything except the compulsions within your own divinity. As time goes on, if you pray and if you meditate and if you reduce the compulsions in the childhood programming, that's what I call tipping the tour guide. Because all of this has happened to you many times before. The tour guide is your holy guardian angel in Crowleyan language. And for the atheists out there, I often say, I'm an atheist to religious people, religious nut. I go back and forth because that's what the reality is they're two different perspectives. So for the atheistic minded, just consider this as your unconscious is part of the genetic material that knows how to evolve and survive for you in the best way possible. But your childhood programming and incidental things of nurturing caused you to lose track of your nature. However you want to spin it, the tour guide is your ancestral genetic DNA from your DNA ancestry information. And it wants you to do something. It wants you to be that hippie, even though you're in the suit of a businessman. Now, if you tip the tour guide, what that means is, when you go off into some country and something confusing happens with the locals come to you and say, hey, you're a tourist. We can tell from your clothes. Why don't you come over here into this back alley because we got some cool things that you've never seen in your country. It's some crazy shit and you really got to come check it out. If you tip the tour guide, if you pray to your unconscious and you reduce the compulsions of your mind. Oh, there's a mosquito. Oh no, I gotta kill it. Yes. Could not deal with the mosquito in here right now. Sorry if that was loud. The local yokels will come and try to take advantage of you in moments of especially Neptunian, Saturnian urgency. With Pluto in Aquarius, channeling Plutonian energy through Saturn, being debilitated in Aries, conjunct Neptune in 2026. This is the time for everybody to look for where the local yokels are going to take advantage of you as the cosmic tourist here on planet Earth. So tip the tour guide. So the tour guide will hang around and say, yeah, those two tourists over there, they are not in alignment with your purpose here. They're going to take you somewhere that's going to distract you from why you came to planet Earth. The tour guide will tell you these things if you tip the tour guide by praying and meditating and reducing the compulsions of your mind so you can see the clear bliss within. Because all astral sheaths are just sheaths that the witness is watching. As I've been saying in these episodes, if I cut off my arm, I throw it away and I can see my severed arm. If I can see it, then it's not me. It was me when it was attached to me, but once I severed my arm, I'm looking at it. I'm the eye that's looking at it. Our astral sheaths are something that is not us. It's something that the us inside us lives through. And this is important. This is one of the reasons why I want to do this podcast, is because people need to understand this about astrology. It's not fatalistic. It's fatalistic. It's going to show things that are going to happen, but you can orient yourself towards it, especially by connecting with Neptune, tapping into the unconscious, and realizing that you can make gold out of a shitty situation. Even the person who spent 20 years of their lives being a hippie when they secretly wanted to be a businessman, if you look from the perspective of spirit, all the suffering you spent being in an identity that's not right for you is exactly what spirit wanted for you, or else you wouldn't have done it. I've been saying in these podcasts too, I'd rather be a Taurus rising with garbage in my 11th house, waste a whole bunch of my life being in the wrong identity, and then come to be 40 years old, have a midlife crisis, and realize I wasted all that time. But I'm a praying person who meditates and listens to my unconscious. My unconscious led me to all that garbage even. The unconscious will do this. Sometimes Neptune will do this. It'll lead you to trash, into difficult experiences. But if you've been connecting to the divine the whole time, you'll realize that it's going to come back to you. And that all of that suffering is going to lead to the bliss of when you finally right yourself and your identity. I'd rather be someone suffering and praying than someone having a great time and not praying, is what I'm trying to say. But I digress. This is my Sagittarius moon getting ahead of us here. So, tune into your unconscious. Recognize what's going on in your personal 11th house. Hopefully, if you got good stuff there, then you will learn what your dharma is by being in alignment with it. If you got junk in your 11th in Pisces, then you'll learn what your dharma is by not being in alignment with it and then wanting to after the fact. Regardless, with Taurus, there is a greater dharma path and identity and basic personality than what you have probably presently perceived yourself to be a mere vessel for. Since Neptune's been in Pisces, you've been probably thinking that, like, I have a whole identity. I've got something deeper inside me that I just can't transform because I'm stuck on these goals, which is keeping me stuck in this identity, which is keeping me stuck in these goals, which is keeping me stuck on this identity. Once you open to the shift, Neptune will do it by giving you depression. But an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. If you listen to your unconscious when you're depressed and figure out what it is that's causing you to be depressed, then you'll be much better. You won't have to deal with the wasted time of suffering in the wrong lane. Not only that, but it will make your life easier when the bigger thing happens with Saturn and Neptune conjunct in Aries. For you, Taurus, you have to accept and be open to identity shifts that are happening for you. Listen to your unconscious and be willing. because those with good planets in Pisces and Taurus are going to actually be excited about this because Neptune is neutral. Neptune and Saturn are neutral. They don't bring difficulty for the sake of difficulty any more than going to the bathroom. When you got to go to the bathroom, that's like suffering in a way, right? But after you get rid of it, it's like, oh my God, I feel so light. The reason you feel so light is because it's contrast to the heavy. It's the yin and the yang. So the trigger check for Taurus while Neptune is in Pisces is that you feel stuck. It's because of the attachment to an end goal and an identity. You must release both to attain both. I don't like who I am. I don't like what I'm living for. I don't like what I'm going for in life. You can even have a good wife. You can have a good family situation. But if you feel confused and vaguely like your basic identity is stuck on some goal that you've had since you were a child, that might just be a waste of time. Listen to your unconscious. Listen to any depression associated with that. Because if you're especially been feeling that since around 2010, 2011, when Neptune got into Pisces, that's a trigger check. That might just be a Neptune thing. That might be your brain trying to tell you that it's time for you to engage with how you've been unconsciously identifying with yourself. Now, this is going to go good or bad, and however good or bad it goes is going to blend into the themes of the next part of this video, which is Saturn and Neptune conjunct in Aries, which is your 12th house. Now the energy is whatever you felt as your previous identity is going to sublimate into essentially, this is how it's going to work for Taurus, is Saturn and Neptune are going to cause necessary responsibilities related to Aries, which is your 12th house. These will pull you away from the second house desires that you're going to be seeking at this time. Essentially, you're going to have to be lost in isolation, and because you've been identifying in the wrong way, you're probably going to feel, if things didn't go well while Neptune was in Pisces, it's going to translate into Neptune in Aries, with Saturn there especially, with some kind of isolation, where you're going to be isolated either way, but it's going to be a lonely isolation where all of a sudden you're going to really feel like you want to transform your identity. But you can't because of the emergency that happens when, remember folks, Pluto is channeling itself through Aquarius, ruled by Saturn. So Saturn is the dispositor for Pluto in this period. And Saturn is going to be debilitated in Aries, which is a cardinal sign. It's a fire sign. So Saturn's going to be active. It's going to be intense and urgent. And this urgency is going to be amplified by Neptune being also in Aries, which means that we are all going to be having to deal with some kind of responsibilities that block the attainment of what we really seek. So, Neptune and Saturn are in the 12th house of Aries. What is Aries the 11th from? Aries is the 11th from Gemini. In 2026, this is where the urgency is really going to hit. You are going to be letting go of expectations of what your second house is supposed to be. The second house is emotional, material, financial fulfillment. This is a tough one, especially because Taurus, okay. So Tauruses, you guys are getting hit one of the hardest from this Saturn and Neptune conjunction. If you understand why. You have to let go of expectations because of Saturn and Neptune conjunct in Aries, you're going to be letting go of expectations and learning lessons of letting go of your second house. And of course, Taurus is all about the number 2. It's all about second house things. So for you, what this means If you're letting go of expectations of the second house, what does it mean? It means you have a sweet tooth. You are over anticipating having enough material and emotional sustainment to survive well, to thrive. So this means how is the universe going to teach you to get in proper alignment with your second house? It's going to cause you to feel like you're kind of like starving, like you don't have enough material resources, like you don't have enough emotional resources, like you have to bust your ass working hard at whatever's going on with Aries in the 12th house. It's very possible that this could be a period of isolation and great, like I got to say this, if you've got good planets in Aries and in Gemini, and if you have been tapping into your unconscious, and if you've been well served by Neptune going through Pisces, this is a period where you have opened to the idea that your identity can change, that you can move and let the universe flow through you at a basic level of your identity, which means things are going to change all around you. And once these planets hit Aries, this type of spiritual person who has been taking it well, who has support with all these planets, is going to take well to the 12th house isolation that probably kind of happens here, where you're probably just going to live kind of a lonelier existence. But this is a loneliness that you feel is the tantric learning of letting go of easy luxury and abundance. Abundance very well may come, actually, because you will learn through these planets being in the 12th to subsist on very little. You don't need much. This is a very tricky thing for Taurus, mind you. But it's irrelevant because if you have good planets, you have a good Venus, if you have good things being supported in your chart, and most importantly, if you have a connection to your unconscious. Either way, even if you've got all this support, even if you've got a connection to your unconscious, Tauruses have got to suffer here before they can feel the redemption of essentially like what's happening for Taurus is that after this period, you're going to appreciate whatever you get. And you could get a lot out of this ultimately because, remember, crisis is the same thing as opportunity. I think for Tauruses, what they're going to be moving through is an experience of a sort of spiritual desire to kind of be like, what am I thinking of? Like a Boy Scout or a Girl Scout who's just out in a very simple existence and really moving through past traumas, mystical traumas, not only from your past and your early childhood, but also from past incarnations. Neptune and Saturn are going to be putting them in your face in kind of an urgent way that's frustrating, where you probably are going to feel, again, like you don't have enough material resources. It's going to feel like it's starving you. You have to be, like, fasting, literally, right now, is something that is symbolically connected to what you're doing here. Tauruses essentially are being forced to fast for this period. And Tauruses are the people who least want to fast. But if you can get in the flow with fasting, and I mean literally, this is something I would give Tauruses as advice. Get into the idea of fasting. Fasting means not just fasting food, not just not eating, which many people think fasting is. People develop anorexia because I heard that fasting is good for you. So I'm just going to keep doing my job. I'm going to keep mentally strained at work in the same way that I have. I'm going to get home and I'm going to remain mentally strained and I'm going to keep doing the things that I've been doing all this time. I'm just going to not eat. Oh, cool. Now I don't have to eat. That's called anorexia, folks. It's not the same as consciously fasting in body, mind, and spirit. Essentially, what's happening with Taurus here is that you can either officially fully fast with body, mind, and spirit and take it as an intention and be with the lesson that the universe is giving you here, or you will probably, what a lot of Tauruses are going to do, because Saturn is just going to push with this urgency, is you're just going to eat less and sleep less and have less emotional regeneration. And you're going to feel that and experience it's going to be handed to you. You're going to be voluntold. And what this is going to amount to is feeling like you just don't have enough, like you got this sweet tooth. And really, this is especially going to be so while Saturn is in Aries from 2026 to 2028. It's possible that some people, especially some women, God bless you, you know, women are the embodied aspect of human consciousness. And there's going to be a lot of women who should be very aware of their dietary habits, of finding a stable dietary lifestyle, not just dietary, but for the sake of survival, but also good, nourishing food for the soul. Make sure you have a stable, balanced dietary regime that is not only like a Virgo way of dietary health, but also like, again, truly fasting in body, mind, and soul, meaning being happy to just have times of fucking off and doing nothing, not spending lavishly. You go to work, everyone's going to be working at this period. You go to work, you eat the little bits that you can while you're at work, have a good lunch. That's the best time to eat because it's the afternoon, according to Ayurveda. You get home, skip having the every meal, every week even, going to the keg and eating some big fancy meal with your hubby every week because you're probably not going to have the monetary ability to do it. You are probably just going to have to buckle it all in, take it on yourself, and develop, because really, you know, the 6th house and the 12th house are faces of each other. All this 6th house stuff is really the face for what's actually behind the 12th, which is spiritual realization, willingness to surrender the excesses of material sustainment for the sake of the enjoyment of having very little. And the thing is that this might all sound bleak, but Tauruses need to learn this lesson. This is a very good time as a Taurus soul to learn very important lessons related to Taurus by being happy with what you have. Because after this period, especially if you have support here, many of you will. Many of you will just feel like, you know, many of you Tauruses are probably just smart with your money. And when there's an economic downturn, you just be careful and mindful of, you can't go to the keg every week. No big deal. We'll just buy cheaper, cheap little foods that are nice. And that honestly is not even that bad. It's the fact that you won't be able to go to the places and do the things that you would typically want to do, especially from 2026 to 2028. You got 2 years to be in a conscious body, mind, spirit fast of sorts. And I don't mean fast for those 2 years. I mean, consider it as almost one long fast, but don't like neglect your food. Like true fasting is the proper diet, but also, yeah, letting go of the need for as much excess food as you would typically have. So that eventually this period will make you appreciate food, will make you appreciate emotional regeneration with loved ones, make you appreciate the time that you can actually rest and spend with individuals that you love. Because that's really going to be the 12th house nature of this, is that you're probably going to have to be doing a lot of work by yourself. Even if you're like at the home with the kids and the husband or whatever, something is going to cause you to have a spiritual retreat. And it's the spiritual retreat that is going to help you find a balance of your appetite in the 2nd house. If you're fortunate enough to be on the positive side of all this stuff happening. Listening to the unconscious will allow you to move your identity so that you don't need to identify as someone who always has luxuries and good things. And if you can go through this fasting moment, then you can really strongly identify with what you truly want. You know, this is all building on your 11th house. Once this is all through, 2028, Saturn's in Taurus, It's past the hard part. It's past the deep fast of sorts that you've been experiencing. Now Saturn is in Taurus. It's 2028, and Saturn is pushing you to identify in a new way. Saturn at that point is in the first house, which is the 11th from the third. So you need to let go of expectations related to action, third house, movement and things, which means Saturn's actually going to push you to act, push you to move forward. Where you resisted, Saturn's pushing you to act when Saturn gets into Taurus in 2028. And this is a deep time of expansion on your identity. And if you don't identify as someone who needs to be comfortable in order to be your best, which is what this previous period is trying to teach you, when Saturn is moving through Taurus, you will have a lot of extra energy to really develop the person that you want to be, to develop the resources that you really want to have, to be with the people that you really want to be with. Neptune is going to remain in Aries until fucking like 2030 something. So even after Saturn moves to Taurus, we are still going to be having Neptune in Aries. That's why it's important for you to set it right from 2026 to 2028, because urgent things are going to cause you to deal with your emotional tension, the things that you are fasting for if you're on top of this. Saturn and Neptune in Aries with Plutonian push on this part of Saturn. It's going to cause you, when Saturn's debilitated in Aries, to solidify things related to Saturn that are going to be how you deal with your emotions for the next 27 years. Possibly really even longer, because of the way Saturn and Neptune are so, like, it's going to completely squish what's happening at that period for all of us. For Taurus, it can be a tough bag. But if you listen to me, listen to your unconscious, and remember, the astrology, this whole trip is going to be really useful for Tauruses, because you can listen to your unconscious. And now I've told you, now the cat's out of the bag, sucker. Too late. You already listened to me. So now when you go and listen to your unconscious, you're going to say, what do I need to be well right now? And your part of your unconscious is going to still be stuck on old subconscious patterns. It's going to say, what would really make you well is just to go and eat some cake, eat some food, just find some way to just nom, just get through this moment. But your unconscious is going to actually peel past your subconscious and say, it's not bad for you to have a release valve, to have a nice, just have some cake, have a juicy time with your lover once in a while to keep you sane. But your unconscious is going to remember from what I just told you that if you can fast right now, you're going to get the most that you can out of this period. If you're conscious, grateful for what you have, and put your mind towards just meditating and being present, using a very special type of yoga. You're going to be in a yoga posture for all this time. Just like in yoga. You don't have to stay in the posture the whole time, but the longer that you do, the more that you're going to get out of it. This is up to you, folks. You ever been to a yoga class? They don't force you to get up into a yoga posture. They say the longer you do it, the more you'll get out of it. Which means don't push yourself with this, folks. Don't get it twisted. Don't starve yourself. Don't... You've heard the guts from me. Now you got to listen to your unconscious. When is it appropriate for you to have a break from the fast and to rest and to nourish yourself? Listen, I can't help you out with those details. That's the nature of Neptune. But if you listen to your unconscious, it'll tell you, yes, we can cheat a little bit now, but let's ultimately stick to this fast at least until 2028. Really, though, even when Saturn gets into Taurus in 2028, that will be like you coming out of yoga class and being like, okay, now what do I do with my body? You're all fresh. You've been fasting for the last 2 years. Now, what are you going to go and just stick to the same old patterns you've been doing? Or are you going to take your clean body, mind, and spirit and develop a first house, because Saturn's going to be in Taurus in your first house, develop that and set a new foundation for the best life that you can live? Take it for, I'd say, how would I even say this? Hold the posture from 2026 to 2028. Then do some vinyasa, flow. Vinyasa means moving posture, which means your movement is medicine for the body. And so you're moving and you're just releasing, but you're not fully letting go of the fast. You're moving into a space where you can calm down a bit, you can get out of the posture, but milk it. Milk it until Saturn gets into Gemini. Then you can just let be what shall, you know? And you might even find after the end of this that you enjoy this consciousness that I'm telling you to do. Wink, wink. I hope that's what actually happens. But this is for you Tauruses, I know that you guys like to have timers when you do yoga. 30 seconds, click, now I can rest. And that's okay, because you guys can go as longer than I can sometimes. I've known Taurus Risings who can go forever because they're smart about their appetite. They're smart about their rest. You know, the power's in your hands here. You have to listen to your unconscious for when it's right for you to get out of this. But I recommend hold the posture till 2028 and then milk it until 2030. I hope that was clear. Now, ultimately with Taurus, if you've been exerting effort in order to regain a sense of financial and social stability, you'll learn in this period that becoming patiently and stably adjusted in your nervous system and energy field within are what actually manifest abundance and reliable stability for the long run. Not developing resources or maintaining a certain identity or conceptual end goal of who you think you are, who you're trying to prove yourself to be. You're trying to prove to others that I can, that's the drag from the previous Neptune in Pisces period. Hanging on to certain identities. If you're holding on to these identities, whatever, when the shit hits the fan in 2026, you're not going to move with what your body needs and what your body wants, and possible even jobs and big changes, moving of place. All these kinds of things can happen when these things are in Aries, because Aries is the 11th from Gemini, which is your second house. So you have to let go of expectations of the second house, which includes where you live, how you operate your finances, your erotic and material resources, all these things. You got to kind of let go of your identity about. And that's why the period of Neptune moving through Pisces is a primer for how you can be open with your identity. Hello there, Omnist Gangster Enlightenment. You are correct that the video is distorted. This has turned into an audio podcast because my technology is kind of screwed up and it's not letting me stick to one picture. But I hope you enjoy the audio side of this podcast. So now the final word I'm going to give here is, let's see. Fixed identities for you have led to undermining the confidence and inner peace that is available to you. You should focus on what you have, not what you think you should. Be grateful. Gratefulness. Grateful, grateful, grateful. Really, because this is going on in the 12th house, there's a band called the Grateful Dead that almost really resonates with the consciousness that's happening here. It's like if you can be grateful to have been dead, then you can be grateful for whatever you get when you're alive. Let your identity follow its instincts like an animal, while you maintain patient poise and cultivate the yamas and the niyamas. If you're into yoga, I particularly recommend this is all good shit for Taurus. Structured, stable ways of understanding spiritual fasting methods that are structured so that you understand them, so that you can move through them without getting lost too much in things, because Taurus is like that kind of structure. The yamas and the niyamas are anciently been there for us to get a grip on how we can exercise our consciousness through our bodies, minds, and spirits. Watch for red flags of feelings of victimization like, oh, I was this identity and I had to be. My parents made me this identity, and of course I had to be. And now I'm here. My parents fed me so much food when I was young, and now I'm here, and I'll never. And I'm suffering, and I'm suffering, and I'm suffering, and it's all awful. It's terrible that I don't have enough. Got to watch for that's a trigger check right there. I don't have enough. If you find yourself saying that you don't have enough, you got to check your identity, check your expectations on what you should have, and listen to your unconscious, because your unconscious is going to tell you, hey, dude, you got what you got. We can't, abundance can happen. And really, at some level, there will even be Tauruses who actually, it's going to be one way or the other. You could say, my parents always fed me and spoiled me, and now I'm a wreck because I don't have enough. But there will be Tauruses that feel like your parents never fed you enough, never gave you abundance consciousness. And now you're kind of almost feel like you're in poverty, and you just don't have enough. And that's true for a lot of people on our planet. That is the reality. But just because it's the reality in the human suit doesn't mean that you don't have infinite resources at your disposal within you. So take your understanding of this and apply it to whatever reality that you have, because abundance and the consciousness of abundance is going to be a part of the lessons that you hear. Because like I said, what you don't realize is that becoming stably adjusted in your nervous system and energy field are what actually manifest abundance and reliable stability. Not having the external things. It's the internal nervous system balance that develops true abundance, because that's what Taurus really is. So watch for red flags of victimization, emotional trauma, etc., that cause fleeting hunger and a desire for quick gratification. Seek reflection, seek 12th house reflection, and possibly even seek therapy. And, I tell so many of my clients this, therapy is not the taboo word that it once was. I try to see a counselor once in a while just to get a second set of eyes and ears on my situation. Why would you not? It's a useful thing for everybody to consider, and I think it's something that might be useful for Taurus because this is happening in the 12th house. One of your big missions through 2026 to 2028 is to reckon with your compulsions in your nervous system and go and seek all the help that you can to align yourself with it properly. Gouda, 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 rocking everywhere. Now, I don't know how long we've been going for here, but it's 5:30, and damn, we might just have to go until 6:30, which would be like a long time. I think that's 7.5 hours. It is what it is. I just hope that, whatever. It is what it is, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, that has been Taurus Rising. Saturn and Neptune conjunct in Aries for Taurus Rising. We have one more left. Ugh. Chocolate. Chocolate, 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 chocolate. Okay, folks. Thank you, Omnist Gangster Enlightenment. I'm glad that you've been enjoying this and what we've been moving through. And you as well, Cool Tone Sound. We've got quite a few people hanging out with us. Many of you just been hanging from the beginning, and I love you guys. I love doing this with you folks. I'm going to say this again with a picture. I'm going to have one more piece of chocolate, though. Now, we got one sign left. We've got Aries Rising left to go. So, as we have been doing, we are going to restart our stream. And we are going to have me in the vision there, visible, so that we can show a few pictures at the beginning. And then from there, my technology is going to suck my ass and change the picture like it's on now. And then after I've at least shown a few of the pictures of Aries Rising, we're just going to go from there. If we lose our picture, it's no big deal. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Ruby Hind, Dama Nostra, Omnist Gangster, Cool Tone Sound. I'm glad to hear that you guys have been enjoying this. Yeah. Okay. Quick drink of water. Okay. We're going to return in just a second here, folks. Bear with me. Stay on the stream if you want to keep watching. I'm just going to restart the stream so that we can see my face for all of probably... Hello, 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 hello. Jazz hands. How's it going, folks? I wanted to tell you guys that I love yous. I love doing this astrology stuff with you guys. It feels very nice that I love just being able to do this in general. But I'm just shocked and surprised and very pleased to see that I've got so many people who I don't even think I wouldn't do these in the same way. You know, eventually for a while, I'm going to have to do videos that they're not online because this is too much. I have so many videos with visuals. Now that I'm living at a place that has people that are snagging up all the internet, if this is going to keep happening, I got to just put out videos and not do things live for a while, not forever. But I love you guys. It feels very nice to be appreciated and to just be seen by people who are in the same consciousness as me, into spirituality, into talking about the divine, tapping into the unconscious, seeing God there and the angels, or just the genetic substratum of atomic matter playing out its wonderful game of material reality. Quite a ride. For the atheists in the audience. Yeah, so thank you for being here with me, folks. For all of you who've been watching live, you guys are sweet. Many of you have been here the whole time. And I guess I can't believe it, but I've been here too, so fuck, we're just doing it, folks. Rock and roll. For those watching afterwards, and, you know, in general, I'd love for you folks to leave me a comment. You know, let me know what you thought about all this. I did all this Saturn Neptune stuff in my notebook, and I didn't know how it was going to translate when I did it live, but I feel pretty good about it, and I hope you guys do too. So, I think that we have one more left. Are you ready? The time has come. It's time for Aries Rising. Bow, 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 bow. Winner, gagnon. You can tell I'm from Canada. We got one more left, folks. It's time for Aries Rising to hear a little bit about what's going on with what can be expected for you when Saturn and Neptune come through Pisces, land in Aries, and then eventually Saturn goes off into the sign of Taurus. Yes, I got it all here, folks. Now let's start moving through it. You guys can see me for the moment. Let me know, because as for those who are just watching and tuning in, my technology, my computer is, I got too many people using my internet at my house, so my computer will skip, and then the screen goes all gray and pink at some point. So when that happens, this is turning into an audio podcast, because it's annoying for me I lose my train of thought, and then it gets ruined. So while we are here and we have picture I'm going to try to show all the pictures that I can for Aries Rising. So for all of us, Saturn is the dispositor of Aquarius, folks. Saturn is channeling Pluto in Aquarius. So while Saturn is channeling Pluto in Aquarius, Saturn is going to be carrying a Plutonian transformative energy. And we could see how that could be wild when Saturn eventually comes to conjunct Neptune in Aries, where Saturn is debilitated. That is going to be a tricky time for everybody. And this holds, as I'm sure we can all figure, this holds some particular importance and ramifications for you, Aries Rising. Aries is one of the folks that has a tricky go here. Saturn is debilitated in your rising sign. So whenever Saturn comes in transits over the first house, not only that, but Saturn likes to be in the 7th house, natally. So when it's transiting the first house and it's debilitated, it's always a bit of a tough thing for Aries. Having a stronger Saturn yourself will help, and having a strong Mars and good things related to the sign of Aries is also going to help. But essentially, Aries just has when the hand of God is pressing on your head and pushing you down, Aries is the one person who is the least inclined to be cool with that. And reality comes with a Plutonian striking rod to hold your head down when Saturn and Neptune are going to come to conjunct in Aries, especially because Saturn is carrying Plutonian energy by channeling Aquarius. Saturn anciently rules Capricorn and Aquarius. It's the primary ruler of Aquarius, Uranus being secondary. So Saturn channeling this Plutonian energy is debilitated, and this debilitation is being amplified by Neptune. This is going to cause great global collective economic shifts, in my opinion. I don't want to be no doomsday sayer here because I'm an optimist, and this is only one ugly crevasse. Like when Pluto is in Aquarius and Saturn transits its way over to Libra, Saturn is going to be in Libra, opposite Neptune and Aries, and Pluto will be channeling that goodness, and that will be an amazing thing. That's going to be a moment of great relief for planet Earth. So I'm not saying that this is all set to be an ugly, bad thing, but it is for all of us, I think, when Saturn and Neptune are conjunct in Aries. There's just a lot lined up there. Now, for Aries and I should say this for everybody, we have to expect that this isn't necessarily going to be this is how I've been saying it for all of the signs. The Chinese word for crisis, they have a little symbol, how the Chinese symbology works there. The same word that they write crisis with, it's the same word that they use for opportunity. Oh my God, there's an opportunity happening, is basically what they're saying when somebody says, oh my God, a crisis. They almost understand it through the same vein, which I think is dope. I think that's psychedelic. Because this is the reality, is that crisis opportunity are very closely connected. And if you've got some okay things happening in Aries, and especially also if you've got some okay things happening in Gemini, then 26 to, we should have the dates here and we don't. 2026 to 2028. During these 2 years, there could be great opportunities that come to you which completely change your identity through gains and opportunities that you never realized you could be put through. Now, if you got a good Mars, this is especially going to be great stuff. And if you've got a good Saturn, and if you've got a good Sun, you want the Sun to be well placed. If the Sun is in Aries for you and you're in Aries Rising, perfect, beautiful. Especially if the Sun has friends, it's got other forms of strength. then the sun, it does well being in Aries. I mean, you would have Saturn transiting your sun, and that would be painful, but the sun could take it because you're in Aries rising with the sun exalted. So, you want to have a good, strong sun. It's got strength from its friends, because that's really deeply what Aries needs. Really, though, the big one is Mars. Good things happening in Aries and good things happening with Mars are the best way, where this period is almost going to be like one way or the other. It's pretty black and white, as it often is for Aries. Libra smooths things over with a gray on either side. Aries, black and white. This is fucking great, or it fucking sucks. If you have a well-placed Mars, then 2026 is going to bring chaotic opportunities that Aries rising is the person to deal with, to grip in their hands and make gold out of that crisis. And they can go away off to the bank laughing very hard. The Neptune there is going to cause some interesting identity shifts. That Aries is going to, of course, Neptune is going to stay in Aries for long after Saturn eventually moves into Taurus. Saturn eventually goes to Taurus in April of 2028. And this is going to be generally a relief for everybody. Aries in particular is the one sign that can really make gold out of the hard ore of the iron that it busts through, while Saturn is with Neptune in Aries. But your Aries needs to be set up right. You need to have a proper relationship with your unconscious in order for the Neptune side of this to do well for you. And then it will all be very good. Really, if you've got a good relationship with Neptune, it's all going to be exactly what it's supposed to be, which is ultimately good. This is what Neptune teaches us. Neptune is the connection to the detachment from life, because life in samsara on planet Earth is actually suffering. Through Neptune, when you tap into the unconscious, your libidinal true witness of your soul, you realize that you are pure awareness, that all these astral karmas are just sheaths that your karma from your past lives have to move through like a river. You're a dike, and the river is moving past the dike, and it splits, but then it comes back together, and there's all these chaos of the waves, but you are the still dike, and you are just watching the play of karma. Neptune is our way of tapping into that. If you have a good Neptune, you've got a good sense of this, and you've been pushed in your life to recognize that allowing life to move as through as it shall is the way to be. So if you got a good connection to Neptune, if you have a good, faithful development of your unconscious through your conscious mind, through meditation and prayer, as we're going to talk about, I'll give that more context because this is a very Neptune thing. And for those atheistic-minded people, when you hear me say that, I'm going to, you got to dig that you can atheistically understand that your genetic material has some aspects of your nature that are coming through. Your childhood programming may have laid sediment on top of, nurtured sediment on top of your basic nature. And by tuning in, meditating, you can observe what's the difference between a program and the ultimate matrix programmer inside that lives inside of the many sheaths of programs of your consciousness. That's what the spiritual people call God. So you atheists can understand it that way if you feel. But this is just me using some kind of language, In any case, if you tap into the debugger, the primal central programmer of the programs, then whatever happens to you, you recognize it as part of the karmic program that you needed to move through. But you need to have a faithful attunement to this, an acceptance. Yes, great internal programmer, I accept whatever you give me. And I will do my best to sit with it, observe the lower programs or just the parts of the programming that are obstructing me from just being with what is, being Zen, appreciating things as they are. So this is going to be useful for Aries to understand, especially when they're moving through the identity crisis of 2026, because there will be opportunities there that can give you great opportunities to do a lot of cool things and to do and manifest wonderful things that you are challenged to do at a deep level of identity of need. There's a burning, burn your ass need to essentially, you know, what I've been saying for everybody is that there's going to be responsibilities that you don't want to do at this time. And it's the lead up of Pisces, of Neptune having been in Pisces, of your openness to accepting what life gives you through the 12th house of Neptune and Pisces, especially when Saturn moves and is with Pisces. It was with Neptune and Pisces. That whole period, really from 2023 to 2026, is going to set up your ability to move and not resist the flow of change that happens in 2026. Because 2026 is going to be painful for all of us. It's going to be painful for you, Aries. But Aries is the one person who fucking hit me with the pain. No pain, no gain, baby. You know, all Aries love pain. So let's just put that out there. But Aries has favorite pains. Aries has types of pain that it prefers. And this is the program. You have to be willing to let go of your favorite types of pain in order to see how you might have been limiting yourself with the types of pain that you can take in order to be the best person you can be. So, you know, Aries is lucky here, but they can get very misled, especially if things go wrong in the previous period, the Pisces period. So now let's start taking a look at where we're at present. In the present part of this, me making this video, we are an Aries rising here, and we have Saturn and Neptune conjunct in Pisces at the present moment. So you've actually had Neptune moving through Pisces for about a decade now, for a long time. So what hath thou been learning, Saya? So I've gotten you onto the idea of the unconscious. That's a great, important start. We're going to talk about how at some point I've got to bring it up for you, Aries. It's this idea of the cosmic tour guide. Pay the tour guide. Because if you tip the tour guide, they're going to make sure you don't get into any trouble. The tour guide is your holy guardian angel. It is your connection to that unconscious nature, which has the sediment of programs and childhood programming piled on top of it. You have a nature inside you that you can tune into, and you got to tip the tour guide, which means pray, which means take the time to meditate and let go of what you think your idea of how you should be living your life is. Because there's something deep inside you. It's like, again, it's programs, you know. If you're you can't break out of a system through the system. So the only way to break through any stuckness that you feel in this period, which you might, because this is your 12th house and your first house, you might feel stuck in this period. And this is one of the trigger checks for Aries. If you feel stuck, you have to recognize that you can't defeat a system with the same system. You can't really fight fire with fire. That's a phrase that is useful in different ways, but you can't unsystem a system with the system that you're in. You have to penetrate beyond that system. So if you're stuck in a matrix of programs that you've always been familiar with, your favorite ways, again, of getting through things, you're always going to try to get through things in the same way. It's like a goldfish who's in his little fishbowl and thinks, I don't have enough space. So what I should do is, if I go to this corner of the bowl, it's going to feel like I have more space because look at all the space that's here. But now, after a bit of time, I feel like I'm getting squashed again. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to this corner of the fishbowl. Look over. Wow. Again, it feels fresh. Feels like I have more space. After a few hours of going to each corner, the fish is thinking, for a second, I feel like I've got more space, but then it's not working. After an hour or two, I feel again like I'm stuck. I keep going to these corners, and yet I'm still feeling like I'm stuck, like I don't have enough space. I don't understand. It's because you're trying to get out of the fishbowl by staying in the fishbowl, dude. You got to go out of the fishbowl, which means you've got to meditate. You've got to observe how your programs are taking over the way that you would try to get unstuck. You have to get unstuck from the thing that's keeping you stuck. How do you do that? You look within the deepest internal resources inside yourself, but you got to practice concentration. Use that Aries beautiful gift that you have to just drill into something and find some kind of concentration practice that allows you to concentrate while also opening the heart. It's the true nature of meditation. I recommend Kriya Yoga as my favorite way of doing it because that involves being in flow while still pushing yourself to grow. Hard to explain, but if it was easy to explain, it wouldn't be transcendental meditation. I digress. Everybody is going to have this as a useful thing. And that's why I keep saying prayer. You tip the tour guide. That's Neptune. Neptune's the cosmic tour guide. Your spirit has been here much longer than you have. It knows the territory of growth and of planet Earth, of being a 20-year-old, of being a 30-year-old, of being a 40-year-old. You've been all those things before. That's the tour guide. You are the cosmic traveler. And if you tip the tour guide by praying to something deeper than your programs, you will be lifted out of the fishbowl. So, for Aries, what this is going to amount to really at the beginning of this period, Neptune has been in Pisces all this time. It's been in your 12th house. The 12th house is a tricky place to have any outer planets, really. It's one of the atmosphere houses. If you look, you'll notice that the 12th and the 8th are, Vic Dakara always gives me this idea. He says it all the time. The 12th house and the 8th house are atmosphere. The first house and the 7th are the horizon, and everything under them is under the earth. The 9th, the 10th, and the 11th are the sky. It's these clear attainments that are above the clouds, that are always there, that are always very clear. But the cloudy atmosphere is something that is a necessary transition point between spirit and matter. So the 12th house, having had Neptune in your 12th house for the past decade, you have probably been dealing with, it can be uncomfortable, but for spiritually minded people who have a good Jupiter, especially for you, Aries, if you've got a good Jupiter, you've been enjoying Neptune and Pisces because the outer planets are neutral. They are intrinsically neutral, but if you place them someplace that's good, it's going to amplify the good. If you place it someplace bad, it's going to amplify the bad. Aries has Pisces ruling its 12th house, and Jupiter rules the 12th house. Aries has it's heavy on its blessings and it's heavy on its curses. One of the great blessings of Aries is Jupiter. Jupiter is a friend to Mars because it's, Mars rules Aries and Scorpio. It's fire and water. Jupiter rules Sagittarius and Pisces, fire and water. Jupiter anciently rules Pisces. Neptune is considered a modern secondary rulership there. So Jupiter rules the 9th and the 12th houses for Aries Rising. Sagittarius is actually the more true side of Jupiter. Jupiter's a masculine planet, so Sagittarius is the mula tricona of Jupiter. It's the truer thing of what Jupiter is doing for Aries. Having the mula tricona planet as the 9th house does great things for what else that planet rules. Since the main sign of Jupiter is the 9th house, which is a lucky house, it's the trine. The 12th house is usually considered difficult, but Aries gets a bit of a blessing. They get a bit of a get out of jail free card, which is an apt image for the 12th house. They get a get out of jail free card in their lives because the planet that rules the 12th house, which is Jupiter, which is already a benefic, is also ruling the lucky 9th house. So Aries might have had an easier time while Neptune was going through the 12th house. And it's when it hits the first house that Aries is going to have a tougher time. But thankfully, you've had the buffer of Neptune going through Pisces and learning a lot of spiritual things. Really, probably Neptune has been pushing you to recognize when you can be okay with being out of control, when things don't go your way. You've probably already been tuning into this unconsciousness theme that I've been talking about throughout the video so far as relates to Neptune. Because as they say, Neptune has a resonance with the 12th house in a sort of way, as well as Pisces. I'm often careful with that because I find the outer planets are something quite different from the rest of the zodiac and the planets and the houses and the signs. But there is a resonance there. So while Neptune was in Pisces, you were dealing with your ability to experience waste, experience not knowing, be comfortable in the space of not knowing how things are supposed to go, where things are going, and really with how to attain emotional release. Because Aries really needs this 12th house emotional release by the 9th house, by having something to live for. Now, if you've got a trash Jupiter, or if you've got trash happening in Pisces, then some ugly things could have occurred. Now, before I go any further, I have to make a point here that I probably should have perhaps made earlier, but it's okay. We're working it out here, folks. We have to talk about the 11th house thing. I've been saying this for all the videos here. What is significant about the 11th house for these videos? Okay. In Vedic astrology, I'm going to teach you guys a little something that I'm pulling from Vedic astrology and applying to Western astrology with the outer planets, particularly Neptune. I find Neptune especially relates with Saturn in terms of the lessons that we're gaining through the material world. Saturn gives material, how do you describe it? Saturn gives material tension, which provides spiritual relief and benefit. Neptune provides spiritual tension. Is that right? No, I think I got them backwards. Saturn provides spiritual tension that gives material benefit in the end. So it's emotionally painful when Saturn transits a sign. There's tension there at first, but it brings internal spiritual realization and alignment and wellness. Neptune gives spiritual, Neptune gives material tension. And that brings, I don't know. My brain can't fucking stick. Either way, there's a connection between Saturn and Neptune of material tension for spiritual gains and spiritual tension for even material gains, solidifying things. So, what I've been trying to gift the world with this technique that I'm taking from Vedic astrology and applying to Western outer planets is, in the Vedic system, when Saturn is transiting a sign, they put big emphasis on, the Vedic people are very big on like the houses from something. For example, the examples I was kind of giving was like, the 8th house is the 4th house from the 4th house. The 8th house is where we develop an emotional relationship to our emotional relationships. The 2nd house is the 12th from the 3rd house. Through the 2nd house, we develop a foundation by letting go of certain expectations of how we can use things best in the 3rd house. The 4th house is the 6th from the 11th house. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you can see all of those, and they all resonate with different ways. It can really even become a spider web that gets thick. But for our purposes, the important one that the Vedic people have given us is look to see where Saturn is transiting by sign. For example, right now, Saturn is transiting Pisces. Where Saturn is transiting by sign, you want to look at what Saturn is in the 11th from. Because you are going to be letting go of expectations of what Saturn is in the 11th sign from. What's the connection of the 11th? Why is this so significant? The 11th house is the house of attainment. And the 11th house is actually considered in some ways to be like an evil house in Vedic astrology. It's not the right language, but it's kind of the best English translation we have. So we have to understand it this way. Whatever planets are going on in the 11th house, whatever you've got going on in your 11th house, it represents gains. It represents an attainment that you want to get. And let's recognize that the 11th house is one of the 12 mystical sacred mansions of God. Why would God have an evil house? Because you are God. So why would God have an evil house? It's better to understand the 11th house as an axis of evil. It's an axis of mental wastefulness. What I mean by this is, oh, hi there, Natty Gal. Nice to see you. I'm glad you're catching a live here with us, as well as Crystal C. It's nice to see you here. The 11th house is sort of this axis where attainment is a natural part of all of us. We all seek to gain things, and this is very true of Aries because they have the 11th sign on the 11th house. Aries is like that with everything. They're big where they're big. They're big on everything. The 4th house has the 4th sign in it. The 8th house has the 8th sign in it. The 11th has the 11th in it. So Aries they're competitors. Aries wants to be regarded as developing a skill through the 10th house that allows them to compete and be well regarded for the competition that they maneuvered through in the 11th house. It's natural for Aries, but really it's natural for everybody. It's okay to compete. You can be a spiritual person and still want to be employee of the month, to win in a competition. There's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with it is if you become unnecessarily addicted to winning, okay? Let's imagine two different people. We got two different Aries, and both of them want to play soccer, and they want to win at soccer, and that's part of their natural flow. And let's say we have one kid who has Saturn in Aquarius with Venus there in your 11th house, because Aquarius is the 11th house for Aries. You've got Saturn and Venus together in Aquarius. Saturn's harming that Venus a little bit, but ultimately they both help each other because they're friends. Venus does well in a Saturn-ruled sign of Aquarius. So this person develops a healthy relationship to competition and to winning, to wanting to get somewhere, to attain things. So what happens is that they're in the natural flow of attaining things because the house is set up so that in their life, their parents probably encourage them. It's okay. You're allowed to try to win. And if you lose, it's okay. We're still going to love you. Don't worry about it. Don't get don't get caught in the desire for the result or the fruits, because as the Bhagavad Gita tells us, we're not entitled to the fruits of our actions. We're only entitled to the actions themselves. So you're not entitled to the fruits. You're not entitled to win. What you're entitled to is to enjoy the dharma of being a person who is in the flow of winning and attaining and gaining. And you won't win them all. You won't gain them all. But let's take an Aries who has a healthy 11th house. Let's say they want to be a soccer player and they lost a few games when they were younger, but eventually they came to be a good soccer player and they won, they're 30 years old and they won 20 games and they lost 30 in their whole career. It's probably more than that. I don't play soccer. They have this exact amount of games that they've won. They've won 20 and they've lost 10. Now let's take somebody who has some trash going on, an Aries who has more difficult planets in Aquarius. Let's say they've got the sun, and Aquarius is actually a very open, it's only the sun that really wouldn't do that well in Aquarius. So let's say they have the sun in Aquarius. Doesn't mean that it's going to be completely trash, but the sun in Aquarius can have a bit of an ego. They identify with winning a little more than they should. So let's take the person who has an Aries, who has a healthy Saturn in Aquarius. They won 20 games, and they're not identified with it. They don't take it personally when they win or when they lose. They're just happy when they win, and when they lose, it's whatever. But then the person who has the sun in Aquarius, who's an Aries, and the sun is in the sign of its enemy, Aquarius. When they were 5 years old, they started playing soccer, and they lost. Kids made fun of them. They took it personally in their identity. I have to get back at these fucking kids. They lost when they were 5 years old, so their whole life they were chasing that trauma. I have to win. It's my identity. I'm emotionally attached to winning. So they get to be 35, the same age as the other Aries. Let's say they've also won 20 games and lost 10. But they take every loss completely personally. They can't even appreciate the 20 wins because of the 10 losses. Now, the healthy 11th house person and the unhealthy 11th house person have both experienced the same attainment. The 11th house isn't necessarily going to bring you gains. What the 11th house brings you is an appreciation for what you have. The person with a healthy 11th house might not even necessarily have accolades, but they appreciate and are happy with the accolades that they got. The losses meant nothing because that was just a rehearsal for the winning. That's a healthy 11th house. It's not not everybody has a healthy 11th house or a healthy 11th house lord. This is why the 11th house can be called evil, because this person who has an ill 11th house, reality is neutral. They're in the same reality as this other person, but they've taken it personally that they don't have more. That's why the 11th house is such a problem. It can be such a problem unless A, you have a good 11th house, or B, you meditate and you don't take it personally when reality doesn't give you what you think you want. You can't always get what you want. I wonder if Mick Jagger had a good 11th house. So, how does this fit into the present inquiry? When Saturn is in the 11th house from something, wherever it's transiting, this is the universal wisdom and logic for Saturn transiting any sign. As Saturn is transiting a sign, right? Let's say it's been transiting Pisces. You have to let go of what Pisces is the 11th from, because Saturn manifests the reality, and every sign is the 11th house from something. For Pisces' sake, Saturn is in the 11th from the second house. For Aries Rising, when Saturn and Neptune are in Pisces, these two planets are in the 11th from the second house. The 12th is the 11th from the second house. Pisces is the 11th from Taurus, which means this is the key, is that you have to let go of Pisces things. You have to let go of Taurus things. You have to let go of your second house in order to develop 12th house propensity, which means really for Aries, what's going to be kind of happening here, pretty simple to put it, is that Aries, as Saturn and Neptune have been going through Pisces, Aries has been learning to let go of their second house, letting go of their idea of how much resources they need, of the comforts that they need, of the material possessions and emotional possessions especially that they need and that they feel that they need and that they want, especially because the second house, which is Taurus, also rules the 7th house of partners. It's very likely that most Arieses, while Neptune has been going through Pisces, Aries Rising has been needing to let go of their possessiveness when it comes to emotions, when it comes to their partner, when it comes to their marriage, their life partner, their family, and their friends. They probably feel like they are an abysmal suckhole of never getting enough emotional attention. How do you get rid of that? It's the 12th house. Neptune is in Pisces in the 12th house. So you have to be in the abysmal reality of loss. You have to let yourself lose. Let yourself lose things. It's kind of like, especially when it comes to love partners, it's that old thing. If you love something, set it free. If it's meant to come back to you, it will come back to you and it's yours. When it comes to Aries rising, whether you're a woman or a man, it's very likely that jealousy has probably been a part of your reality ever since Neptune was moving through Pisces in the 12th house. And at some level, you're afraid to let go of the emotional attachments you've made to the good things that help you sustain yourself in this reality, especially if you've got gross things going on with Pisces or Taurus. If you got a rough Jupiter, Jupiter is your best bet, because even if you have a little bit of emotional possessiveness, if you got a rough Venus, your Jupiter is keeping you strong in your 9th house, which means that you have things to live for outside of the marriage, which means that, despite any jealousy you feel, whatever, with your partner, you have been making sure to meticulously carve out a slot for yourself that your partner is actually living for. If you have a trash Venus, you might get a partner who also has a trash Venus, and you guys might fight, might disagree on things a little bit, and you kind of don't fully enjoy each other. But you know that at some level that you two are living for the same things. You're together. That's the 9th house, is the true marriage house. So for an Aries, your best bet is to have a good Jupiter and to use remedies for Jupiter, faith, having a purpose in life that's more than your marriage, which your marriage becomes a part of. That's the best bet for Aries, to move through Neptune going through Pisces, and to recognize that you have some kind of purpose that you're so dedicated to that when you experience loss with regard to that purpose, you chalk it up to just it's the universe, it's loss. Sometimes loss has to happen, and if you lost it, then you were never meant to have it. Let it go. If it comes back to you, it's meant to be. If it stays away, it was never meant to be. This is with love, with emotional expectations, and with money, and with luxury, and with abundance. Many Arieses will find that they do not have the abundance that they think they want or they seek, and they want more. They want more possessions. They want more love. They want more affection. They want more candy. They want more sugar. And this period, because Neptune and Saturn are in your 12th house, are going to force you, Neptune's been in Pisces all this time for 10 years. You've been moving towards this consciousness of letting go of your sweet tooth, allowing things to, expectations to be broken, delusions to be broken, as regarding the role that you're in. But you've probably still got that role, and just your expectations of whatever you've decided to have a purpose in life, whatever that purpose is, its expectations have been changing and transforming. And if you have been resisting that transformation, it's probably a little bit painful. Again, Aries is protected a little bit in the 12th house because Jupiter also rules the 9th. Unless Jupiter is really trash, then you've got a trash 9th lord and a trash 12th lord, which would mean that you don't have much faith in your position and what you're doing in life. And this period would come through and cause you to have depression of an existential sort. There's no girders. Life is chaos. I have nothing that I'm living for. And this period would then cause you to have this is what I'm saying, is that you would have when you neglect Pisces, when you neglect the universal idea that whatever comes to you is quite okay, if you don't have any feeling of that safety net, that the universe is ultimately guiding you, you have a tour guide. The tour guide's with you. You don't have to be scared. You don't have to piss your pants around every corner because you got the tour guide there. They know the territory. If you don't have a connection with the tour guide, if you didn't pay for the tour guide, then you are going to squander yourself in the second house. You're going to want all the cake, all the pie. You're going to go through, you're going to doom scroll through Instagram, looking at all the titties and all the ass and all the juicy little bum cheeks that you can, just to get through the existential crisis of a reality that sucks. And you'll get depressed. Aries will get depressed at a very existential level. Depression is your unconscious. It's your guide trying to tell you that you're not doing something right, which really for Aries would just signify that you've got to find something to live for that's deeper than just getting out your emotional comfort. And to just sit and ruminate on the fact that you have something that's so worth living for that you don't necessarily need to go chasing sensation or material attainment or a protective sense of having Taurus things, having material, having finances, having resources, having family and people who have your back, and all this kind of stuff. If you've got some good stuff happening in Pisces, and if you have learned to let go of your expectations, of your emotions. 12th house is emotions. First house is identity. If you can't let go of your emotions, you won't be able to let go of your identity. If you can't sit, accept that emotions are here, and let them move through patiently and calmly, then when Aries, when Saturn and Neptune get to Aries, you're not going to be able to move your identity because your identity is locked into emotions that you can't move through. The identity, the first house, sits on the 12th house. They're very interlocked. So the key for the Pisces period, especially when Saturn is coming up to Neptune in Pisces, Saturn is going to materialize your relationship to emotional resistance. And it's going to bring you emotional pains. For Aries, you get, again, your emotional pains should be protected by the fact that you're living for something that makes your emotional pain irrelevant. You're an Aries. Pain. Oh, good. I can deal with pain. Now, the 12th house is pain that is not your favorite pain. But if you have a good 9th house, if you're living for something, if you've got a slot in life, you're thinking that you want to build a family, you've got a lover who is thinking about doing it with you, or there's a lover that you want to live with in your life, and between the two of you, you've got something in your life that you're living for that's creative, that's constructive, that's more meaningful than just your own action for its own sake. Jupiter. If you've got that, then the emotional pain of Neptune in the 12th house, it won't be depression. It'll just be like a heroin withdrawal of life. The life will just glimmer with wanting to be more than it is. And you won't go chasing it. You won't go chasing that golden stairway to heaven. You will just be with what reality is because you're too busy doing your 9th house stuff. It's just like, yeah, all this glamour, all this stuff, whatever. It could be whatever, but like I'm more excited to live for what I'm living for than to just be sulk about the emotional feelings of things not being more than they are. Because Aries can get depression in this period, but again, it's a divine depression. But you have to recognize what's the difference between depression and just like hunger. Because a lot of Aries will get hunger while Neptune was in Pisces. It's more like a thirst for things to just be more than they are. But if you've been meditating and listening to your unconscious will tell you that this is just the human nature to always want more. It's a healthy thing. to want more. It's not a bad thing. And you got to just hold on to that desire for more until something comes along that gives you the experience of more, which is being with a lover, for example. You know, Neptune and Pisces in the 12th house can be a delicious tantric experience where this desire for more is not, you're not acting on the compulsion in the way that it's moving you around. You wield this conductive magnetism of desire and you channel it into positive, constructive ways. Usually for most Arieses, it'll probably be a partner who you are sexual with, who you're building a life together with, and your sexual, juicy, delicious, tantric, energizing moments together is all a beautiful, sentimental memory that you're going to be standing on, satisfied, when you look back and have built a proper life with your partner. That's the bliss of Pisces for an Aries. It's wonderful, 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 wonderful when it all goes well. If you don't have a good 9th house, it's the opposite. It's you looking back at your life, feeling a hole where somebody should have been. That's often how it goes with Aries. But ultimately, however it goes, the 12th house is teaching you to be in the moment and to accept, if you have a lover, you might want more out of them than they are. This period is teaching you to just accept them for what they are, accept all the people around you for what it is, and move through until Neptune comes into Aries, and then different things are going to happen. If you don't have a lover, if you're a lonely Aries who is having trouble getting a lover, you have trouble in your 9th house, you have trouble living for something, then you might have this experience of looking back and having a hole in your soul because you never got to live life with somebody meaningful to make it all emotionally true and meaningful to your heart. If that happens, ladies and gentlemen, tap into your unconscious and recognize that you were supposed to go through that. You're supposed to live 40 years listless with that crappy 9th house and 9th house lord, that crappy Jupiter. This is only one incarnation. You're going to die. You're going to be reborn again. And if you accept what the divine gave you here, your gap now will be a mountain later. That's how spirituality works. But if you resent it, if you spite it, if you say, fuck it all, fuck God, fuck the angels, everything is just piss and shit and I hate it all because I got victimized. Something happened to me where I was put in a box, and I identify now with someone who couldn't move through their emotions, who's bitter, and I can't control my bitterness. That's what it's going to be, bud. If you live in that reality is going to live in you. I know I'm probably sounding hard, but I have to be. You're an Aries. It's okay. I'm a Leo. We're both fire signs. You can take it. I'd rather be hard and real with you than fuck around. So, that's the Pisces reality of this situation. Ultimately, what this amounts to is that the Pisces period, especially from 2023 to 2026, is going to challenge you to be open to your emotions. Don't resist them. And channel them constructively as per what is realistic. If you have a lover, channel it through and with your lover. It's probably your best bet. But appropriately. If your Jupiter is overdriven, then you could get too much out of this. Then you're attached to the second house of erotic Taurus things. You have to let go of your expectations of the second house. If you're single, it means develop a little bit of that no-fap sort of like find an alignment with what's more important than just sensation for its own sake. If you're not single, if you're married, if you got a partner, then you're letting go. Remember, Pisces is the 11th from Taurus in the second house. So if you have a lover, then you have to accept your lover for what they are. Enjoy appropriately exactly as much bliss as you can get out of them. Bang it out. And once you come once, you enjoy it, sit with it, be in the deliciousness. And if you guys are ready for round 2, as Aries sometimes can be, rock and roll. But, Don't go and make love to your lover, feel like it's unsatisfying, and then go through and scroll and look at all the asses of everybody else because you can't satisfy yourself. I mean, do that if you gotta, but my point is that you're wasting energy at a certain point. And a lot of Aries are going to have to rein this in. And this leads us to the next step, which is if you can rein in and control your nervous system, then you will be able to sit and patiently deal with the transformations that come to you in 2026, when all hell is breaking loose in the world. I shouldn't say it that way, but lots of things are going to happen that are going to cause urgent things, which again, you need to have the solid emotional backdrop. You need to that's why in this period of Pisces and Neptune and Pisces with Saturn there, do some therapy, get into meditation, get into yoga, learn to control your appetite and your consciousness, let go of expectations and over anticipation of second house enjoyments and comforts. Get into the tantric yogi who can be in a yoga posture and the carrot is dangling on your face and saying, yeah, you can get out of this posture and take a break, but use your Aries concentration and say, no, I'm going to fast. I'm going to work my way to just be in this resistance for this moment. I am the master of my senses. I am the master of my appetite. That's what this period is manifesting for Aries. And if you can do that, and if you have it all worked out, if you got a good 9th house, good 12th house, and that all works out, you're going to have much more nervous system energy with which to take best advantage of the opportunity and crisis period that happens when Saturn and Neptune are moving through Aries in your first house. If you've got crappy Aries energy, and if you've got bad things happening in Aries, and you got junk there, but if you've got a good Jupiter and a good Pisces, the energy from that 12th house is going to insulate you so that you're safe during 2026 to 2028. If they're both trash, if you got a trash Jupiter and a trash Mars and trash Aries things, this is all going to be a very difficult experience for the Aries. In which case, whatever suffering comes for you, the thing is that once Saturn and Neptune get to Aries, you will no longer be able to work out the emotional things of Pisces. You won't be able to learn to your concentration. You won't be able to really enjoy the pleasures of your lover as much, to build those beautiful sentimental memories, because the Plutonian charged Saturn, remember, Pluto is channeling Aquarius. Saturn's the disposer of Aquarius. So Saturn and Neptune together in Aries shows there's going to be necessary responsibilities related to, Saturn debilitated in Aries. It'll drain energy and your independent self-direction. You won't be able to guide your life in a way that is an identity that you would want to create. What's going to happen is that you are going to be pushed around by emotional compulsions through the 12th house, and people are just going to be able to see that and take advantage of your emotional urgency, your lack of true deep center in what you're doing with your life, because you need a role in your life. Because when Saturn and Neptune come through Aries, it's your first house. New jobs can come to you. You could change house. You could live somewhere different. You could have a completely different life experience. But if you've got a good Jupiter, you're going to take your Dharma with you. And you're going to find even better new places and seeds for your Dharma, because the world is going to urgently want whatever role you've carved out through your good Jupiter. Now, this is why having a good Jupiter and working out the Pisces period slowly and learning concentration, you're learning yogic focus. That's, an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. You will be able to be insulated when this period comes on, when you have an identity sort of shift, and you'll be able to have the energy to lead your identity your way. Otherwise, you're just going to just dig into whatever opportunities or urgency comes around, and you'll take it and you'll whatever happens from 2026 to 2028 is going to be your identity for the next 27 years. Because Saturn eventually is going to move past Aries. It's going to go to Taurus, and then it's going to go all the way around again before it comes back. And Saturn is manifesting the imprint Neptune is making at this time. So this is a very important time to to recognize what's happening in your identity. Now, this period of Saturn and Neptune together, they're in the first house, which means the first is the 11th from the third. So, in 2026 especially, but even after 2026, because remember, Neptune is staying in Aries for like a decade. So one of the main themes of Neptune and Aries, which Saturn is going to especially bring together, it involves faith and letting go of the third house. And this is the freedom of exciting personal expansion, mobility, and short-range travel. It's very likely due to physical health karmas exhausting themselves and annoying personal limitations that you're going to experience at this time. So this is what you got to dig, is that when Saturn is here from 2026 to 2028, you're going to feel stuck. You're going to feel limited, where you feel like there's opportunities coming through you that you want to move through, but you can't because Saturn is squashing you to a limited state of identity and ability and capacity. And you're even going to feel limitations, which honestly, when your body, when you're unconscious, tells you that you are working too hard, you're splitting at the seams, and you're actually doing more bad than good to your nervous system by working as hard as you are, listen to it. I know you're in Aries. I know you like pain, but this is a period, my friend. Please listen to me when I tell you that Neptune in the first house is going to confound your idea. The first house is your physical body. It's the physical life path. It relates almost to the sun, which is a physical, it represents a physical energy. When Neptune is there in the first house, you're not going to have an inherently strong discernment of how much you're working, of how much you're pushing yourself, and the fact that you might be pushing yourself too hard. Your subconscious patterns are going to say, I got to get the most out of this spot, out of this moment, and work and work and work. And your unconscious, you have to listen to it, peel back beyond that program and recognize that you're building on an identity of someone who will push themselves too hard. And if you identify as someone, I'm okay with gouging past my boundaries. It's a tricky thing for Aries because that is kind of their thing. They like to walk the mountain and kind of not bring enough water. And, they'll push harder and farther than everybody else. But don't let that be an acid that melts the container that holds it. Because you could identify with harming your body by pushing it too hard in this period. Especially if you didn't do well with the Pisces period. Now you've got emotional reasons why I've got to show everybody, I got to get something going on in my life because I got no purpose, and this whole Pisces period felt like a waste of time. That's what it would feel. If you didn't have a good Jupiter in the Pisces period, then you just spent the last 10 years working at jobs that don't matter that much and then jerking off to pictures of pornography. And now in this period, you can't just sit and rest in your pornographic lack of purpose. Now there's even more push for you to work really hard in order to make ends meet, in order to survive, in order to have energy. And, this could be a crippling thing for Aries who don't have a good Jupiter and don't have a good Mars. Especially who don't have a good Jupiter. Jupiter's the big one for Aries. Regardless, this period is going to push you to work harder, to try to want to expand more. Because you have to let go of expectations of the third house. Now, mind you, this could also mean that you add a resistance to how much you can expand your identity. Because the third house is splitting, popping open. Now, this is going to be different for every person, for every Aries. If you're an Aries that works themselves too hard, you could be a quantity of work person as opposed to a quality of work person. You want to be a quality of work person, which is to identify with something that is going to expand you, to give you a breath of fresh air in life that's going to challenge you in a way that you want to be challenged. If you do quantity of work, where you just work yourself to the bone for its own sake, you mess your organs up, your internal organs and your liver, and everything's shutting down, what's going to happen is that you're going to be dealing with a pain that is not your favorite pain. Aries have to find their favorite pain and accept the supportive lifestyle needed to support that pain. Because you're a ram that digs its fucking forehead into the coal in order to just bang, 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 bang. Oh, I'm hurting myself, but I've got my wife, I've got my family, I've got a healthy lifestyle, I've got the resources that are going to allow me to keep doing my favorite pain in a way that won't actually hurt me. You need to find that for yourself. And you need to be open to your unconscious and changing your identity, changing your subconscious patterns, so you just don't just feel like a piece of shit who just wants to smash into their heads into the brick for their boss or for whoever, for its own sake, just so that people in higher positions can mop the floor with you, take advantage of you, and take all the money that they gain from you and never allow you to go higher up, because that's not where your mind was. Watch out for victimization. Watch out for feelings like, I'm a piece of shit, so I deserve to work this hard. That's the kind of victimization that is a red flag that I've written for Aries Rising. In this period, you have to watch that Saturn is this thing. It's on your first house, and it's Aries, which is where Saturn is naturally debilitated. You need to work in this period, and you kind of probably need to work under somebody. This is a period where you just need to be humble, accept what life has given you in this moment, and watch for victimization mentalities that cause you to work harder than you really need to. Because even if you're just excusing it, it's my boss, he knows I can work, it's Christmas, I haven't seen my family in forever, but my boss knows that I don't care about that stuff. I don't really care much about that stuff. Why don't you care much about that stuff, my Aries Rising friend? That's your life. That's your family. That's what your job is for. You're going to look back on your life and realize that you just churned your guts out for somebody who didn't care about you and probably didn't give you any more extra money. Bosses don't reward people like that. I'm sad to say. Bosses reward people who are like bosses. Burn that one in your brain. Bosses become bosses by being bosses. Peasants stay peasants by staying peasants. Again, there's a Leo in me that when I'm talking, I'm talking to an Aries, and this is how we talk. We're fire signs. Buck up or fuck up, bud. You own it. You're the Aries. You're the strong person here. Now, this doesn't mean, again, you have to listen to your unconscious and don't go thinking that, oh, okay, Dustin said that I got to buck up or fuck up. I got to be a boss if I want to be a boss. You have to be able to lose too. That's what the previous period was trying to teach you. Just patiently take what the universe gives you in each and every moment. They give you an opportunity and a challenge to win, go for it. If you've got the resources, if it's not going to overblow your liver and if it's not going to work you too hard, take it. Take the opportunity, because there's going to be lots of opportunities like this for you to challenge yourself in front of everybody when the world is in some kind of economic dumpster fire because the Plutonian-charged Saturn is debilitated in Aries, being amplified by Neptune. There's going to be opportunities for you to challenge yourself. Don't take it personally when you lose. Don't take it personally when you win either. Sit in the boss that is already at the top of the attainment. And then be the person, the slave, the Saturn, that has to slowly make their way up to the boss that you already are. It's like Rich Dad, Poor Dad. The rich dad called himself a rich dad. If you've ever read that book, his dad was poor, and his poor dad said, we're poor people, son. This is all we can expect out of life. But he had a friend who had the proper mindset of a father. And that father wasn't rich really rich. He was just doing okay. But he told the kids, if you think that you're successful, that's the reality that's going to come through. You know, rich isn't even the right word. Successful. If you're the boss now, even though you don't have things to show for your success, your spirit is success. You are the spirit of success, and it's coming to you. But that means you got to be patient when you don't have it, and play each chessboard game, play each chess piece with strategy. Look to win. Feel your spirit. Know that you're a winner, and look to win the chess game. But that doesn't mean just fucking take your queen, the most strong, important player in the game, and bring it out front right away so it can get killed by somebody's knight. Unless, I don't know, I don't play chess. Maybe that's how some people do it. Maybe that's how you would do it as an Aries. But the point is don't be willy-nilly. Don't be unscrupulous about the process. Just be patient, but determined, firm, and focused at this period, and be willing to change your identity, move your identity to something that could be better, even when there is, you know, hard, lowly work that's about you at this time. You need to see the bigger picture, and of course, it's your Jupiter that's going to show you. If you're working for some corporation where you know that you have what it takes to get to the top of this corporation, you might at this point have to work at some low part of this organization. But if your Jupiter can be attached to the top of the mountain, it's like a mountain goat. It's like someone climbing a mountain. Grab the top of the mountain, great. Now, slowly, meticulously, step by step. I can be low right now. It's okay because my thing is attached to the higher goal. You know, this is pretty natural, easy pep talk for an Aries rising. But, you know, this is what it is for an Aries rising at this time. And especially through 2026 to 2028, pay attention to the fact that you might feel lowly and there might be a lot of work. Don't overwork yourself, but be willing to work appropriately, especially until 2028. Then in 2028, Saturn's going to leave Taurus, and you can kind of let your guard down a little bit. Sort of, you know, there'll be less opportunity, less crisis opportunity, less people offering you jobs that could go awry. It's going to be more stable because Saturn is going to be coming into your second house at that point, right? I wonder if you guys can see my screen right now. Now, the last thing that we want to say here, I'm just going to get out my chat. The last thing we want to say about Aries here is so you're coming out of a period of expectations of wealth, resources, and material necessities, you're letting go of Taurus, the second house. Now you're coming into when these planets were in Pisces, you were letting go of Taurus. Now when they're in Aries, you're letting go of Gemini. So at first you were letting go you were getting into a tantric space of concentration where you can subsist on not having enough. You can be materially not abundant yet while feeling internally abundant. And in order to do that, you need to concentrate. You need to not go and piss away money on a whole bunch of extravagant things that you might think that you want while Neptune is going through Pisces. Give yourself what you deserve, but be conservative ultimately about second house things until 2026. Then, you know, now in the space that you're in 2026, any emotional emptiness that might have led to superficial happiness in the previous period, likely now, and instead of working on yourself, if you went and pissed away your energy on things that are scrupulous, instead of working on yourself and developing your connection to the ninth house, to your lover, to the things that matter to you, if you went and pissed it away, now you're experiencing a deficit of physical energy, feeling stuck in your identity. You're tired. You haven't rested. You haven't rejuvenated yourself. and you don't have something worth living for. So now when your identity is shifting in the 2026 period, you are going to manifest things that are going to crystallize that don't align with your deepest intentions, that don't align in self-improvement. It's just going to continue the deterioration that you've already been experiencing. You have to, in this period, you're releasing the third house, which means release your expectations of expansion. Release the idea that you want more. You want to be more. You want to work hard to develop third house ways of being more. Let go of the expectation of being more, but move with the energy of being more. Watch for red flags of apparent opportunities and draining activities that may seem to expand you, but instead drain you of your deeper purpose. Find self-direction and patiently cultivate it with no expectations. Because what you're cultivating is the ninth house, really. What you're cultivating is what you have as the deeper role in your life. Attach yourself to that tether. Attach isn't maybe the right word, because ultimately you've got to listen to your unconscious and feel out, what is it that I'm truly, deeply living for? What is the role? What is my identity? What is my life path supposed to be? Ask your unconscious, because it could turn out that you are resisting expansion. Listen to your unconscious. It could turn out that you are overdriven into expansion, asking for too much, working yourself to the bone, but not developing on anything solid. How do I know if it's being too much or not enough? Unfortunately, my Aries friend, astrology and I cannot tell you that. The only person that can tell you that is if you tip the tour guide. Pray, meditate, manifest the abundance that you are going through exactly what you need to be going through in order to become what you want to be. Ask yourself what you want to be. Am I depressed? Am I unhappy? And why? This is the way to do it. Because your unconscious is the only one who's going to help you get through that and to have the right answers for that. And that's that, folks. I wonder if you guys can see me. Looks like our internet didn't crap out on this last bit, maybe? Is that right? Or can you guys?
6 to 2020.
Oh, looks like you guys can. Cool. All right, sweet. Well, that do be dat, ladies and gentlemen and germs and worms and squirmers and squeamers and screamers and fun folks. We did it. We made it 7 3/4 hours later, I think. It's the longest video I've ever done, I think. I'm pooched. I'm going to go have sex with my fridge now and rest. Yes, Crystal C. For all those who might be interested, I do birth readings. Feel free to contact me at astrology@dustincormier.net. I'm just going to put that in here. astrology@dustincormier.net. For those interested, check that out in the live chat box. I'm probably also going to have it on my description. If you want to have a chat like this, it won't be like this. I'll probably refer you to these videos if you want to hear more about Saturn and Neptune and Pisces and Aries. I gave it a lot here. But chart readings are a very thick animal. I'm doing them right now, and I'm enjoying doing them. So feel free to get in contact with me. I will say before I go, if anybody's interested, right now I'm working on a book. It's going to be a psychedelic novel. It's me talking about my experiences going down to the beach and eating mushrooms and acid and other psychedelic medicines, doing yoga, doing meditation, doing pranayama, tapping into my unconscious, making a conscious, trusting relationship with my wild animal unconscious, and eventually finding yoga and meditation as being the key, best way to reliably tap into my unconscious while still being fully conscious and aware. Plus, it's going to be poetry too. All my psychedelic excursions that involve me doing poetry, I've got them all written down. It's going to be a real pesky book. I'm very excited to be moving through it. I don't know how long it's going to take, but it's my main thing that I'm doing right now. You guys aren't seeing me as much online because I'm really focusing on this shit. Plus, also, I got to fix my internet situation. So I hope you guys check out that book once it comes out. I'm just letting everybody know about it now. But regardless of all things, I said it once and I'll say it again. I love you guys. I'm so blessed to have a whole crowd full of people who are here enjoying me sharing my consciousness. I can't tell you how much that means to me. I could just be doing this by myself. I love talking about astrology. But the fact that I have people who hang out with me live, who watch me afterwards, I can't believe that I got 19 people here, I think, around there who have been here with me for 7 hours. You guys are working the Leo in me. I've got so much Scorpio energy. Scorpio and Mars and Pluto. The Sun, Mars, and Pluto in Scorpio, that I just fucking hit it when I hit it. And you guys are here with me. So damn, rock and roll. I love to see it. And I love you guys. I'm going to say it a million times. Thank you for hanging out with me. Stay in touch. Feel free to leave comments or whatever, or not. Either way, Dustin Cormier here has got more videos to come. I got lots of video ideas that are going to come in the future, but I'm going to work on this book as this my next big thing. But feel free to email me if anybody wants a reading in between then. Anytime. I'm in touch. Thanks for your time, everybody. I really appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out with me. See you guys on the flip side. Let's go eat.